Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1776 Invitation Again. Heavenly Destiny Realm Heart. Qin Wentian murmured, and the old man said, "Of course, I am just making a suggestion. If you have a name you like for the realm heart you comprehend, then naturally it will be named according to your wishes." Qin Wentian smiled. He and the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy have always had a predestined relationship, and he is considered half a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. The old man just interrupted Jiutian Mansion's targeting of him with a sentence, which was also to help him out. Now, he named his realm heart again. Of course, he understood that this was a sign of appreciation. Moreover, this name was indeed quite appropriate. How could he refuse the other party's face? I am deeply honored that the senior can give a name to the realm heart of the junior. My realm heart will be named Heavenly Destiny Realm Heart. Qin Wentian nodded and said. The old man of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy stroked his beard with a smile. Obviously, Qin Wentian was very much to his liking. He has a strong talent, stunning and beautiful demeanor, extraordinary understanding, and a natural pride. Even if he is the genius realm master of Jiutian Mansion, he will kill him at will, but he is not blindly arrogant. He is quite close to him and appears humble and polite. In addition, he has been preached by the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao and has a connection with the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao. With all these things, there is no reason not to be close to him. Today, you released the Heavenly Heart Consciousness in the Heavenly Heart Mirror, and 13 halos were added to your body. I wonder how many people will be willing to show their Heavenly Heart Consciousness in the future. The old man suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. With such a dazzling example in front of him, how can ordinary people who only have 2 or 3 kinds of Heavenly Heart Consciousness have the nerve to release their Heavenly Heart Consciousness in front of the Heavenly Heart Mirror? This is indeed the voice of many realm masters. With Qin Wentian here, they are afraid that it will be meaningless even if they show their Heavenly Heart Consciousness. The Heavenly Talisman Realm Master was in shock at this moment. Looking at the figure in the void, he never dreamed that this Heavenly Talisman Realm disciple who had once worshipped under him would have such a stunning appearance. At this moment, he was wondering if Qin Wentian would come to settle accounts with him. If Qin Wentian wanted to deal with him, he would never have the power to fight back. Long Yuan Haoiu could not resist the power named the Heavenly Fate Realm Heart and was killed instantly. He could not resist it either. In a palace in a distant land, a beautiful woman from the Lineage clan of the wilderness witnessed Qin Wentian's battle and was very uneasy. The old man beside her whispered, "This boy has a very high talent. I see that he should not be very old." As he said that, he also glanced at the young lady beside him. He guessed in his heart that the young man must have some relationship with the young lady, otherwise, the young lady would never be so abnormal, and she would also abandon the demon god's kiss and have no intention of asking for it back. The woman's beautiful eyes were still staring ahead, motionless, and the old man could not guess what she was thinking. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the Jiutian mirror. This person looked very outstanding at first glance. This person was very young, handsome, and extraordinary. The most terrifying thing was his eyes, which were like an abyss. Even if you looked at it from a distance, you seemed to be able to feel the horror of those eyes. When you stared at those eyes, you would even have an illusion that those eyes seemed to be rotating, like a world of pupils. Around the Jiutian mirror, many people's eyes flashed, and their eyes were full of sharpness. As soon as the strong man from the Jiutian Dao Holy Academy finished speaking, someone walked out. Is this considered a strong response? Obviously, the 10,000 Realms Conference, the Zuanayu Realm Masters gathered, and many young top Realm Masters came one after another, wanting to compete in the 10,000 Realms Conference. How could Qin Wentian be the only one to enjoy the spotlight of the attention of the people? This figure that walked out, everyone saw, he walked out of a transcendent force in the void. That force was the giant power under the 3 giants of the Samsara Temple and Zuanayu, and the top force under the giants. This young man is the peerless genius of the Samsara Temple, an outstanding representative of the young generation. He is extremely gifted and a rare genius. How can he be compared with a genius world master Long Yuan Haoiu of Long Yuan Mansion? It's by King Feng, the peerless figure of the Samsara Temple. Many people were shocked. Obviously, This person is very famous in the central area of Zuanliu. Many people in the time realm know his name. Bai Qingfeng, the peerless genius world master of the Samsara temple, is rumored to have fought with him. No world master can escape his world heart. Without exception, in the thousands of years since he became a world master, he has never been defeated. This is his first time to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Today, can we see Bai Qingfeng's world heart and heaven heart consciousness with our own eyes? Everyone thought to themselves. Then, they saw Bai Qingfeng in the light curtain of the heaven heart mirror, releasing his world heart and heaven heart consciousness. In an instant, all the people who were staring at him seemed to fall into an illusory state. Even those who were not around but just watching through the projection of the heaven heart mirror in the palace were trapped in that illusory state at this moment. Then, the thoughts in their minds seemed to be out of their control and began to fall into the reincarnation illusion, experiencing scenes they had never experienced before. They trembled in their hearts and wanted to break free, but many people found that they could not break free from it. It was not until Bai Qingfeng took back his own world heart power that everything returned to normal. But in fact, everything just now, the many scenes they saw, only happened in an instant. So strong. Everyone was shocked. Bai Qingfeng only revealed a kind of heaven heart consciousness, his innate heaven heart consciousness, world heart power, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the range of the light curtain of the heaven heart mirror. He did not compare the number of heavenly heart consciousnesses with Qin Wentian. In fact, what Qin Wentian said was indeed reasonable. Although the number of heavenly heart consciousnesses can prove the comprehension, it cannot determine the strength of the realm master. What really determines the strength of the realm master is the quality of the realm heart and the heavenly heart consciousness. Is this Bai Qingfeng's wonderful Samsara realm heart? Many people secretly said in their hearts, Bai Qingfeng's realm heart, wonderful Samsara, although he only released the power of the innate heavenly heart consciousness corresponding to the realm heart, who dares to question his strength? The strong men of the Samsara temple looked indifferent and watched this scene quietly. In another direction, another top force looked at a young strong man among them, who was also the peerless realm master who participated in the 10,000 Worlds Conference for the first time. The young man took a step forward, very unrestrained, and instantly descended into the light curtain of the heavenly heart mirror. Jiutian Shenshin. This young man was also a top force under the three giants. This force was called Jiutian Shenshin, and it was also a super force that could inherit the power of the Taoist tradition. The reason why Jiutian Mountain dares to be named as the Mountain of God is because this force once had a more glorious history. It is a real force of gods and has produced gods. Even though this god fell later, his descendants inherited his innate talent, the power of the world. The young man is called Li Xiao. He is extremely powerful and also very famous in Zuanliu. Li Xiao, who stepped into the Shiangxin mirror, released his boundary heart and Shiangxin consciousness power. Doors of the world appeared between heaven and earth, blooming with brilliant brilliance. The power released from each door of the world makes people feel the surging power in it, which is endless. When the invisible pressure pressed on everyone, it gave people a feeling of suffocation. Jian Mengchen and others were in the palace where Qin Wentian lived. After Qin Wentian found Mo Qingcheng, he naturally notified them through voice transmission. At this time, they were watching the situation on the Shiangxin mirror. They naturally saw that Qin Wentian was the focus of everyone's attention before. Now seeing the power released by Li Xiao, Jian Mengchen felt familiar. The power of the world. Jian Mengchen whispered in his heart. He had to break through to the realm of the realm master quickly, otherwise he would be too incompetent. Before, a realm master took Mo Qingcheng away directly in front of him. He had no ability to resist and was extremely humiliated. It seems that senior brother has attracted many talented people. They have come out one after another and competed secretly. Jian Mengchen said secretly. Next, talented realm masters came out one after another. Moreover, they were all young realm masters who were well known in Zuanliu and participated in the 10,000 Worlds Conference for the first time. As for the powerful people who had participated before, it would not make much sense to release their Shiangxin consciousness again. The land of Zuanliu is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Qin Wentian said in his heart. After him, many very powerful genius realm masters came out one after another. It seemed that they were all attracted by him. But after these people came out, many other realm masters with ordinary talents were afraid to come out and show their Shiangxin consciousness again. After watching for a long time, Qin Wentian planned to take Qingcheng away, So he said goodbye to the senior of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Seeing Qin Wentian take the initiative to say goodbye, the old man smiled and said, "You can come to me when you have time and exchange some ideas about cultivation with the Lord of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. I will definitely ask for advice if I have a chance." Qin Wentian nodded and left. Shili Chunfang and Xiao Tian followed him. Obviously, they were a little worried about Longyuan Mansion. Qin Wentian killed Longyuan Haoyu, and their looting of Shiangsan building was exposed. I am afraid that this matter will not end so easily. At least for Qin Wentian, Longyuan Mansion will definitely not let him go easily. Sure enough, after Qin Wentian left, the people of Longyuan Mansion also left quietly. Many discerning people naturally knew that they would not stop there. Just now, the people of Xiandao Ocean interrupted them to settle accounts with Qin Wentian, but things were not that simple. In the crowd, the little princess of Donghuangshan Donghuang clan had been paying attention. When she saw Longyuan Mansion leaving, she flashed and also chased in the direction Qin Wentian left. The strong men of Donghuangshan naturally followed closely behind. Dong Huangying asked the powerful realm master of the Donghuang clan to take her to speed up, and soon they caught up with Qin Wentian and his party. Dong Huangying said, "Realm Master King Cheng, please stay." Qin Wentian stopped, turned to look at the beautiful woman who was chasing him and asked, "Little princess, what advice do you have? You killed the genius realm master of Longyuan Mansion in public. Longyuan Mansion will not let you go. I still say the same thing. I want to invite you to join my Donghuangshan. I will definitely give you the best conditions for practice, and I will not restrict any of your freedom. I will make you a guest official of the Donghuang clan. How about it?" Dong Huangying said. After seeing Qin Wentian's true talent, she was more interested in winning him over. "I am very grateful to the little princess for inviting me twice, but I really don't like to join other forces to protect myself. I hope the little princess can understand." Qin Wentian refused again, but Dong Huangying's beautiful eyes showed a smile, not disappointed, and said, "In that case, it's always okay to be friends." As she spoke, she blinked at Qin Wentian and smiled playfully. She was already extremely beautiful, and at this moment she looked even more charming and beautiful. Shili Chunfeng next to her thought to herself that this woman was amazing. She was so young and had just reached the extraordinary realm, but she could use all kinds of advantages, including her own beauty. Chapter 1777 Luotian Tears. In the palace of the Luotian clan, Luotian Lei has been wandering in the room, seemingly hesitant. After a long time, she finally took out a communication crystal and sent a fairy thought into it. "Father." Luotian Lei found one of the fairy thoughts and called out, "Liar." A loving voice came from her mind. Hearing this familiar voice, she lowered her head slightly and sent another message, "Father, I met someone in the Zuanayu. I am hesitating whether to tell you." "Who?" A doubtful voice came. Luotian Lei was silent for a moment, still hesitating, but she finally sent a message, "His surname is Qin." "Who is he from?" The voice in her mind suddenly became a little colder. Even if he was not around, Luotian Lei could still feel the chill in it. "Father, I knew him when I was investigating the kiss of the demon god. His wife had a phoenix robe on her body, which triggered the kiss of the demon god." Luotian Lei said. "Impossible. If there really is such a robe, it should only be in my clan. That clan does not have it." "Well, I also believe that clan does not have it, but he said that it was a gift from his mother to his wife on his wedding day, and he does not know who his mother is, and he probably does not know who his father is, but his last name is Qin." Luotian Lei said again. She did not know how much shock her words would cause in the hearts of the middle-aged people in that distant land. As he affirmed, only people of his Luotian clan had such a robe. Those with the last name Qin would not have it, but it was given to him by his mother, and his last name was Qin. "How old is he?" The voice in his mind came again, but the sound of the immortal thought transmission could hear the trembling notes. "He looks very young, and his wife is even younger, only at the immortal emperor level, but he has a good talent, and is at the realm master level, and is an extraordinary realm master. At the Zuanayu 10,000 Worlds Conference, he just released 13 kinds of Shiangsan consciousness power, and the light was dazzling. Moreover, he seemed to be tracing his own identity. From the conversation between me and him that day, I could feel that he also had some doubts about my identity, and deliberately asked who I was. He probably knew something, and wanted to find some answers." There was a sudden silence over there, and after a long time, a voice came, "Liar." You should know who he is, and you should also know your father's thoughts. Wait for me in Zuanao, I'll go there now. Father, but you. Luo Xinlei's beautiful eyes condensed, a little worried. It's okay, liar, you should understand your father. The loving voice came again in her mind. Luo Xinlei's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded heavily. Of course, she understood her father and knew her father's thoughts. There was no one in this world who didn't know what his father had done for them. After putting away the communication crystal, Luo Xinlei hugged her knees with both hands, thinking like a girl, her eyes slightly red. Should he blame him? But what does this have to do with him? Moreover, she knew what her father wanted her to do. After a long time, she stood up, seemed to have made a decision, and walked out of the room. Qin Wentian naturally didn't know how much Luo Xinlei had struggled in her heart. He smiled when he heard Dong Huangying's words and said, "It is Qin's honor to be friends with the little princess of the Donghuang family. I am afraid that I have tarnished the little princess's reputation. Not long ago, I was labeled a bandit. It's just a little thing." Dong Huangying smiled and said, "I am really curious about where your talent comes from. I haven't comprehended a single heavenly heart consciousness until now. You look so young, but you have already comprehended 13 heavenly heart consciousnesses. Moreover, your innate heavenly heart consciousness is so overbearing that it can decide life and death with a single word. It's just that Longyun Haoyu is too weak. If he meets a truly powerful realm master, it would be impossible." Qin Wentian said. "His realm heart can crush Longyun Haoyu, so he can kill him directly. In your eyes, the genius realm master of Longyun Mansion is only evaluated as too weak. If Longyun Haoyu is resurrected, I am afraid he will be angry to death." Dong Huangying smiled softly. As the two talked, they became familiar with each other inadvertently, as if they weren't already acquaintances. At this moment, a strong pressure suddenly came from the void. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. After a moment, he saw a group of mighty figures descending. They were the people of Longyun Mansion. They were all powerful realm masters. The pressure was so strong. Can't Longyun Mansion afford to lose? Xiao Dian looked up at the person who came. His tone was very cold. "Xiao Dian, although you are from the Xiao family, our Longyun Mansion is not an unknown person in the City of Time. You robbed the Xiangxin building. Can you just let it go with your words?" A powerful realm master of Longyun Mansion said. He did not mention the death of Longyun Haoyu, but used the matter of robbing the Xiangxin building as an excuse to avoid being criticized. Longyun Mansion has a great reputation. "Then tell me, what do you want?" Xiao Dian said coldly. "You are from the Xiao family. We, Longyun Mansion, will directly negotiate with the Xiao family for what you did, but Longyun Mansion will take these 4 people away." Arrogant, "I have said that this matter is my responsibility, and I, Xiao Dian, will take it all. If you want to take them away, you must step over my body first." Xiao Dian said coldly, but everyone understood that Longyun Mansion would never dare to kill him. This was just a threat to Longyun Mansion. The Xiangxin building was looted. Could it be that it was just because of you, Xiao Dian, that we can let it go? What has Longyun Mansion become? The strong man said again. Can Longyun Mansion give me a face and let this matter go? Dong Huangying looked at the people of Longyun Mansion and said. The strong men of Longyun Mansion were a little surprised. They didn't expect that there would be more people from the Donghuang family here. The Xiao family was originally the ruling family of Qiangshan, and the Donghuang family was the overlord of Donghuangshan. The 2 overlords of the fairyland had people standing on Qin Wentian's side. It's not that Longyun Mansion doesn't give face to the little princess, but this matter has a huge impact, and Longyun Mansion has to investigate. However, since the little princess asked, I will only take one person. The source of this matter is all because of the King Chang Realm Master. It was he who robbed people from my Xiangxin building, which triggered the subsequent events. Therefore, I will take the King Chang Realm Master away. For the sake of the little princess and the Xiao family, Longyun Mansion will not investigate the others. In this way, Longyun Mansion will at least look better. Longyun Mansion directly stated its purpose. Obviously, the person they wanted to deal with the most was Qin Wentian. Looting the Xiangxin building was only one aspect, and an explanation was needed. How could he stop there after killing Longyun Haoyu in public? Longyun Mansion really gives me face. Dong Huangying snorted coldly, seeming a little unhappy. It seems that I am a junior after all, and I don't have the weight to speak. Why do you say that, little princess? It's just that this matter concerns the reputation of my Longyun mansion. I have to be cautious. I only arrested one person because of the little princess. Although the Donghuang clan is very powerful, the Donghuang clan is the ruling force of the lower realm fairyland and cannot control the city of time. Could it be that they will deal with his Longyun mansion just because of such a small matter? Obviously unrealistic. A little princess does not have that kind of weight, and it is even more impossible for her to do such a thing because of an outsider. Therefore, his Longyun mansion did not need to give Dong Huangying this face. So, Longyun mansion wants to go to war. Jiutian said coldly. I have no such intention, but this person must be taken away by Longyun mansion. If you insist on stopping us, Longyun mansion will have no choice but to offend you. The strong men of Longyun mansion were very powerful, and the pressure from the realm masters was released, as if a war was about to break out. Try to drive him away. Another voice came from the distance, and everyone was a little surprised. They did know that someone was approaching, but now there are so many strong men in the world of time, and it is not surprising that someone came to watch the excitement, but the newcomers also want to intervene. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and looked at the newcomers. The woman who spoke actually claimed to be a beautiful woman from the Lineage clan of the wilderness. Seeing this stunning beauty and the many strong men behind her, a realm master of Longyun mansion snorted coldly, you really know how to hide behind women. First, Dong Huangying, and then Lucian Lei, both are extremely beautiful. This King Chang realm master has too good luck with women. Shili Chunfeng showed a wonderful look. He knew the identity of the newcomers. They also spoke for Qin Wentian. His eyes couldn't help but become more weird. How dare you? A cold snort sounded, and the old man next to Luo Shanlai released a terrifying pressure, which descended on the world master who was speaking. Feeling the strength of the pressure, the world master of Longyun mansion froze. Who are these people? Get lost. Luo Shanlai glanced at the people of Longyun mansion coldly and said, his tone was even more powerful and domineering than Dong Huangying. The many strong men in Longyun mansion looked cold. As a super powerful force in the city of time, they had never been insulted like today. Every force threatened them, as if they were standing above them, arrogant. How dare you? I will take this person away today. The strongest old man in Longyun mansion spoke. He was famous in the city of time and was a real powerful world master. Now that Longyun mansion was repeatedly provoked and ignored, how could he not be angry? If you dare to take him away, I will directly destroy Longyun mansion. Luo Shanlai looked indifferent, and glanced at the other party. Her tone was more domineering than Dong Huangying. Even Dong Huangying did not dare to say such arrogant words, because she knew she could not do it. She did not have such influence in Donghuang clan, but this woman who looked equally young, or even more beautiful than her dared to say such words. A young realm master was obviously not stupid. How could he not have the confidence to say such arrogant words? At this moment, the strong man of Longyun mansion asked, who are you? Desolate territory, Lucian clan. Luo Shanlai glanced at the other party indifferently. The hearts of the people in Longyun mansion trembled violently, and their faces turned pale. Desolate territory, Lucian clan, the strong men from that force, of course, have the ability to destroy Longyun mansion. Longyun mansion had never felt so aggrieved. These proud realm masters were so overwhelmed by this sentence that they were speechless. No matter how brave they were, they dared not be arrogant in front of the people of Lucian clan. Moreover, the woman in front of them dared to say such words. What was her status in Lucian clan? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1778 Brother. The strong men of Longyun mansion stared at Qin Wentian. Jiutian was not mentioned. He had been mixed with Qin Wentian before. Did the other two forces come to win over Qin Wentian just because of his talent? However, a force like Lucian clan has all kinds of peerless figures in their clan. Why would they come to Zuanayu to poach people? The land of the wilderness is so vast. Could it be that just because Qin Wentian released 13 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness, he was enough to become a peerless genius at the top of a domain? I am afraid that it is far from being so exaggerated. But Lucian clan did take action, and their attitude was so tough that they did not understand. However, Even if they did not understand, they could only admit it. Just because of the 3 words Lucian clan. Goodbye. The strong man of Jiutian Mansion uttered 2 words unwillingly, and then the group left directly, all with dark faces, extremely unhappy. Lucian clan was so domineering, and they didn't need to give Lucian clan any face. The 2 sides would not have any dealings. Even if Lucian clan was powerful, it was in the wilderness. If there was no conflict between the 2 sides, it would be impossible to do anything to his Jiutian mansion. Dong Huangying was also in shock at this moment. His beautiful eyes stared at the woman who was more outstanding than himself. She came from Lucian clan in the wilderness, and her brilliance was instantly compared to her. Jiutian mansion did not give Dong Huangying face, but just because of this woman's words, they left in disgrace, not daring to say anything. This is the gap. Even if they are the overlords of a fairyland, they are still not as determined as Lucian clan. But, Qin Wentian, why does he even know people from Lucian clan? Shili Chunfeng was really confused at this moment. Before, this woman came to ask Qin Wentian for treasures, but now, she stood up for him and drove away Jiutian mansion. What was going on? However, Lucian didn't care about what others thought. Her beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wentian again, and she looked at the handsome young man in front of her seriously. He was so young, but he had the cultivation of a realm master, 13 bells of heavenly consciousness, a strong realm heart and a life heavenly consciousness. Is this their offspring? Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable when he was looked at by Lucian. Although he had vaguely guessed the relationship between Lucian and him, he was not sure how Lucian would see him, because he didn't know the whole story of the grudge. He told Lucian so much at the beginning, which was actually a risk. Now, this woman from Lucian appeared in front of him again, and drove away the people from Jiutian mansion for him. So, what was her attitude towards him? I want to talk to you. Lucian said to Qin Wentian. Go to the palace where I live. Qin Wentian said. Okay. Lucian nodded, not having any scruples. Let's go. Qin Wentian was somewhat curious and also somewhat expectant. What did Lucian want to talk to him about? Mo Qingchang was also very curious about the woman who had asked for the kiss of the demon god before, and her beautiful eyes looked at her from time to time. Can I go for a walk too? Dong Huangying said with a sweet smile. Of course, welcome, little princess. Qin Wentian responded with a smile. Dong Huangying actually wanted to know more about the Lucian clan and what was the status of this woman in the Lucian clan. The group walked forward and soon arrived at Qin Wentian's palace. King and others saw Qingchang return safely, so they naturally surrounded her. At the same time, they were a little surprised that so many strong men came here with them. Father, Yaoyu, please entertain me. Qin Wentian said to the Changqing Emperor and the Southern Phoenix Queen, I have something to discuss. Okay. Although the Changqing Emperor was a little confused, he still nodded and watched Qin Wentian and Lucian walk through the palace alone and head to the back. The breeze was blowing gently. Qin Wentian and Lucian stood side by side, leaning on the railing and looking into the distance. At the same time, they forcibly sealed off this space, blocking the prying of immortal thoughts, and the sound would not leak out at all. If someone invaded, they would know it instantly. Father. Lucian looked at Qin Wentian. Although she had some guesses in her heart, she still asked. My father-in-law. Qin Wentian responded, and Lucian nodded gently, just as she guessed. What about your biological father? Lucian asked. Do you know? Qin Wentian stared at Lucian, looking at her beautiful profile. Lucian's beautiful eyes looked into the distance, as if she didn't hear Qin Wentian's words. After a long time, she slowly said, although I have no chance to meet him, I have heard his name countless times. If I am not wrong, your father should be called Qin Yuanfen. Qin Wentian's eyes froze slightly, but he was not too surprised. Since the other party might know his mother, it was expected that he knew his father. Is your father still alive? Lucian turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Wentian and asked. I don't know, but of course I hope he's alive. Like you, I have never really seen my father. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. He also wanted to see his father. Since you have never seen your father and mother, how do you know your life experience? Lucian asked again. They left some memories in me, so I know. Qin Wentian did not hide it. Since the two of them had already revealed it, there was no need to hide it. The fact that Qin Yuanfeng was his father was the biggest secret, but the other party had already guessed it himself. Other things were not secrets. What is the relationship between us? Qin Wentian finally asked. He had always wanted to ask this question. What kind of relationship did the woman from Liuxian clan have with him? There was no doubt that they must be related by blood, but he could not guess what the specific relationship was. Luo Shanli's heart trembled slightly, her eyes were a little evasive, and then she finally looked up, looked at Qin Wentian seriously, and suddenly asked, I have been practicing for more than 400 years. Who is older, you or me? Is it more than 400 years to be a realm master? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. This talent is amazing. Of course, thinking that Luo Shanxi can make Donghuangshan and Longyun Mansion fear and respect the existence, then it is not so strange. Whether it is the inherited talent or the resources for practice, they are all top-notch. But even so, their understanding must be extremely amazing, otherwise it would be impossible to enter the realm master level in such a short time. I am a little older than you, Qin Wentian said. Luo Shanli's beautiful eyes dodged a little, and her red lips moved slightly. She wanted to say something but found it difficult to say it. As powerful and proud as she was a little nervous at this moment. Finally, her beautiful eyes no longer dodged, but looked at Qin Wentian closely and called softly, Brother! Brother! This slight voice struck Qin Wentian's mind like a bolt of lightning, making him stunned on the spot. Even though he guessed that the woman in front of him had some relationship with him, he still didn't expect that the other party would shout at him at this time, Brother! This is his sister. He used to have many sisters, Qin Yao, Yiling Shuang, Bai Qing, Ruahan, all of whom were like his biological sisters, but the woman in front of him was his real sister with blood relationship. Seeing Qin Wentian in a daze, Luo Shanli's beautiful eyes were somewhat resentful, and she glared at him fiercely, saying, Don't you want to recognize me? How could it be? Qin Wentian was inexplicably nervous. He had never experienced such a scene. Looking at Luo Shanli, he said, Are you really my sister? I am Luo Shanli of the Liuxian clan in the wilderness. My father is your mother's brother, your biological brother, and your biological uncle. Luo Shanli said to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian's heart trembled again. His mother's biological brother, his biological uncle. He had only thought about finding his biological parents before, but never thought that he had other close relatives. In the Liuxian clan, there's his biological uncle, his sister, and there must be his grandfather. Since Luo Shanli was willing to call him, it meant that her father, that is, his uncle, did not reject him, even though Luo Shanxi might have opposed his father and mother being together. However, time has passed, and apart from some memories, Qin Wentian knew nothing about what happened later, and naturally had no way to sort out these relationships that he had never touched. Qin Wentian looked at Luo Shanli, his sister. At this moment, Luo Shanli also gave up. Her beautiful eyes kept staring at Qin Wentian, and her expression was actually a bit of a girl's resentment, not the majestic and awe-inspiring expression when she scolded Longyun Mansion before. Seeing her expression, Qin Wentian suddenly smiled, and his smile was particularly bright and gentle. He took a step forward and said to Luo Shanli, Can I hug you? Luo Shanli's beautiful eyes opened instantly, and Qin Wentian did not blink. No man had ever dared to say this to her, but looking at Qin Wentian's gentle smile, she seemed to have lost her temper again. For some reason, she nodded. Qin Wentian walked forward and gently embraced Luo Shanli with both hands. His movements were very gentle, and the smile on his face was still bright. There was no distraction at all, only happiness from the bottom of his heart. It turned out that he had a sister. Sister. Qin Wentian called in a low voice. Luo Shanli's body was a little stiff at first, but when she heard Qin Wentian's voice, she gradually relaxed. However, her expression was still a little strange. Shouldn't she be a little resistant to him? Why did the relationship progress so quickly? It was too strange. Could it be because of blood relationship? I'll call you liar from now on, Qin Wentian said softly, and then let go of Luo Shanli. Luo Shanli glared at him, but still nodded and said, I've told my father about you. He is on his way to Zuanliu. He wants to see you. Is my uncle coming? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, and then laughed. Judging from Luo Shanli's attitude, there was no hypocrisy at all. So her attitude towards him must be influenced by her father. Therefore, it can be imagined that his uncle must be very close to him. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian was also looking forward to meeting his uncle. Chapter 1779 Qin Wentian's Fantasy. Qin Wentian looked at Luo Shanli, took a deep breath, and then asked, What happened back then? Where is my father's family? Liar, you haven't seen my father, but have you seen my mother? He came to the ancient fairyland and became stronger along the way. He never gave up his obsession with what happened back then, especially when he saw his father's death, he vowed to avenge it. No, I was born later than you. At that time, my aunt had disappeared, so my impression of her was all from my father's description, and there were many rumors in the family. I didn't experience that period of history, but no one knew of your existence. If you say you are just a little older than me, the time doesn't match. So, your father didn't really die in the battle of the Qin clan back then. She practiced for more than 400 years. Qin Wentian said she was just a little older than him, but the time of that battle was much longer than this period of time, so there's only one possibility: Qin Wentian is not dead. So, after Aunt was taken back to the family, she disappeared again and left with your father again. Luo Shanlai stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes turned red and moistened again. Then she walked aside very sadly, as if she suddenly thought of something. Liar, what's wrong? Qin Wentian walked up and asked. Nothing, you will understand after you meet my father. He knows a lot of things back then better than I do. He is a real eyewitness. You can ask him when the time comes. Luo Shanlai seemed to have something on her mind, but she didn't say the reason. Although Qin Wentian wanted to know everything that happened back then, he still nodded after hearing Luo Shanlai's words and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Where is the Qin clan? Qin Wentian asked. This Qin clan naturally refers to the clan of his father Qin Wentian, the clan that deprived his father of everything, the clan he hated to the bone. The heaven realm of the 8 realms. Luo Shanlai responded, and Qin Wentian's expression condensed. The 8 realms of the ancient fairyland are the land of the dark yellow of heaven and earth, and the vast universe. Although it is not said that the first realm is the strongest, it is certain that the heaven realm, which is located in the center of the ancient fairyland, will definitely not be weak. Among the 8 realms, it is definitely one of the strongest realms. The two have been chatting for a long time. Because this place is forbidden, no one comes to disturb. Many people outside are wondering what Qin Wentian and Luo Shanlai are talking about. They have been chatting for such a long time. Even Mo Qingcheng showed a strange look. Although she did not doubt Qin Wentian, Luo Shanlai is indeed a great beauty. The two of them have been alone for so long, and she is still a little jealous. Of course, in fact, Mo Qingcheng also had some guesses in her heart at this time. Luo Shanlai came because of the kiss of the demon god, and from the conversation between Gu Feng and Qin Wentian in the kiss of the demon god that day, it can be seen that this matter may involve the family of Qin Wentian's mother. Could it be that Luo Shanlai? Thinking of this, her heart was also quite uneasy. Finally, 2 figures came over here. They were Qin Wentian and Luo Shanlai. Qin Wentian was smiling and Luo Shanlai was also very relaxed. After guessing Qin Wentian's identity, she had been in a very complicated mood. It was not until a conversation with her father that she finally faced up to her relationship with Qin Wentian. It was not until she met Qin Wentian today that she really began to accept the existence of this brother. After all, blood is thicker than water. They are blood relatives. Her father and Qin Wentian's mother are kin brothers and sisters. They have the same grandfather. Moreover, she knows how much her father loves her sister and how much he has done for her. She did not tell Qin Wentian about these. She believed that Qin Wentian would understand them naturally after her father came. The 2 people who came out were very close to each other, completely at an intimate distance, which made many people look a little strange for a moment. After a conversation between the 2, the relationship is so good. That distance, even between very good boyfriends and girlfriends, would not be like this. There is some taboo. Moreover, this does not seem to be intentional. It is more like they inadvertently maintained such a distance when they came out. Shili Chunfeng looked very strange. His new brother had managed to get the beauty of the Luotian clan so quickly? Was it necessary to be so exaggerated? Although Qin Wentian was very good, this was the Luotian clan. This stunning woman must have seen all kinds of geniuses. Luo Shanlai and Qin Wentian did not care about what others thought. At this time, Qin Wentian was still immersed in the joy of having a younger sister, and of course, he was looking forward to meeting his uncle. I'll go back first. Luo Shanlai said softly to Qin Wentian. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. If you want to see me, just come to me directly. Luo Shanlai said again. The people around him looked even weirder after hearing this. To those who didn't know their relationship, this was very ambiguous. Shili Chunfeng was already looking at Qin Wentian with admiration. The goddess-like figure of the Luotian clan said to Qin Wentian, "If you want to see me, just come to me directly, this. Okay, take good care of yourself." Qin Wentian instructed. Luo Shenlei nodded, and her figure flashed, and she broke through the air and left. Naturally, the people of the Luotian clan also left with her. The old man who had been protecting her was also puzzled. When did the young lady become so close to others? Should I report this to the master? Although it was a bit unkind, it seemed necessary to prevent the young lady from being deceived. The old man was still very loyal. He did report this to Luo Shenlei's father, but the response he got was only a laugh, which made him even more grateful and inexplicable. However, since the master and the young lady didn't say anything, he didn't ask why. Presumably, there was a reason he didn't know. Of course, this is a later story. After Luo Shenlei left, Xiao Dian, Duang Huangying and the others were still there, looking at Qin Wentian strangely. Xiao Tian walked up to him, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and whispered, "Brother, you are awesome. I have to admit defeat. With a relationship with a Luotian, I'm sure Longyun Mansion won't dare to cause trouble for you, and I, Xiao, will have nothing to do. The affairs of the harem still need to be handled properly." After saying that, he left with a big laugh, looking very free and easy. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines, speechless, but there was no way to explain this. He certainly couldn't announce to the public that Luo Shenlei was his sister's. This would remain a secret between them. "Brother Qin, I'm leaving too." Duang Huangying looked at Qin Wentian with a half-smile, and said goodbye and left. He also addressed Qin Wentian more intimately. It was obvious that he really wanted to make friends with him. Although Qin Wentian was only a very talented realm master, he was the brother of Chiang Yan Xiao Dian, and there were also people like Shili Chunfeng and Laoge. Now, the descendants of the Luotian family also had a very close relationship with him. The future of this King Chang realm master would be difficult to measure, and it was still very worthwhile to make friends with him. Everyone left one after another. Changqing Emperor and Nanhuang Empress naturally would not explore Qin Wentian's secrets. Instead, the little bastard stared at Qin Wentian with cunning eyes. "Brother Wentian, who is she?" Bai Qing asked very naively. Perhaps only she would ask so bluntly. "Same as you." Qin Wentian rubbed Bai Qing's head, and Bai Qing glared at him again. They were all extraordinary strong men, okay? He still liked to rub other people's heads. But he still felt sweet in his heart. Is he the same as her? So, Brother Wentian also regarded that beautiful woman as his sister. "King Cheng, Kinger, I have something to tell you." Qin Wentian shouted to Mo King Cheng and Kinger. Although the two women were curious, they didn't say anything. They all believed in Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian couldn't say nothing. There were no secrets between him and them. There was absolute trust. "Yes." Kinger nodded gently, and she and Mo King Cheng followed Qin Wentian to the place where Qin Wentian and Luo Shenlei had stayed before. Once again, the space was sealed. Qin Wentian held Mo King Cheng and Kinger in his arms and said softly, "King Cheng, Kinger, I found my biological mother's clan. Finally, I am getting closer to the truth." Mo King Cheng's body trembled slightly. Is her guess true? Kinger raised her head and stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Both women saw the smile on Qin Wentian's face at this moment. Perhaps, he has been pursuing the truth. They all knew that Qin Wentian was an orphan and Qin Chuan was just his adoptive father. He had never told anyone about his mother. He buried all of this in his heart. Now, is he finally about to find it? Is it Luotian? Is your mother also from Luotian? King Chang said softly. Yes, the woman just now is called Luotian Lei. She is my sister, the daughter of my uncle, my real uncle. The smile on Qin Wentian's face was particularly bright. Feeling his happiness, Mo King Chang and Kinger were also happy for him. Where is your mother? Is she in the clan? Kinger asked softly. Not here. Qin Wentian frowned. My mother and father disappeared together, and no one seems to know where they are. Liar said that my uncle will come to find me. I wonder if my uncle knows the whereabouts of my mother. Wentian, we will definitely see my father and mother. Mo King Chang snuggled in Qin Wentian's arms. She knew the worry in Qin Wentian's heart. He had always been looking forward to seeing his parents because he was afraid that his parents were gone. I want to see them too. Kinger also snuggled in Qin Wentian, happy for Qin Wentian, quietly accompanying him to enjoy this joy. Now, Qin Wentian's uncle is about to come to find him, so in the near future, they will get closer and closer to the truth. No matter what the future holds, they will always accompany him and go on together, whether it is happiness or pain. I really hope that my father and mother can see you, and our family will be reunited. At that time, we will have a bunch of children and enjoy the joy of family." Qin Wentian smiled brightly, and the two women's faces were a little hot, but they still snuggled tightly in his arms. Chapter 1780, The Sword Monarch. Qin Wentian came to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, and he never thought that he would meet his mother's clansmen. This was also a coincidence. If it weren't for Shili Chunfeng's proposal to rob the Xiangxin Tower, even if he met Lu Shenlei, he would not know that there was such a relationship between the two parties, and would only treat them as strangers. So much so that now, the impact of this matter on Qin Wentian's state of mind has surpassed the 10,000 Worlds Conference itself. However, for many world masters in Xuanyu, the 10,000 Worlds Conference is the purpose of their trip, and their eyes are still focused on the conference outside. It has been some time since Qin Wentian opened the 13 kinds of Xiangxin consciousness that day, and the various peerless Xianjiao figures came out to show their edge. Although some people continue to go to the Xiangxin mirror to display the Xiangxin consciousness, it never caused the shock of that day again, until the glory of the Xiangxin mirror disappeared from the ancient mountain, and the ancient mountain seemed to have just turned into an ordinary ancient mountain, without the magical power of the Xiangxin mirror. But on the second day after the Xiangxin mirror disappeared, 4 dazzling lights suddenly lit up in the world of time above the ancient mountain, as if they came from the sky. These 4 lights fell on every corner of the world of time, circling in the air like 4 stone tablets. Some strong people wanted to catch them, but found that they were empty. It was like light, which could not be caught or touched at all. "What is that?" In the palace where Qin Wentian was, Mo Qingchang stood beside Qin Wentian and asked softly. The 4 rays of light were too dazzling. They seemed to be engraved with strange patterns, releasing the power of the great Dao. Qin Wentian couldn't see through them either. He stared at the 4 rays of light and responded, "Some strange things will appear in every session of the 10,000 Worlds Conference to test the world masters who came to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. What is hidden in the light of this stone tablet, but it is still impossible to see? Is it really the 3 major forces behind all this?" Mo Qingchang said softly. "It is rumored that the Time Realm was the place where the Lord of Time practiced in the past. Maybe there are relics left by the Lord of Time here. Of course, this is just a guess. Who knows, but the 3 major forces are the giants of the Xuanyu and are supreme. They are undoubtedly the most clear about all this," Qin Wentian said softly. In another palace, the old ghost stared into the void. Seeing the 4 swirling stone tablets, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and his expression was slightly solemn. This seemed to be the legendary time inscription, which was extremely rare even in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. He had participated in many 10,000 Worlds Conferences, but this was the second time he saw the time inscription. It had only appeared once before. After the time inscription appeared, a figure that even the 3 giants feared rose in Xuanyu. Now, that person has become a legend in Xuanyu, while he is still unknown. The old ghost took out the communication crystal and sent out several immortal thoughts at the same time, saying, "All of you come to my place." "Old ghost, what's the matter?" Shili Chunfeng asked. "Okay." Xiao Tian nodded. Feng Huang and Qin Wentian also responded, and then rushed over here. Old ghost was the most mysterious of the 5 people, and he was also the oldest. Qin Wentian always felt that he was a little mysterious. When old ghost entered the city of time in plain clothes, hunched over, Zheng Mengchen thought he was just an ordinary old man. If Qin Wentian had not been at the realm of a realm master and could sense it, he would have thought so too. Not long after, several people came to old ghost's side. "Old ghost, why did you think of looking for us? Is it because of the 4 lights in the sky?" Feng Huang asked cheerfully. "Well, except for Wentian, this is not the first time you have participated in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Have you ever seen such a scene?" Old ghost asked. "No." Several people shook their heads, and Xiao Tian said, "You should have participated in the 10,000 Worlds Conference the most. Do you know something? Is there anything different about these 4 lights? I saw it a long time ago. In that 10,000 Worlds Conference, there was another person who participated. You must know who he is." Old ghost said mysteriously. "Who?" Shili Chunfeng asked curiously. Everyone else looked at Laoge. This guy was keeping everyone in suspense. Sword Lord is coming. Laoga said slowly. Who is it? Shili Chunfeng asked in confusion. He had never heard of him. I don't know him. Xiao Tian also shook his head. Feng Huang also looked at Laoga in confusion. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. Did he say that he must know him? How come no one knows him? This old ghost. The mysterious old ghost also had a black line on his face at this moment. He looked at the people in front of him speechlessly and said, I forgot your age and may not know his real name. Then, he has another title, Sword Lord. What? Shili Chunfeng was petrified in an instant, his eyes flashing with dazzling light. He had never heard of Sword Lord, but how could he not know the name of Sword Lord? This is definitely a great man, a legendary figure. The Lord of Swords in the mysterious domain, the best swordsman in the world. Xiao Tian's pupils shrank, staring at the old ghost and said, How old are you, old ghost? You actually participated in a 10,000 Worlds conference with the Lord of Swords. Shili Chunfeng and Feng Huang looked a little strange when they heard this, and looked at the old ghost with some contempt. The Lord of Swords is already famous all over the world and has been named the best swordsman in the mysterious domain, but you are still hanging around in the 10,000 Worlds conference. The gap is too big. Feng Huang said contemptuously, and the old ghost's face turned completely black, saying, Okay, let's go, I don't want to talk anymore. No, old ghost, did the Lord of Swords really participate in a 10,000 Worlds conference with you? Shili Chunfeng smiled tremblingly and asked curiously, that was his idol. Humph, do you really think it's been a long time? How many years has the Sword Lord been famous? It's only less than 100,000 years. Is 100,000 years a long time to practice in the Realm Lord realm? The old ghost stared at the people in front of him and said, If everyone has the talent of the Sword Lord, then I would be famous all over the world now, and I don't need to pay attention to you. Yes, there is no harm without comparison. Shili Chunfeng chuckled, so, when the Sword Lord and you attended the 10,000 Realms conference together, the scene in front of you also appeared. Yes. The old ghost looked solemn, nodded and said, when the Sword Lord came to participate in the 10,000 Worlds conference, he was not famous, but his performance in the 10,000 Worlds conference was very eye-catching and was noticed by others. He also had a conflict with a genius of then super-powerful Jiutian mansion. You all know what happened later. The Sword Lord came alone with a sword and razed Jiutian mansion to the ground. It caused a great shock at the time. The three major forces had some opinions about him. One of them wanted to take him because Jiutian mansion was attached to that force. You should know which force I am talking about. You should have heard some rumors about what happened later. So, the legendary story of the Sword Lord coming to Xianshan Mountain to challenge the god and defeat him really happened? Shili Chunfeng asked. In fact, it is more exaggerated than the rumor. Otherwise, why do you think the giant finally compromised and did not pursue it again? The title of the Sword Lord also resounded throughout the Zuanyu, but it is said that he also made some compromises. Since then, few people have seen him. The old ghost said slowly. Isn't it rumored that he may have been killed? Is it true? Xiao Xiandao said. Of course not. The old ghost denied it directly. Xiao Tian looked at him in confusion. How can you be so sure? Do you know something? How could Jian Zhenlei be killed? The old ghost did not answer Xiao Tian's words, and then said, Okay, let's not talk about what happened back then, let's talk about business. These four lights were called the time inscription back then. I'm sure they have nothing to do with the four giants, but were left by the Lord of the Time Realm. Lord of the Time Realm. A sharp light flashed across everyone's face. What exactly is this time inscription? I don't know. I only know that in the 10,000 Realms conference that year, Jian Zhenlei understood the true meaning of the time inscription. His sword has made rapid progress since then, until he was the #1 sword in the Fengxuan realm. As for what he understood from it, I don't know. Perhaps everyone's understanding of the time inscription is different. The old ghost said slowly. It seems that another Sword Lord is about to be born. Shili Chunfeng murmured and said seriously. Who? Xiao Tian looked at him and asked. Can't you see it in front of you? Shili Chunfeng asked in confusion. Get lost. Xiao Tian roared, so shameless. Let's go to the bottom of the time inscription. Although we can see it here, we always feel that there is still some difference. The old ghost said, and then 5 figures flashed out together, heading towards the ancient mountain after the Xiangxin mirror disappeared. When they arrived, Many realm masters had gathered here, including the powerful realm masters of the top forces. What the old ghost knew might not be known by ordinary realm masters, but these top forces in the Xuanyu definitely knew it, so they attached great importance to the appearance of the time inscription. Even the old generation of extraordinary realm masters had arrived. They sat cross-legged in different positions on the huge ancient mountain, looking at the time inscription rotating on all four sides of the sky. Qin Wentian and the other five sat together. Like many people, he looked up at the void time stele. The Sword Lord, came. Although he had never heard of it before, since he could seal the world's #1 sword, it was conceivable how powerful he was. Perhaps his achievements were not necessarily based solely on this time inscription, but these four inscriptions were still worth exploring. Chapter 1781 The Ultimate Way. Many powerful people sat quietly. Even those powerful world masters of the older generation stared at the time inscriptions on all four sides of the void. They did know the story of the Sword Lord's arrival. They also knew some rumors about the Lord of Time. The first generation overlord of the Xuanyu, the Time God-King, was a truly earth-shaking figure. The Time God-King, the Lord of the Xuanyu, made the 8 overlords of the world afraid of him. If this time inscription is really related to the Time God-King, the Sword Lord felt the power from it and became famous all over the world, then this opportunity can be imagined. Qin Wentian quietly comprehended. He felt that the time inscription contained a great way, as if there was an inexplicable power, as unpredictable as the secret of heaven, and could not be peeked into. It was very vague. The time inscriptions on all four sides were all like this. Of course, Qin Wentian also understood that if the time inscription was so easy to comprehend, the old ghost would not be so solemn, and he deliberately introduced them to the legend of the Sword Lord's arrival. More and more people gathered here. On the ancient mountain, there were many strong men, but it was very quiet. Everyone was silently comprehending. Lua Shenli also came. She saw Qin Wentian, walked to Qin Wentian and sat down, and then began to comprehend the time inscription. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is the pinnacle event of the Xuanyu, and it is also very famous in the entire Tegu Xianyu. She came across the domain. Since she came to the 10,000 Worlds Conference by chance, she naturally wanted to take this opportunity to comprehend it. Time passed inadvertently. In Qin Wentian's perception, the time inscription was still blurry, but it was gradually clearer than before. He could vaguely feel the power in the inscription, which was wonderful and infinite. He even felt that his consciousness had entered the time inscription. Feeling in it, he seemed to be in an illusory space world. This is the world of the Great Dao. The endless rune light weaves the Great Dao between heaven and earth, which is extremely profound. What is this Dao? In the illusory space, Qin Wentian seemed to be in it. His consciousness was wandering. He could not comprehend what kind of power this was. There were all kinds of laws in the world of all laws, but he had never felt such a power. Could it be the illusory time? If it was really the Dao of time, how could he catch it? After comprehending this time inscription for a long time, Qin Wentian still did not gain anything, so he had to withdraw his consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked around. Now, several years have passed, but everyone is still very quiet, as if it was the same as when he first came. A few years is too short for the World Master, just a snap of a finger. Of course, there are also some ordinary World Masters who have nothing to gain, so they have no intention of comprehending, and can only sigh silently. Qin Wentian looked at the second stone tablet, and he found that this stone tablet could not be entered directly, not even the consciousness could enter. Just like nothingness, there was an invisible door blocking everything. He had to give up and look at the other stone tablet. This time, it was not the same as before. With his perception, his consciousness entered inside. It was still a chaotic void, mysterious and unpredictable. However, Qin Wentian compared the feeling in the two stone tablets and suddenly felt something different. So, he tried to release his power here, but found that there was nothing, and still could not comprehend the key. He withdrew again and tried to comprehend the last stone tablet. He also went in, but after that, he felt that it was extremely quiet inside, as if there was nothing, and still nothing. On the ancient mountain, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, sighed in his heart, and looked at the time inscriptions rotating on all sides. Brother Qin, can't comprehend it. Shili Chunfeng looked at him and asked. Mysterious secret sighed, as if there is some kind of wonderful power, but it can't be grasped at all. Qin Wentian shook his head and sighed. Haha, If it was that easy to comprehend, you wouldn't have become just a sword monarch. Shili Chunfeng laughed and said, "Don't worry, although I don't have much to comprehend now, since I want to become a monarch, I must be able to endure loneliness. I will continue to comprehend." Qin Wentian's face was dark, but he was used to Shili Chunfeng's shamelessness. "How do you feel?" In one direction of the ancient mountain, people from a powerful force were communicating. "Unpredictable." One person whispered. "My consciousness entered the inscription, but I couldn't feel the existence of any power. Could it be time?" Someone whispered. "It is very likely that time is invisible. In the time world where we are, the flow rate of time is different, but who can feel it? Indeed, time is a relative concept, in the invisible, extremely mysterious way." "Time, invisible," Qin Wentian murmured. "The invisible way is of course unpredictable. Therefore, although it feels wonderful, it is impossible to explain where the wonder is." "Brother, what do you feel?" A voice came into Qin Wentian's mind. It was Luo Shenli's voice. Only she would call Qin Wentian like that. King called him Brother Wentian. "My consciousness entered 3 time inscriptions. 2 of them seemed to have a mysterious power flowing. One stone tablet was extremely quiet. The inscription on the other side could not be seen through and could not be entered." Qin Wentian whispered. "So powerful, I only entered 2 of them." Luo Shenli smiled and transmitted the voice. "Brother, the first generation owner of this Zuanaiyu is the God of Time. The Time realm was also opened up by the God of Time, who has the title of the Lord of Time. If these 4 inscriptions are related to the God of Time, then you can consider it from the perspective of time. I have read the ancient books in my family. The God of Time has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, but the most basic power of the way of time is to change the speed of time. The strong people in the realm of the realm can also do this. This may be a direction." Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. Luo Shenli's words made a lot of sense. Born in the Luoshan family of the wilderness, she had a lot of experience that ordinary realm masters could not compare to. These words seemed to point directly to the core. "Let me feel the 3 inscriptions carefully again," Qin Wentian said softly. "Yes," Luo Shenli responded. In fact, she had something else to say. She also knew the primary form of the way of time, but she didn't tell Qin Wentian, because only when she comprehended it herself could it truly belong to her and she would have the chance to get the opportunity. Qin Wentian's consciousness once again entered the inscription to comprehend. This time, he was ready to temporarily give up the inscription that he couldn't enter, and treat that time inscription as the last one, starting with the other 3 time inscriptions. He tried again and again, and his consciousness kept entering different inscriptions. Finally, he relied on the power of the Immortal Sutra, and the power of the soul carried the consciousness body to enter the 3 inscriptions at the same time. For a while, the increasingly wonderful feeling, a faint feeling of clarity, seemed to gradually have a trace, and when it was in contrast, it was not invisible. Qin Wentian tried to use his ideology to send out attack power in the time inscription, slashing out sword light. In the 3 time inscriptions, the sword light had exactly the same power and speed, and he couldn't feel any difference. "Time is relative," Qin Wentian murmured. "Even if the speed of time changes, for example, if he attacks in the time world, there will be no difference from that in the outside world, because the entire space has the same speed of time. Then, if you want to make it different, you can only do it in different speeds of time." Qin Wentian had an idea in his mind. He closed his eyes, stood up, raised his hand and swung a sword directly into the void. Many people looked at Qin Wentian. This sword was plain and unpretentious, and there was nothing special about it. Many people showed doubtful looks. This sword was too ordinary, nothing special, why swing it? But in fact, Qin Wentian was deducing with a very powerful state of mind. When this sword was slashed, it seemed that a sword from the outside to the inside appeared in the 3 time inscriptions. This was an external sword. Then, a wonderful scene appeared. The sword in the first time inscription seemed to speed up, the sword in the second time inscription slowed down, and the sword in the third time inscription stopped moving. Sure enough, Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The speed of time was indeed different. It was just because time was relative, so it could not be felt without a reference. The first time inscription accelerated the flow of time, the second stone tablet slowed down the flow of time, and the third time inscription stopped the flow of time. No wonder it was so quiet, as if everything was quiet. In this case, the way of time has 3 forms: speeding up, slowing down, and stopping. Qin Wentian murmured. Is this the true meaning of the 3-time inscriptions? Then, what about the last time inscription? Although he realized that the flow speeds in the 3-time inscriptions were different, he did not have a star soul, so it was impossible for him to comprehend the power of time. Lacking the attribute power, he could not really change time. His consciousness went to the 4th-time inscription. At this moment, this time inscription did not block his consciousness from entering. The 4-time inscriptions released a dazzling brilliance, reflecting on Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt an extremely terrifying power, which even made him feel scared. He seemed to be traveling through the long river of time. At this moment, it seemed that time was changing, and the years were changing. When that feeling disappeared, everything seemed to have changed. This space had countless glorious ancient palaces, like a prosperous world. Where is this? Qin Wentian looked at all these strange things, and his heart trembled wildly. That power was too against the sky, so against the sky that he could not imagine it, as if it should not exist in the world. This is the past. A disembodied voice came, and Qin Wentian's heart trembled fiercely. This is the past. Do you know what the past is? The voice came again. The ultimate way of time, transcending the long river of time, reversing time, and returning to the past. Qin Wentian murmured, what is the past? Only transcendence. Chapter 1782. I'll wait for you in the future. Qin Wentian was very upset at the moment. Although the old ghost emphasized the extraordinariness of the time inscription to him, he never dared to imagine that the power of the avenue contained in the time inscription could actually make him go back to the past. Then, who is the author of this? The existence of the first generation of the peak of the mysterious domain, the Lord of Time. This city was named after him, and this world was his place of practice. Even in the future, the 3 overlord-level figures held the 10,000 Worlds Conference, still not in the place where the 3 overlords were, but in the city of time and the world of time. It is conceivable what kind of existence the Lord of Time is. The strong man in the realm of the World Master can control the consciousness of the heart of heaven, so what kind of power do the gods have? Transcending time and traveling through the long river of time. This was something Qin Wentian never dared to think about before, but it really happened to him. Do you know why you came to the past? The ethereal voice came from nowhere, but Qin Wentian looked very solemn. He guessed, because you comprehended the power of the time inscription and activated the power in the time inscription, you were brought here. That's one of the reasons, but how could the time inscription appear so punctually? The man smiled and said, transcending time, looking at the past, and peeping into the future. It's not that you comprehended the time inscription, but that the time inscription has been waiting for you. The time inscription is waiting for me. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. Transcending time and peeping into the past and the future is even more terrifying than the art of prophecy. Then, the reason why the Sword Lord had such an achievement was destined when he comprehended the time inscription, just because the Lord of Time can see the future. Senior, you are so capable, isn't it unparalleled in the world? Qin Wentian said softly. Haha, you are so naive. The way of the world is not as simple as you think. You can only understand it when you reach my level. I am called the Lord of Time, but can I really be unrivaled in the world? I can't make the whole world go back in time. I can't change this world either. My way is limited after all. I hope someone can surpass me and achieve true transcendence of time. The voice laughed and said. Sure enough, it was the first generation of the Lord of Xuanyu, the God of Time. Okay, time is up, you go back. The voice came, and then a beam of light hit Qin Wentian directly. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt as if something entered his body and was directly imprinted on his chest. Boom. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body trembled violently and returned to reality. He was still in the same place, on the ancient mountain, still maintaining the previous movements, as if everything was just a dream, and he had not experienced anything at all. I'll wait for you in the future. A voice seemed to travel through time and space and directly descended into the world of time. This voice was ethereal, as if it did not exist, and it was truly transmitted to everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone in the world of time trembled violently. They opened their eyes and looked into the void, but there was nothing at all, no breath, only a voice that traveled through time. Who? A powerful figure asked, and there was a wave of shock in his heart. In the world of time, there was actually such a voice. I will wait for you in the future. There was no response, and there could be no response. Qin Wentian looked at the void, and his heart was extremely shocked. In that moment just now, he actually went back to the past, and no one knew, as if he was the only one who was enveloped by the power of the time inscription and traveled through time. Then, is the Lord of Time there, the Lord of Time in the past, or the Lord of Time now? In the void, the 4 time inscriptions rotated rapidly, and then turned into 4 lights, illuminating the world of time, and then disappeared, gone. Is it Senior God-King? A powerful figure asked, but there was still no response. But when the voice came, the time inscription disappeared, and they understood that the rumor was probably true. The time inscription was really the masterpiece of the Lord of Time. The Sword Lord of that year, Jiutian, did inherit the power of the Lord of Time, so he soared into the sky and became the first swordsman in the Zuanliu. So, who is the person who has inherited the power of the Lord of Time in today's time realm? I will wait for you in the future. Who are you referring to? Sharp eyes swept through the crowd, as if looking for who had inherited the power of the Lord of Time. King Feng, is it you? An elder figure in the Samsara temple asked by King Feng, the peerless genius among them, through voice transmission. No. By King Feng replied through voice transmission, which made the elders of the Samsara temple a little disappointed, and then curious. If it wasn't by King Feng, who would it be? Is it the peerless genius of other top forces? He was not the only one who had such an idea. At this time, many people were asking the most outstanding genius world master in their own sect, but they found that none of them were. Of course, this was all telepathic communication, and no one knew the situation of others, because everyone was suspicious of others. Who has comprehended the time inscription and won the favor of the Lord of Time? A powerful figure asked. If there is such an opportunity, I believe there will be a chance to worship under the heavenly God. Everyone's heart trembled again. Yes, with the inheritance of the Lord of Time, it is very likely that another Sword Lord will come in the future. It is normal to worship under the heavenly God. I don't believe that the other party will not be tempted. However, no one still admitted it, and their eyes were all examining others. Qin Wentian certainly would not admit that he had obtained the inheritance at this time. Although the other party said so nicely that he had the opportunity to worship under the heavenly God, who knows? This matter is too important. Because he witnessed the ability of the Lord of Time with his own eyes, he suspected that even the heavenly God would covet it, so only a fool would admit it. At this time, he felt a position of his lower chest, and sure enough, there appeared something there, like a talisman bone, engraved with terrible Dao runes, just like a real Dao bone, and it seemed to be a part of his body. As long as he moved his mind, he could release the power in it. However, he didn't dare to use it at this time, worried that someone would feel the source of the power. Senior. At this time, Qin Wentian sent a voice message to Chen Xianxian in his mind. I'm here. Chen Xianxian said. The words of the Lord of Time just now were said to me. Qin Wentian said. I know that I am one with your consciousness and have experienced what happened just now. Chen Xianxian's voice was also a little uneasy. It seems that the heir of immortality is extraordinary. He is born extraordinary and is destined to have heaven-defying achievements in the future. Just now, it was a God-King figure. There is an extra talisman bone in my chest. What is that? Qin Wentian asked. Daogu, you are so lucky. Only rare people in the world have the opportunity to inherit Daogu. His ancestors must have been gods. For this to be possible, and you were given Daogu by a god. Chen Xianxian sighed. Is that so? Qin Wentian thought to himself. In this way, his luck is indeed very good. This may be Daogu, which is more precious than blood. Back then, he had heard that the ancestors of the Fighting Saint clan had their Fighting Saint bones dug out, thus cutting off the strongest inheritance. It seemed that the Fighting Saint clan once had a God-King. He also remembered that when his father died in his first life, everything on his body was stripped away. The other party wanted to take everything from him, not even his bones, flesh and blood were spared. Haha, your luck is really too good. Chen God seemed to have suddenly thought of something and laughed again. Before, we were discussing what you should choose for your 8th star soul. Although you have entered the realm of Realm Master, you have been hesitating. Now, the Dao bone is imprinted on your body, as if it was born by nature. Do you still need to consider the 8th star soul? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then he also laughed. Yes, although he had entered the realm of Realm Master before, because he first comprehended the Realm Heart and the Heavenly Heart consciousness before becoming a Realm Master, it didn't matter much even if the Star Soul was comprehended later. His consciousness once wandered in the Nine Heavens Star River, but he was always hesitant. Now there are only the last 2 star souls left, which will determine the ultimate path of his cultivation, so he is very cautious and has not communicated. Now, it seems that as Si Chenshin God said, the opportunity has come from heaven, and everything is fate. With this time Dao Bone, perhaps I don't need to rely on the star soul, I can still use the power of time attribute. Qin Wentian said. That's true. However, if there is a star soul, the attributes are stronger, and the Dao Bone is amplified, which will only make your understanding of time more powerful. The Dao of time has always been very difficult to comprehend. Such an opportunity should not be missed. I suggest you communicate with the star soul of time. Si Chenshin suggested. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded secretly. If the star soul of time, combined with other attribute powers, comprehends the consciousness of the heart of heaven and integrates into the already formed heart of the destiny world, what kind of powerful effect will it have? Tears. Qin Wentian sent a voice message to Luo Shanlei again. Brother, what's wrong? Luo Shanlei responded. The legendary first-generation god of the Zuanayu, the god of time, is there any record of him in the ancient books of the Luotian family? Qin Wentian asked. Yes, I have heard of it. The first generation of the master of the Zuanayu is equivalent to the top figures of the 3 top forces of the Zuanayu now. How powerful is he, like the person in the Zishan Yuayu? I didn't expect that he really left a relic in the world of time. Luo Shanlei said. What happened to the Lord of Time later? Qin Wentian asked. I don't know about that. There are rumors that he once transcended time, traveled to the past and future, and peeked into the past and present. There are also rumors that he pursued the ultimate way of time and controlled the long river of time. Luo Shanlei responded. If he was really the Lord of Time just now, I don't know who in Zuanayu got his chance. What kind of existence will the person he is waiting for in the future become? Will there be another Sword Lord in Zuanayu? Luo Shanlei seemed to be talking to herself. Qin Wentian smiled. Liar didn't know that the voice was talking to him. Moreover, Liar didn't expect that Liar had heard of the Sword Lord. Luo Shanlei didn't know, and no one else knew, except Qin Wentian himself. Those powerful figures looked at the crowd one by one with flickering eyes, and their immortal thoughts kept sweeping, as if they wanted to find that person. The Lord of Time was waiting for him in the future, which meant that this person would become a big figure in Zuanayu in the future, but they didn't even know who it was, nor did they know which genius world master of a transcendent power would fall on. What a pity. I almost understood it, but someone got there first. I don't know which bastard it was. Shili Chunfang cursed. Qin Wentian's face was dark, and Laoga sighed silently in his heart. Did he miss it again this time? Xiao Tian and Feng Huang were also watching the crowd, and like everyone else, they were wondering who that sentence was addressed to. Chapter 1783 Counterfeit. Just as everyone was guessing, on the ancient mountain, among the many realm masters, a young realm master in a long gown looked at Shili Chunfang and said indifferently, "Who are you calling a bastard?" Huh? As soon as this was said, all eyes were instantly focused on him. Just now, Shili Chunfang said that he didn't know which bastard had taken the lead. At this time, this young man stood up and spoke. What did he mean? Could it be? Shili Chunfang also stared at the other party with a strange look. Could it be that his curse led to the real master? Just now, a powerful figure invited him, but the other party didn't stand up, but couldn't stand his curse? Who are you? Someone asked, not too familiar with the young man in front of him. I come from the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain. The young man said calmly, and everyone saw that the long gown on his body was engraved with the sun and moon pattern. As for many powerful figures who had guessed the identity of this young man before, when they saw him say it himself, their eyes suddenly became sharp. I should have thought it might be him. How could a realm master from the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain be ignored? Who are you two, Elder Xianqi? A powerful person asked, and many people were shocked. Elder Xianqi, the master of the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain, was an extremely ancient existence. In fact, before the rise of the Sword Lord Jian Zhenlei, he was more famous than Jian Zhenlei, and his best ability was related to time. The power of time, in a sense, is not a kind of power, because time alone lacks substantial attack. However, this mysterious power has a terrible effect, especially when it is integrated with other powers to comprehend the Xiangxin consciousness. It will be even more terrible. It's my master. The young man said calmly, My name is Jiutian. I am here on behalf of the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain in this 10,000 Worlds Conference. Have you inherited the time ability of Elder Xianqi? Someone asked. Of course. Jiutian nodded. Have you comprehended the time inscription? Another powerful person asked. At this moment, this young world master who appeared in the 10,000 Worlds Conference for the first time was the focus of everyone's attention, and countless world masters were looking at him. What the Lord of Time said, "I will wait for you in the future," is it what he said to him? This Jiutian from the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain in Xuanyu is destined to become a top figure in Xuanyu in the future? 3 of the 4 time inscriptions changed the speed of time, namely, speeding up the speed of time, slowing down the speed of time, and stopping the speed of time. The last time inscription contains the strongest time power and has the power to span the past and the future. The voice of the senior time God-King just now came from the future. Jiutian talked freely, and his sun and moon robe moved with the wind, looking peerless, like the most dazzling star, attracting much attention, and destined to be extraordinary in the future. It must be said that his analysis is very close to the truth. He himself has the power of time attributes, and it is not too difficult for him to feel the change in the speed of flow in the 3 time inscriptions. As for the last inscription, it is purely his speculation based on the words of the Lord of Time, but everyone can't help but believe him, because his analysis is completely reasonable and consistent with the voice of the Time God-King. What's more, he is the only one who stood up to speak, so who else is there besides him? Qin Wentian showed a strange look, looking at the master of the realm named Jiutian. This person has an extraordinary demeanor. Even when he lies, he looks very elegant. Because no one admits it, he simply stands up to pretend. What kind of force is the Sun Moon Holy Mountain? Qin Wentian asked Shili Chunfeng through voice transmission. The Sun Moon Holy Mountain is a big force in Xuanyu. Although it is not as big as the forces like the Samsara Temple Haoshan Divine Mountain, no one dares to provoke it, because the people of the Sun Moon Holy Mountain, the old man Xianqi, are very strong. Now, the inheritance of the Time God-King has been obtained by the descendants of the Sun Moon Holy Mountain, which will undoubtedly be even more powerful. It's a pity. Shili Chunfeng said depressedly. Having an extraordinary background, and then lying about being favored by the Time God-King, it will undoubtedly help him soar to the sky, and even be favored by the giant forces, but there are also risks. Qin Wentian stared at Jiutian. This man is very courageous and scheming. Of course, Qin Wentian would not stand up and expose the other party. He was different from the other party. His background was sensitive, and he did not have a strong background in the Xuanyu. If he admitted it, he would undoubtedly put himself in a very risky environment. The outcome would depend on the mood of those top figures. He might be favored, but of course, he might be miserable. He did not forget the deeds of the ancestors of the Daoxuan Saint clan. He had the bones of the gods, which were the most precious treasures. If the other party coveted them, wouldn't he be directly dug up? But this fake Jiutian did not have such worries. He could make up other reasons and get some insights. Therefore, the two were in different situations. Since someone was willing to stand up and pretend, he was happy to wait and see. No one would notice him in the future. If he showed his time ability in the future, it would be because he also had this kind of star soul, which was not surprising. Jiutian's words made him the absolute focus of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Powerful figures from all sides came forward to congratulate, admire, and win over. At this moment, a powerful figure from a top power said with a smile, "I have met with Elder Xianqi. Your master must be happy that my nephew has achieved such success today. After the 10,000 Worlds Conference, you will have the opportunity to move to a higher level. Thank you for your words, senior." Jiutian was neither humble nor arrogant, smiling and grateful. "Just call me uncle, no need to be so polite." The powerful man smiled. "Then my nephew will obey your order." Jiutian changed his words immediately. He also knew that he should maintain good relations with all major forces at this time. This would only benefit him, so as to avoid these people from paying attention to him. "I didn't expect to have the honor to hear the voice of the God of Time, and it came from the future. The Lord of Changkong has extraordinary comprehension and will surely become a figure like the Lord of Sword in the future." Duang Huangying stepped forward and said with a smile. She was extremely charming. Not only was she talented, but she was also good at winning people's hearts. The elders around her were all confident in her work. "Little princess, you are too kind. At this age, You have already entered the realm of transcendence. Sooner or later, you will enter the realm of Realm Master. You also have a beauty that can shame the moon and the flowers. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win the heart of the little princess in the future. It is really enviable. Yu Changquang said with a smile, praising Dong Huangying's beauty, and it seemed that there was something behind his words, which made the talented young man next to Dong Huangying look at him warily. Dong Huangying's pretty face flashed a blush, which made her more charming, touching and fascinating. This woman is amazing. Just like she tried to win you over, she is now trying to win over Yu Changquang, and she has brought her beauty advantage to the fullest. With her personality, how could she blush so easily? Shili Chunfeng said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Well, Dong Huangying does have some means, and with her beauty, it is easy for people to like her. Qin Wentian responded. This Yu Changquang is also very scheming. This sentence makes people think about it. With his talent and the status of the descendant of the old man Xianqi, plus the inheritance of the Lord of Time, if he has the opportunity to become the son-in-law of Dong Huangshan again, then no one will touch him. The strong men in Zuanai will only watch him grow stronger. Shili Chunfeng said again. Qin Wentian naturally knew that he could tell how deep the other party's scheming was from the fact that he pretended to have the inheritance of the Lord of Time. Qin Wentian was thinking, if Yu Changquang really wanted to become the son-in-law of Dong Huangshan, should he remind Dong Huangying appropriately? The time inscription disappeared, and the next opportunity should not appear so soon. I will go back to practice first. Qin Wentian glanced at the lively crowd over there and said. Shili Chunfeng and the others nodded, and they didn't want to join in the fun. Liar, I'm going back first. Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission, and Luotian Lei responded, I'm going back too. With that, Qin Wentian left quietly. Compared with the liveliness over there, no one cared about his departure. After returning, Qin Wentian practiced quietly and comprehended the power of the Dao Bone. In the palace, he sealed off the space and sat with his eyes closed. An invisible force of time flowed in his chest. The whole space seemed to be filled with a different speed of time from the outside world. This Dao Bone has extraordinary time power and is extremely powerful, possessing unfathomable power. While Qin Wentian was comprehending, he tried to integrate the power of time into the heart of the world of destiny and the consciousness of the heart of heaven. In the future, he must comprehend a stronger consciousness of the heart of heaven. After he goes out, he will communicate with the martial stars and condense the star soul. The palace where Qin Wentian is very quiet, but during this period, Yu Changquang has long been famous in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, with visitors coming in an endless stream. He has become an absolute celebrity and has maintained very friendly exchanges with major top forces. Shili Chunfeng sometimes chats with Qin Wentian through voice transmission, and it turns out to be gossip news, saying that Yu Changquang is indeed plotting something and intends to show goodwill to Dong Huangying, which makes the flower protector around Dong Huangying unhappy. The two almost broke out in conflict, but were stopped by Dong Huangying. Shili Chunfeng guessed that Dong Huangying would probably give up the flower protector in the end and choose to be with Yu Changquang. After all, Yu Changquang has unlimited potential, and the God-King is waiting for him in the future. Why haven't I seen Brother Qin these days? It happened that on this day, Dong Huangying sent a message to Qin Wentian. The two sides are now considered friends. With Dong Huangying's means of winning people's hearts, it is natural to maintain this relationship from time to time. Qin Wentian took out the message crystal, hesitated a little, and then said, I heard that the little princess has been busy recently. It seems that a genius is pursuing her. Is the little princess tempted? Why, is Brother Qin jealous? Dong Huangying chuckled. The little princess has met my wife, how could I have any improper thoughts? Qin Wentian smiled and said, what do you think of Yu Changquang? A dragon among men, with unparalleled elegance and talent. Now, some people have speculated that he may become a disciple of the God of Heaven. Dong Huangying has a high opinion of Yu Changquang. But I saw that he mentioned his love when he talked to the little princess for the first time. This seems a bit inappropriate and a bit frivolous. It is still difficult to determine his character. Qin Wentian reminded. He didn't want to intervene in this matter, but since Dong Huangying said he was a friend, he had to remind him anyway. Dong Huangying on the other side showed a strange look, then laughed. Brother Qin, if you are not jealous, I would suspect that you are jealous that he stole your limelight. However, Brother Qin's 13th bell Xiangxin consciousness is blossoming, and everyone knows his talent. Even if Yu Changquang is a peerless figure, It is still difficult to conceal Brother Qin's talent. There is no need to compare. Duang Huangying seemed to be comforting Qin Wentian, telling Qin Wentian not to compare talent with Yu Changkong, thinking that Qin Wentian was a little jealous of Yu Changkong. Chapter 1784, The Three Overlords of Xuanliu. Qin Wentian was somewhat speechless. Duang Huangying even deliberately praised his talent, but he told him not to compare with Yu Changkong, obviously thinking that Yu Changkong was more outstanding, even if Qin Wentian released 13 kinds of Shanks in consciousness. In fact, Yu Changkong was indeed a person with extraordinary talent, and he had profound attainments in the way of time. Otherwise, even if he was bold, he would not dare to pretend. If his talent was not good, he would be easily exposed. Would the god of time choose a mediocre person? In recent days, Yu Changkong had also deliberately shown his talent. Many world masters in the 10,000 Worlds Conference paid attention to him, and he was in the limelight. It was no wonder that Duang Huangying would say so. Little princess, I don't mean to compare with him. I just talk about the matter. It's nothing for you to appreciate his talent, but if you want to get closer, you still need to observe his character. Qin Wentian reminded again. Okay, Brother Qin, I know this naturally. There will be opportunities later in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Brother Qin must work hard. Duang Huangying said with a smile, intentionally changing the subject, obviously not taking Qin Wentian's words too seriously. Since she deliberately didn't talk about this matter, Qin Wentian naturally couldn't keep talking about it, so he could only say, well, I hope there will be a chance, little princess. I'm going to practice, so there's no need to reply. Having said that, Qin Wentian put away the communication crystal, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had already reminded that if Duang Huangying was willing and took his words to heart, she would naturally be more alert. If she didn't take his words to heart, there was nothing he could do. That was all he had to say. He didn't even tell Shili Chunfeng and the others about obtaining the Dao bone, so naturally he couldn't tell Duang Huangying. In terms of relationship, they were much closer than Duang Huangying. Of course, this matter was a secret for him, but it didn't matter to Shili Chunfeng and the others, so it wasn't an intentional lie. Maybe, I'm overthinking it. Qin Wentian murmured. Even if Duang Huangying really ended up with Yu Changkong would not mind, considering Duang Huangying's identity, and would still treat her well. Yu Changkong herself was extremely talented, so she was a good candidate for Duang Huangying. Why was he worrying about this? The three major powers in Xuanliu were Zhuyi Shanting, Great Demon Palace, and Xianshan Mountain. Duang Huangshan was attached to Zhuyi Shanting, so its background was not small. However, if Duang Huangying imagined that Yu Changkong would challenge the gods at Xianshan Mountain like the Sword Monarch did back then, this would be unlikely. Such a demeanor was truly unparalleled. How many people in the world could have such a demeanor? Qin Wentian didn't think too much and continued to immerse himself in his practice. All the lively disputes in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. He came to the 10,000 Worlds Conference to see the masters of the various realms in the mysterious realm, broaden his horizons, and get out of this corner of the Qingchang realm. Now, in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, he met Luotian Lei, and learned that his mother's family was the Luotian family, and that his father's family was in the heavenly realm. He also saw the mysterious ability of the Lord of Time, who could glimpse the past and the future, and obtain the bones of the heavenly god. This 10,000 Worlds Conference has been a great harvest for him, and he is very satisfied. Now, in addition to practicing, he hopes to go out earlier and see his uncle who has come. Of course, the flow of time in the time realm is different from that in the outside world. Maybe a few years have passed here, but it may only be a few days outside, so there is no need to rush. On this day, the time realm suddenly vibrated, and Qin Wentian, who was practicing in the palace, felt the roar and vibration between heaven and earth. He opened his eyes, his sharpness shone, and then walked out of the palace and looked into the distance. He saw an extremely magnificent mountain falling from the sky, directly covering the previous ancient mountain. This mountain is even more majestic and impossible to climb. The ancient mountain glows all over, dazzling and dazzling. There is a crystal clear luster flowing on the ancient mountain. Heavenly God Mountain. Many people in the time realm exclaimed. This mountain has a faint shadow of the Heavenly God Mountain. Those powerful people understand that the opportunity of the Heavenly God Mountain has come, and they can enter the sacred mountain to seek opportunities. Just as many world masters were boiling, the world trembled again. The sky above the time realm was rolling with demonic power, like the doomsday world. Then, a magic platform fell from the sky and floated in the sky, revealing an invincible pressure. On this demon platform, there is a demon throne. On the throne, there is a supreme magic treasure, the armor of the demon. Next to the throne, there is a demon spear, which is overwhelming. The great demon battle platform of the great demon palace. Some people trembled wildly. They knew the significance of the arrival of this demon battle platform. The belligerence of the strong men in the great demon god palace. They have always believed in fighting power in the name of iron-blooded fighting power, and the significance of lowering a great demon god battle platform in the time realm. Everyone naturally understands that this is for the participants of the 10,000 Worlds Conference to fight. The treasures of the winners are placed next to them, which must be extremely terrifying treasures. Unfortunately, for most people, I am afraid that they can only hope for it. The treasures of the great demon god palace, even for powerful people, must be fought for. Ordinary world masters, even extraordinary world masters, have no chance. They may only go to the Heavenly God Mountain to find some opportunities. The Heavenly God Mountain and the Great Demon God Battle platform appeared one after another, and the time realm was shaken. However, all this is not over yet, because the three giant forces of the 10,000 Worlds Conference have always taken action together. Now, there is no movement in the Purple Star God Court. Just when someone had such an idea, in the vast starry sky, a brilliant light suddenly shone down, like the light of the stars. The purple star has always been known as the Emperor's Star, and it is extremely noble. At this moment, the dazzling glory of the Emperor descended from the sky, and then the light of the stars descended into the world of time. In the void, a sea of stars appeared. In the center of the sea, there were 4 stars with the brightest light. Each star was faintly interwoven into a human figure, an illusory figure, blurred. The next moment, the light of the sea of stars spread throughout the world of time, shining on every powerful person. Then, the 4 shining human-shaped stars projected the faces of the powerful people of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, but they only flashed and kept changing. Many people looked at this strange scene. Could it be that the appearance of each world master would be projected into the sea of stars? This was not the case. When the light in the sea of stars shone on many people, it flashed and did not imprint their appearance on the sea of stars in the sky. Only when the light passed over some young genius world masters, the human-shaped stars would show their faces. Qin Wentian, who was standing in the palace, naturally did not escape the brilliance of the Jiutian. When the brilliance fell on him, his face flashed in the void. Then, he felt a ray of starlight shining on him. It seemed that there was a mysterious power calling him to go to the Jiutian. What a magical power! Qin Wentian thought to himself. Behind the Jiutian mountain, the great demon god battle arena, and the Jiutian, there are 3 major forces, the top forces of the Zuanyu, Jiutian mountain, the great demon god palace, and the Zhuyi divine court. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is a grand event at the top of the Zuanyu, so how can the 3 giants of the Zuanyu be missing? This is also the source of the appeal of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Countless World Master level figures came from all over the Zuanyu to participate in this grand event. Brother, I saw you. The voice of Luo Shanlai sounded in Qin Wentian's mind. I also saw you, flashing in the Jiutian. Qin Wentian took out the communication crystal and said, "It seems that in this 10,000 Worlds Conference, the Purple Star Divine Court still favors the younger generation of genius world masters. Their targeting is very obvious, excluding the old generation of world masters. In this Jiutian, 4 human-shaped phantoms are intertwined, which means that the 4 most outstanding people may be selected from the geniuses, and they may have the opportunity to worship in the Purple Star Divine Court." Luo Shanlai guessed, "Brother, if you participate, it should be no problem. You will definitely be able to worship in the Purple Star Divine Court." Worship in the Purple Star Divine Court. Qin Wentian murmured. For some reason, he did not have such an idea about the giant forces in the Zuanyu. Perhaps it was because he had obtained the immortal inheritance, or perhaps it was because he did not trust those giant forces. He still respected those higher-ranking forces and strong people, but respect did not mean trust. To him, they were completely unfamiliar forces. It was naturally difficult to trust them without understanding them. What's more, the hatred he carried might involve the Xianyu Xianxian clan. The Great Demon God Palace is still as overbearing and direct as before. They provide the Great Demon God Battle Arena, where you can fight to the death, The rewards are ready and are waiting for you to take them. It is the usual practice of the great demon god palace. Lucian Lei chuckled and said, Tianshan Mountain still likes these imaginary things. No wonder it ranks last among the 3 giants in Zuanliu. But you can go in and see what's inside. Tears, do you think I should join a certain Tianshan force? Qin Wentian suddenly asked. Over there, Lucian Lei was silent. Qin Wentian's situation was very complicated, and no one knew it better than her. On the Lucian side, if they were of one mind, it would be easy to deal with. Brother could go directly to Lucian, but Lucian had different views on what happened back then. If Qin Wentian went to Lucian, she didn't know whether it was good or bad. And over there, she knew how powerful Qin Wentian's enemies were. The 3 overlords of Zuanai would never stand up for Qin Wentian and fight against them. Therefore, Lucian Lei didn't know how to answer this sentence for a while. After a long silence, she responded, Brother, you decide for yourself. Anyway, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Well, okay. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Although he didn't ask Lucian Lei about the situation of the Lucian family, he could vaguely guess a little in his heart. Of course, everything needs to be asked after seeing his uncle. In this 10,000 Worlds conference, will he shine his own light? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1785 The Eighth Martial Star. Qin Wentian was still wondering whether to show his edge, when he saw that someone had already started to act. A figure turned into a beam of light and descended directly into the Xingxiu Sea laid out by the Zhuyi Divine Court. This person was seen wearing a sun and moon robe moving with the wind, and the light of the stars surrounded his body, dazzling. It was Yu Changkong, the disciple of Xianxi, elder of the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain. He seemed to be impatient. What was the ultimate purpose of pretending to have obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Time and maintaining good relations with major forces? There is no doubt that it was to enter the highest level of power in the Zuanai, or even to worship under the God of Heaven. The Great Demon Palace was not suitable for him. The Xianxin Mountain was faintly at a disadvantage among the 3 giants. The Zhuyi Divine Court was undoubtedly the first choice. Now, it happened that the Zhuyi Divine Court arranged the Xingxiu Sea and shone on the young Xianjiao figure. This was simply a godsend. How could he miss it? When he descended on the Xingxiu Sea, a star figure gradually transformed into his figure, like the Lord of the Stars. Bai Qingfang from the Samsara Temple and Li Xiao from Haoshan Mountain flashed and occupied 1 star. When the young genius next to Dong Huangying saw Yu Changkong take action, he also wanted to compete, and his figure also flashed and occupied 1 star. In just an instant, the 4 stars of the Xingxiu Sea all appeared and were occupied. But the glory of the Xingxiu Sea over there did not disappear, and it continued to shine on the many young geniuses in the Time Realm, as if calling them to challenge the position of the Lord of the Star. Yu Changkong is really worthy of the responsibility. Xiao seems a little impatient. It seems that jealousy hurts people. On the Donghuangshan side, an old generation of the World Master spoke up. He is Dong Huangying's elder and naturally knows Xiao's thoughts. The young man is called Xiao, and he is a disciple of one of his good friends. This friend is also an extremely extraordinary hermit who retreats from the world and practices in his Donghuangshan. Xiao is a good kid, but he can't help but get impatient when he encounters Xiao Ying's problem. The 4-star master positions are likely to be crowded with contenders. If he goes out and occupies 1 now, it will be difficult for him to keep it until the end. Too many world masters from major forces are eyeing him covetously. An old man nearby said, Yu Changkong, on the other hand, is still confident. I wonder if he can occupy the star god position forever. Let the young people fight for the purple star divine court. As for the great demon god battle arena, the 2 magic weapons on the Demon King's throne may be extremely powerful divine weapons. Do you want to fight for it? It's even more difficult. The strong man of Donghuangshan's eyes flickered, and there was a faint edge shooting out. The powerful figures of the top forces are all here. It is so difficult to compete for the number 1 position on the great demon god battle arena. Many old guys haven't had a fight for many years. A person next to him said with a smile, but if they lose, it will be embarrassing. This great demon palace is really direct. It doesn't give any face to the powerful people. It should be more secretive. Everyone saw the defeat. The Xiao family will definitely fight for it. The ruling family of Jiutian, the Xiao family, is attached to the Great Demon Palace. In fact, this 10,000 Worlds Conference is also a battle between the three giant forces. On the Xianshan Mountain, many people walked towards the ancient mountain and entered it. It seems that there is an opportunity in the ancient mountain. Qin Wentian sat there quietly watching all this. Shili Chunfeng looked over here and said, "Among us, only Wentian can compete for the position of the Star Master. I'm afraid we can only go to Xianshan Mountain. Because of their age, they have nothing to do with the star position in Zhuyi Divine Court. The light does not fall on them. They can compete for the Great Demon God Battle Arena. The only choice is Xianshan Mountain. Wentian, which constellation do you want to fight for? How about Yu Changquang's constellation?" Xiao Tian looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. "I won't fight anymore." Qin Wentian responded with a smile. He had already made up his mind. He would not fight. He would just watch the excitement of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. The purpose of coming to the 10,000 Worlds Conference this time was to broaden his horizons. Even if he waited and watched, it would still be very exciting. What's more, he had already gained a lot this time. If he fought again, he would inevitably enter the vision of the giant forces. If the giant forces invited him at that time, would he agree or refuse? He was in a dilemma. Not fighting. Several people looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. This guy was really open-minded. However, everyone had their own ambitions, so they would not say much. They just felt it was a pity. Qin Wentian had a chance to fight. He had a strong talent and his fighting power had never fully erupted. He might not be able to fight against the top forces. "Brother, it seems that you have made a decision." Luo Shen smiled and transmitted the voice. "Yes." Qin Wentian responded with a voice transmission, and had decided to give up this opportunity. At this time, someone had already flashed and challenged the position of the Star Master arranged by the Purple Star Divine Court. This person was also a Xianjia Realm Master of a top force. He challenged the position of the Star Master occupied by Li Xiao. Li Xiao was a disciple of Haoshan Divine Mountain. Haoshan Divine Mountain used to be a divine force, but now it has fallen. He wanted to see how strong Li Xiao was. The space of the Star Sea is very large, just like the Star World. The 4 star regions are like a vast world. It can support a battle of the strong at the level of the Realm Master. How could the Purple Star Divine Court not be able to do this? When the strong man entered the star space occupied by Li Xiao's realm heart enveloped him, and a door of the world appeared. From it, the fierce Haoshan god power gushed out, like a flash of prehistoric lightning, to smash everything. The strong man who challenged felt its power and his expression changed again and again, but Li Xiao must use someone to establish this prestige in the first battle. It was a humiliation for him to be the first disciple of Haoshan Divine Mountain to be challenged. The gates of the world descended with lightning of divine punishment, like chains of nothingness, directly descending on the challenger, smashing his body to pieces, and scattering his soul. Boom. Below, a powerful person from a large force rushed out with a fierce aura, looking coldly at Li Xiao in the Xingxiu Sea. Someone said angrily, "Li Xiao, you are so cruel." Li Xiao glanced at the bottom indifferently. He did not speak, but heard a strong man from Haoshan Mountain say, "With such strength, it is embarrassing to go up, and you still want to occupy the position of a star host. What's the point of not killing him? You are cruel." The other strong man said coldly. As soon as he came up, he was full of anger. It seems that the strong men from all sides are determined to win the 4 major star host positions. Next, someone challenged Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's strength was also extraordinary and defeated the challenger. Another person went up to fight for Yu Changquang's position as the Star Master. After Yu Changquang released his world heart, a terrible sense of desolation was released, as if moonlight was falling down, directly imprisoning the person's body and making it unable to move, as if the person's body was frozen in place. Then a terrible beam of light flashed, so fast that it was difficult for the immortal mind to catch it, and directly left a bloodline on the opponent's neck, but did not kill him. "Thank you." Yu Changquang seemed to be extraordinary, and said with a cupped hand, extremely humble and polite. "A true dragon was born in the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain, and I am convinced that it was defeated by you." The Xianjiao figure cupped his hands and said, "Yu Changquang, who could have killed him directly, but showed mercy, naturally gained his favor." Seeing this scene, The strong man of Donghuangshan nodded. The dragon among men, the disciple of Xianxi Laoren, who entered the world, was low-key and unknown before, until he made a big splash. The battle here was very exciting, but no one went up to the great demon god battle stage. Obviously, those powerful people had some reservations. Tears, I'm going back first. Qin Wentian sent a voice transmission. Don't you want to watch it? Luotian said in tears. I should be able to see it in my palace. Qin Wentian smiled, and then left silently, but it didn't attract much attention. Now, everyone's eyes are on the Xingxiu. After returning to the palace, Qin Wentian closed his eyes to practice, and his perception soared up to the Nine Heavens galaxy. The time realm is a very special place. Although it seems to be isolated from the outside world and has a different time flow rate, it does not isolate the Nine Heavens galaxy. In other words, the Nine Heavens galaxy is very wonderful, and many closed places cannot be isolated. Now, the battle over there is fierce, and no one will pay attention to him. It's just the right opportunity to communicate with the eighth Wuming star. The Nine Heavens galaxy, with endless starlight falling down, is magnificent. Qin Wentian's consciousness continued to move upwards, directly reaching the top of the eighth heaven. An indescribable huge pressure suddenly descended, like the might of heaven, inviolable. But Qin Wentian still insisted on impacting upwards. The 7 star souls he already possessed all came from the eighth heaven, and with the 8th star soul, he hoped to be able to reach the 9th heaven. Boom! The extremely strong pressure oppressed his consciousness. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth, endured the pressure, and continued to sprint. A might of heaven descended, directly destroying his consciousness, causing his true body in the world of time to groan. However, he did not give up, but repeatedly impacted. Finally, after many days, his consciousness rushed into the 9th galaxy. Here, there were only a few martial stars, which seemed to be very far apart, and each galaxy was extremely dazzling. Time. Qin Wentian had already realized the power of the time attribute. His consciousness was searching directly, bearing unparalleled pressure. His consciousness drifted to a long river of illusory stars. This Wuming star was like a long river, penetrating the 9 heavens and flowing down continuously. Qin Wentian's consciousness rushed directly into the long river and attached to it. The next moment, the long river flowed from the 9 heavens down, penetrating the heaven and earth. A ray of light from the long river of stars fell directly into the world of time and descended on Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, even though everyone's attention was attracted by the Xingxiu and the great demon god battle platform, there were still people with strong perception who cast their eyes in the direction of the palace where Qin Wentian was. There was a strong power of stars there. Above the sky, there seemed to be a ray of starlight penetrating the heaven and earth. Chapter 1786 Active Provocation. Some powerful figures who were watching the battle looked towards the palace where Qin Wentian was. They could sense the power of the stars that fell from the sky, which was very strong. Someone actually communicated with a martial star to cast the star soul. They all seemed a little surprised. In the world of time, they obviously did not think that someone had stepped into the heavenly god. It should be the 8th star soul of the realm master. The powerful immortal thoughts enveloped, ignoring the distance in space. The immortal thoughts of several powerful figures fell directly into the palace where Qin Wentian was. Qin Wentian did not show his newly cast star soul at this time, but opened his eyes, stood up, and felt the immortal thoughts falling on him. He secretly sighed at the strength of these people. His immortal thoughts could not cross such a long distance, but fortunately, there were not many immortal thoughts, and they were only those of the big figures. It's him. After seeing Qin Wentian, many people were surprised. Before, Qin Wentian had released 13 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness and killed Longyun Mansion's genius realm master Longyun Haoyu in seconds. Of course, they knew him. But such an extraordinary genius realm master, he had not yet communicated with the 8th star soul. What does it mean until now? It means that Qin Wentian has not been in the realm of realm master for long. Moreover, the newly communicated martial life star attribute power has not been integrated into the 13 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. Once he enters the realm master, he will be extraordinary. They naturally understand what this means. It means that Qin Wentian may directly comprehend the realm heart first, achieve the extraordinary realm heart, and then deduce the heavenly heart consciousness. In this way, he comprehended so many heavenly heart consciousnesses not to waste time pursuing quantity, but to pursue the comprehension of the extraordinary realm heart. Yu Changkong, who was occupying a star host position in Xingxiu, also condensed his expression slightly and looked into the distance. Just now, he felt a familiar power, that is, the power of time. After practicing to their realm, the perception is very sharp and there is no mistake. At this time, the power of time descended from the sky. Yu Changkong could not help but think of some things. After all, only he knew that the Lord of Time said that he would wait for him in the future, but he was not talking to him. Now everyone thought it was him and was no longer curious. But he, the fake one, wanted to know who was the real person who inherited the Lord of Time. He wanted to find him out. Otherwise, he always felt that he was being stared at and was very uncomfortable. That person must be mocking him secretly. He didn't know when he would be exposed. This was a hidden danger for him. What's wrong? Someone asked when he saw the strange expression of the powerful people around him. Nothing, it's just that the young master who released the 13 kinds of Science and consciousness just communicated with a martial star and forged the star soul. The man whispered. What, isn't he already an extraordinary master, and he just communicated with the 8th martial star? Someone showed a strange look. Well, it seems that this person is really talented. The powerful man nodded, and many people discussed in a small circle. Soon, many people knew about it. In the direction of Donghuangshan, a powerful person from the Donghuang clan said to Donghuangying, "You have a good vision. That King Chang realm master has just communicated with the 8th martial star. He will also have extraordinary achievements in the future and may have a place in Zuanayu. Zuanayu is so big. Having a place in Zuanayu means that he will become the top powerful realm master. This evaluation is already very high. That's natural," Donghuangying said with a smile. However, compared with Yu Changkong who inherited the Lord of Time, he is still a little inferior. Yu Changkong will have the opportunity to be on par with the Lord of Sword in the future. Try to maintain a good relationship. The powerful person said softly. I know. Donghuangying nodded, and Xiaoyu beside him flashed a lonely look. He was the first to go out and occupy one of the 4-star master positions like Yu Changkong, but later, he was defeated, expelled, and occupied by others. Yu Changkong, however, is still there, dazzling and unparalleled in talent. Not only that, among the 4 people who initially occupied the 4 major star positions, only he was kicked out. Yu Changkong, Bai Qingfeng, and Li Xiao still occupied 1 seat each. Qin Wentian knew that several immortal thoughts descended where he was, and then retreated one after another. However, a shadow condensed above the palace. It was the old man from the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. He looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and said, I didn't expect that you have just communicated with the 8th martial star. Such a strong star fluctuation should be a higher level martial star. Can I ask what attribute it is? Replying to the senior, it is the time attribute. Qin Wentian responded. This is not a secret. Sooner or later, he will use the power of the time attribute. Now that he admits it frankly, others will not have any doubts. Time, a very strong attribute ability, but it is also extremely difficult to comprehend. I didn't expect you to choose time. The old man murmured. Qin Wentian smiled and said, I heard about the rumors about the god of time. I also saw the 4 time inscriptions appearing before. I know that the god of time is the supreme power who can travel to the past and the future. I have respect for him, so I also want to comprehend the power of time. No wonder you don't even pay attention to the most exciting moments of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, but practice here. The old man smiled and shook his head. The position of the 4-star masters of the Xingxiu, don't you want to fight for a place? The 10,000 Worlds Conference is full of powerful people, countless Xianjia world masters. I just want to watch. Qin Wentian has already decided not to participate in it, so as not to attract the attention of various forces, especially the 3 giant forces. Your temperament. The old man shook his head speechlessly, and then his figure gradually became illusory and disappeared. After he left, many people came here, including Mo Qingcheng, Kinger, Bei Mingyu Wang and others. Many people smiled. Qin Wentian finally communicated with the 8th star soul, and it was actually the time attribute. Such an extraordinary star soul was very rare. They had never felt such a martial star soul in the 9 heavens galaxy. It should be very high above the galaxy, but they had not touched it. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Wentian saw the eyes of everyone and couldn't help but shrugged and smiled. Brother Wentian, you have comprehended the power of the time attribute. Can you also create a world in the future, just like the time world, to change the speed of time? In this way, we can save a lot of time when practicing in it. Bai Qing laughed softly. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at her and said, I just communicated with a martial star soul. How can it be so amazing? Bai Qing heard a giggle and looked at Brother Wentian, who was becoming more and more outstanding. Do you want to go to the 10,000 Worlds Conference? Now the Purple Star Divine Court, the Great Demon God Palace and the Heavenly God Mountain have all had opportunities. It is very lively, and there are many powerful people fighting. Although I can't participate, I can take you to see it. Qin Wentian said. With him around, there is no need to worry about the others encountering any accidents. The Longitan Mansion is afraid of liar and dare not act rashly. He has no other enemies. Okay, I just want to go there to see it. The Southern Phoenix Queen said softly. She was very interested in the battles before the extraordinary Realm Masters, but she couldn't take the initiative to let Qin Wentian take her there. Now that Qin Wentian is going further and further, she also wants to enter the Realm Master realm as soon as possible. Many people nodded in agreement. Qin Wentian smiled and took everyone to the central land of the Time Realm. He sat down in an uninhabited place not far from the Heavenly God Mountain in the Time Realm and watched quietly. King Chang Realm Master. Many people looked towards Qin Wentian. They already knew that just now, Qin Wentian had communicated with him about the 8th martial star after he entered the realm of Realm Master. Many people looked at him differently. The eyes of Longitan Mansion were naturally a little cold. The more outstanding Qin Wentian was, the more unhappy they were. However, Qin Wentian and his group were very low-key. They just watched the battles on the Great Demon God battle stage and the Star Sea. Whether it was the battles between powerful warriors or young Xianjia Realm Masters, they were all so powerful that they were breathtaking, especially on the Great Demon God battle stage. The scene was too terrifying. However, it was difficult to see a battle on that battle stage for several days. After some time, Shili Chunfeng, Lao Gia and the other 4 came out of Xianshan Mountain together. When they saw Qin Wentian, who was in a remote corner, they immediately came over and asked, Are you really not going to participate? Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. What did you gain in Xianshan Mountain? There are many good things in it that can be comprehended, and some gains, but it is definitely not as good as the last person who occupies the 4-star host position in Xingxiusi and the strongest person on the Great Demon God battle stage. Shili Chunfeng said. Of course. You all came out. Dong Huangying also came over here, looking at everyone with a smile, and then said to Qin Wentian, Brother Qin, the light of the stars fell on you, why don't you go up and fight? He goes to challenge you Chang Kong, so who do you hope will win? Shili Chunfeng looked at Dong Huangying with interest and asked. I'm happy whoever wins. Dong Huangying smiled. Really? Shili Chunfeng looked at Dong Huangying with a smile. He was a little skeptical. King Chang Realm Master. At this moment, a voice came from the host position of Xingxiusi in the void. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and then showed a strange look. The person who spoke was Yu Changquang. I saw the Lord of King Chang Realm display 13 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness before. Now that the light of the stars has also fallen on Brother Qin, why don't you come up and have a fight? Yu Changquang challenged Qin Wentian from a distance. Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, and his expression became more and more strange. Yu Changquang didn't know him, right? Why did he take the initiative to provoke him? Dong Huangying was also stunned for a while, and then glared at Yu Changquang in the void with anger, and said, Brother Qin has no intention of participating, what are you doing? She thought that Yu Changquang challenged Qin Wentian because of her. If he hadn't been paying attention to her, how could Yu Changquang speak when they were talking about this? Obviously, Yu Changquang heard their conversation. Yu Changquang was indeed paying attention to this side. Of course, the person he was paying attention to was not her, but Qin Wentian. It was just because he had learned from the previous conversations of the people below that the person who communicated with the 8th martial star was Qin Wentian. That was a martial star with the attribute of time, plus his 13 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. So, would the person that the god of time was waiting for be the Lord of King Chang Realm? This possibility is very high. Of course, Yu Changquang was the only one who thought this way, everyone else still thought it was him. Chapter 1787 God-Feeding Talent. Qin Wentian was a little confused. Did Yu Changquang provoke him to show himself in front of Dong Huangying? It's someone else who wants you to go up. Shili Chunfeng said with a smile. Xiao Yuan and the others looked at Yu Changquang. This person was indeed outstanding, but he always made them feel a little hypocritical. He had been hiding himself in the past. Once he gained power, he instantly attached himself to various forces and flirted with Dong Huangying. He was a little scheming. Now, he wanted to step on Qin Wentian and show himself in front of Dong Huangying. However, although Dong Huangying is beautiful, Qin Wentian has no feelings for her, and naturally will not do such a jealous thing. He glanced at Yu Changquang in the void and said with a smile, "No need, I'll just take a look. Little princess, I proposed to compete with Brother Qin only because I admired his previous style, and I had no other intention. No matter who wins or loses, it is hard to hide their charm." Yu Changquang explained to Dong Huangying, then looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. "Brother Qin is so talented that he doesn't show it, isn't it a pity? If so, Brother Qin, you can consider it. It is indeed as he said, no matter win or lose, it is hard to hide his charm." Dong Huangying smiled and said, "You are all my friends, I won't interfere. Why does it sound weird? No matter win or lose, it is hard to hide your charm. Is this to comfort Brother Qin? Why does it feel like he will lose?" Shili Chunfeng said a little depressed. Qin Wentian smiled indifferently and said, "Since victory or defeat cannot hide your elegance, why bother to fight?" Since he had made the decision not to participate in the war, he would not participate. Once he participated, it would inevitably attract the attention of Zhuyi Divine Court. At that time, he would not know whether he could escape unscathed. At that time, if Zhuyi Divine Court summoned him, would he go or not? What a pity, I still want to have a discussion with Brother Qin. Yu Changquang behaved politely. If Qin Wentian had not known that he had pretended to admit that he had obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Time, he would really believe that he was a gentleman. Now, the more Yu Changquang acted like this, the more he felt that this person was hypocritical. Unfortunately, it was useless for him to remind Dong Huangying. Dong Huangying had an extraordinary life experience. As the little princess of the Donghuang family, it was conceivable that she was noble. She had seen countless Xianjiao, many of whom flattered her. Now, seeing Yu Changquang, a proud son of the emperor, it was natural that she was moved. Just when Qin Wentian thought that the matter was over, Yu Changquang's eyes slowly turned and fell on another person, then smiled and said, "Among the crowd of the 10,000 Worlds Conference today, the person I want to challenge the most is not Brother Qin, but a guest from afar." Everyone looked at Yu Changquang after hearing what he said. "Yu Changquang, who do you want to challenge? I still admire the Luotian clan of the wilderness. I didn't expect to see guests from the Luotian clan of the wilderness at the 10,000 Worlds Conference. The stars of the Purple Star Divine Court are blooming. I saw that the Luotian clan had a goddess entering the world, with a dazzling halo and shrouded by the light of the stars. I wanted to learn from them and admire the style of the Luotian clan." Yu Changquang spoke slowly, and his eyes were fixed on Luotian tears of the Luotian clan. Luotian tears was also shrouded by the light of the stars, and she also had the qualifications to participate in the Battle of the Stars. Yu Changquang's words were still polite, praising the goddess Luotian tears for entering the world, admiring the style of the Luotian clan, and proposing a challenge. But there is another meaning in these polite words. Luotian clan is the top power from the wilderness territory and is a powerful foreign dragon. If Yu Changquang is selected by Zhuyi Divine Court in the future, he will represent Zhuyi Divine Court. If he can defeat the other party, wouldn't he have a greater hope of being favored by the strong men of Zhuyi Divine Court? This move is full of meaning. Using Luotian clan to elevate himself. It is no longer a secret that Luotian clan from the wilderness territory appeared in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. When Luotian tears threatened Qin Mansion, this matter could not be concealed. Those bigwigs already knew about it, but they pretended not to know. After all, if they knew, how should they treat Luotian clan? Even though they are the top power in Xuanyu territory, they still do not have the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with the Luotian clan. If they are asked to be arrogant, they do not have the courage to do so, and it is even more impossible to be servile. What would the three dominant forces in Xuanyu territory think? After all, this is the 10,000 Worlds Conference of Xuanyu territory, and Luotian clan is from the wilderness territory. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. After Yu Changquang challenged him, he also challenged Lu Shenli. What does this mean? Qin Wentian certainly understood. Although no one mentioned Luotian's affairs, it should not be a secret that Lu Shenli helped him. Someone with a heart would know. So, Did Yu Changquang know about this matter? If Yu Changquang knew, was there another deep meaning behind his challenge to Luo Shenlei, targeting him? Regardless of whether there was, Yu Changquang made Qin Wentian feel more and more insidious. Luo Shenlei was also stunned. Obviously, she did not expect someone to challenge her. She came to Zuanayu not for the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Of course, she did not want to participate in the star battle created by Zhuai Shenting. It was enough to just come here to see how strong the many world masters in Zuanayu were. She had always been very low-key. Only when she helped Qin Wentian did she expose Lucian's identity. Yu Changquang's words seemed to make everything clear in an instant. Moreover, his seemingly polite words seemed to put himself in the position of Zuanayu, as if this battle was not just a personal battle, but also a battle between the geniuses of Zuanayu and the Lucian clan in the wilderness. She looked at Yu Changquang with her beautiful eyes. This man was very scheming. "Miss, we don't need to fight, just find an excuse," the old man next to her said in a voice transmission. Although Yu Changquang was scheming, his strength had been proven and he was very strong. Miss was still young and there was no need to participate in such a battle of wills. However, Luo Shenlei seemed not to hear his words. Her beautiful eyes were still looking at Yu Changquang. Since the other party said so, could she still refuse to fight? Would Lucian clan be labeled as a coward? "I am not a goddess. I am just an ordinary member of the Lucian clan. I cannot represent the Lucian clan's geniuses. But since you want to compete with me, I will accept the challenge. I have practiced for more than 400 years, but I have never fought against the top geniuses in the Zuanayu." Luo Shenlei spoke slowly, even revealing her age, which made many people secretly shocked. Such a terrible talent for practice, worthy of being from the Lucian clan in the wilderness. She deliberately described herself as ordinary, naturally not wanting to rise to the level of representing the Lucian clan. Otherwise, if she lost, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for the Lucian clan? Many powerful figures nodded secretly. This genius woman of the Lucian clan was also extraordinary and thoughtful. It is a great honor to be able to fight with a goddess of the Lucian clan. "Please." Yu Changquang still looked elegant and said with a smile. Luo Shenlei's figure flashed and flew towards the void. Soon, she landed in the boundless star world in the sea of stars. The light of the stars surrounded her body. She was already extremely beautiful, and she looked like a goddess descending from heaven. At this moment, it seemed as if all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered on her. "I heard that Lucian is the god of all monsters, and all monsters obey her. She has a very strong talent and ability to feed the gods. Today, I finally have the honor to experience it," Yu Changquang said. Obviously, he knew Lucian quite well and even knew the talent of feeding the gods. "Although I have entered the realm of Realm Master, my foundation is not stable, and it has been a short time since I broke through the realm. I can't really use my talent. If you have the opportunity to learn from the real genius of our clan in the future, you will know my talent. However, you may not be qualified for this," Luo Shenlei said calmly. "Haha." Yu Changquang laughed and said, "Then I will wait and see. Today, I will see the style of the goddess for a while. Please." Luo Shenlei didn't say anything else. Her long hair was flying and her body was shining, like a real goddess. She was covered with a layer of sacred light. Her aura was rising wildly. A dazzling picture of the demon god appeared in the space of the stars, wrapping her body in it. The demon god picture contained all the holy beasts, and the momentum was terrible. "My world heart, the light of the moon god," Yu Changquang said. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the world heart and the consciousness of the destiny heart was released. A desolate breath of the moon descended and shot directly to the space where Luo Shenlei was. The light was sprinkled and directly locked Luo Shenlei's body. In the heart field, an invisible and powerful confinement force was born, and everything would be unable to move. This has exceeded the scope of the so-called space confinement. In the other party's world heart, everything seemed to be still. Luo Shenlei felt that she wanted to move, but a terrible force was sucking her body. The invisible light kept descending on her. Every light was like a confinement force, locking her firmly. Buzz! A beam of light shot out, faster than lightning, and shot directly at Luo Shenlei. Luo Shenlei's eyes shone with brilliance, and in an instant, a huge divine turtle appeared, spitting out a terrible light curtain, turning into an extremely strong protective force. The light of the moon god descended, constantly falling on the divine turtle, and was about to imprison the divine turtle's figure. Luo Shenlei's expression did not change, and with a loud roar, another terrible phoenix appeared in the heart of the world, exhaling at Yu Changquang. Yu Changquang's body disappeared directly on the spot, and a wisp of ash appeared in the space where he was. In another place, a place on Yu Changquang's sleeve was burned to nothingness. Luotian's talent for defeating gods is indeed well deserved. Yu Changquang spoke slowly, and another snake appeared in front of him. At this moment, his body seemed to be turned into an ice sculpture and was directly frozen. The entire space was wrapped in the demon god scroll, and great demons kept appearing. Every sacred beast in the scroll seemed to be able to fight for Luo Shenlei, and they all had their own demon heart consciousness power, which meant that Luo Shenlei could use many kinds of heart consciousness. This was Luotian's god-feeding talent, which was very terrifying. Everyone around was amazed. Luo Shenlei had only practiced for more than 400 years. If she became stronger in the future, her god-feeding talent would become more and more powerful. Chapter 1788, Different Principles, Different Aspirations. It is rumored that when the god of feeding of Luotian clan's talent is cultivated to a powerful level, it can summon all demon gods to descend to the world, and all demons will protect the law. How terrible it would be at that time. Moreover, everyone's god of feeding talent is different, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring super strong comprehension. The so-called god of feeding is the god of feeding demons. The strength of each god of feeding depends on the master's cultivation talent. It has not been long since Luo Shenlei entered the realm of the master of the realm. Although he has the talent of god of feeding, which is very powerful, his realm heart is still weak. His body is imprisoned, as if it is absorbed by the light and cannot move. If he was not born extraordinary and has innate advantages, he would have been defeated long ago. I heard that the cultivation of the god of feeding talent takes a very long time. Each god of feeding needs to rely on the master's comprehension. Although the goddess has extraordinary talent, her cultivation is still weak. Although these gods of feeding have the consciousness of the heart of heaven, they are all a little weak. Yu Changquang's voice sounded in the void, light and gentle. At this moment, Yu Changquang's body released an extremely bright light, and the entire void was filled with a strong moonlight, desolate and indifferent. With Yu Changquang's body as the absolute center, the entire void was in a state of stillness at this moment, and the feeding gods were also shrouded by the moonlight and could not move. Suppression by the boundary heart. Everyone saw the scene and said in secret. Yu Changquang obviously had an absolute advantage in the boundary heart when facing Luo Shenlei. The boundary heart could crush Luo Shenlei, and the outcome of the battle seemed to be doomed. "I'm sorry," Yu Changquang said, and he waved his hand casually. The feeding gods in the void exploded directly, and could not stop his extremely domineering attack power at all. Luo Shenlei wanted to retreat, but she found that she was in an invisible prison. It seemed that she was the only one in the world, imprisoned in that absolute power. "Stop." At this time, a shout came from below, and then Luo Shenlei groaned, and a beam of light directly hit her body, penetrated into her, and made her spit out blood in the void. The old man from the Luotian clan flashed and came to her side, but Luo Shenlei waved his hand to stop him, and looked at Yu Changquang with a slightly cold expression. The Luotian clan of the wilderness, after seeing it today, it seems that they are just so-so. I hope to have the opportunity to meet stronger people. Yu Changquang spoke lightly. With the power of defeating the Xianjia realm master of the Luotian clan of the wilderness, he was even more dazzling and dazzling. Moreover, he was uncharacteristically arrogant, and there was a hint of contempt for the Luotian clan in his tone. Before, Yu Changquang would show mercy when fighting with the Xianjia of other major forces in the Zuanyu, and would not hurt the other party in the end. Now, facing the Luotian clan of the wilderness, he went against his usual behavior and injured Luo Shenlei, and said that the Luotian clan was just so-so. Someone saw the scene and said in his heart. But they soon understood that Yu Changquang was trying to win the favor of Zuyi Divine Court. If he was accepted into Zuyi Divine Court, it would be a great honor for a disciple of Zuyi Divine Court who had not yet entered the sect to defeat the Xianjia of the Luotian clan in the wilderness. In this way, it would not offend the Luotian clan. Although the Luotian clan would be very unhappy, it was impossible for the Luotian clan to retaliate for this in a formal competition. Such a transcendent force could not afford to lose this person. It was possible to let the genius world master of the young generation to get back at the scene. Luo Shenlei heard Yu Changquang's words with a cold expression. This was intentionally using her to elevate herself. She had been emphasizing the Luotian clan. Although she knew that this might be the outcome, It was still impossible for her to avoid fighting. The other party had named the Luotian clan. Even if they lost, they had to fight. This was an attitude. At this time, Qin Wentian's eyes were particularly cold. Looking at Yu Changquang in the void, a chill permeated his body. Even the genius of the Luotian clan was easily defeated. Yu Changquang's talent is simply unparalleled. Dong Huangying said softly, and her beautiful eyes looked at the figure in the void with a strange light. Just a shameless villain. Qin Wentian said indifferently. His words made Dong Huangying, who was immersed in joy beside him, stagnate. She turned her head and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin, I know that the fairy of the Luotian clan helped you, but Yu Changquang defeated him fair and square. You don't need to insult him like this." Yu Changquang seemed to have heard Qin Wentian's voice. He looked over here and smiled at Qin Wentian. "Brother Qin, why are you slandering me? Brother, have you forgotten our agreement? If you lose, you lose. You don't have to stand up for me." Luo Shenlui's voice came. She didn't want people to know that she and Qin Wentian were too close, so as to prevent someone from investigating the matter. Qin Wentian's identity was still a little sensitive. Therefore, Luo Shenlui deliberately reminded Qin Wentian not to stand up. "Before, Miss Luotian had a treasure in my possession, so we got to know each other, but I didn't care about her identity." Qin Wentian spoke slowly, and said to Dong Huangying, "It's just that Yu Changquang took the initiative to challenge others, but why did he keep emphasizing the Luotian family to show his excellence, saying that the Luotian family is nothing but that?" Yu Changquang didn't hurt anyone before, but now he hurt a woman, stepping on others in this way to raise himself. This is not shameless. Little princess should see people more clearly. As for Yu Changquang's words, Qin Wentian ignored them directly. "I have always respected Brother Qin, but I didn't expect Brother Qin to slander me like this. I don't know where I offended Brother Qin." Yu Changquang was still polite. "That's right, Yu Changquang has always respected you. Even if you have a good relationship with Miss Luotian, you shouldn't slander and humiliate others for this. It's obviously Brother Qin's fault. Why didn't I see it clearly?" Dong Huangying spoke for Yu Changquang. "I have no intention of guessing Brother Qin's thoughts, but Brother Qin is so biased and does not participate in the Star Wars. Could it be that he has already found a good place to go?" Yu Changquang in the void spoke lightly, and everyone's eyes flashed. Yu Changquang's words were obviously meant to imply that Qin Wentian might go to the Luotian clan in the wilderness. Could it be that he wanted to marry into the Luotian clan? Sure enough, he is a real villain. Qin Wentian glanced at Yu Changquang. He deceived everyone to get the approval of the Lord of Time, and then approached Dong Huangying. Now, he is guessing him with such thoughts? Yu Changquang defeated the young genius of the Luotian clan and was extraordinary. What do you mean by insulting him? Are you ready to leave Zuanliu? Someone spoke directly. The person who spoke was a strong man from Qin Mansion who had a grudge against Luotian clan and Qin Wentian. He spoke in the crowd. "My friend Qin's remarks are biased. What is there to criticize about Yu Changquang's performance today?" A powerful realm master of Dong Huangshan also spoke up. Dong Huangshan is attached to Zuyi Divine Court, and Yu Changquang is likely to become a disciple of Zuyi Divine Court. In addition, Yu Changquang and Dong Huangying have a special relationship, so he naturally has to speak for Yu Changquang. Qin Wentian did not expect that he would become the target of public criticism by standing up to accuse Yu Changquang. It must be said that Yu Changquang's efforts in the past few days have not been in vain. Because of his dazzling talent, the inheritance of the Lord of Time, and the bright future, many people still speak for Yu Changquang even though they know what he is thinking. Many of you are big shots. Let me ask you, if I defeat a realm master from your forces, do I have a reason to mock your forces for being so-so? What do you think? Will you think I am arrogant? Qin Wentian said calmly, ignoring the pressure from all sides. Although Luo Shenlui asked him not to stand up for her, he still couldn't help it. He hated Yu Changquang more and more. Yu Changquang's realm heart is obviously stronger than Miss Luotian, her cultivation is more stable, and she has practiced for a long time. She bullies someone who is obviously weaker than herself, and after defeating him, she becomes arrogant and even mocks Luotian. In the future, if Yu Changquang has the opportunity to enter my Zuanliu overlord force, other people from other regions will follow suit and defeat him. Wouldn't it be possible to mock Zuanliu for being unpopular? Qin Wentian continued, people of our generation, no matter where they come from, still have to be in all of the top forces in each domain. Being arrogant with a victory like this will only make people laugh at you. I don't believe Yu Changquan doesn't understand this, but he was humble before, but now he is doing this intentionally. He just wants to elevate himself with the Luotian family. What else can he do if not a real villain? What a joke. Yu Changquan challenged you to a fight, but you didn't dare to accept it. Now you are mocking others. Don't forget, Yu Changquan has inherited the legacy of the God-King. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to speak nonsense here? He behaves like such a villain, and you believe what he says. I can also say that I have inherited the legacy of the God-King. Do you believe it? Qin Wentian sneered. He really wanted to expose Yu Changquan on the spot. Haha, I have participated in many 10,000 world conferences, and this is the first time I have heard such ridiculous remarks. Someone laughed. Could it be that Yu Changquan dared to deceive everyone in Zuanyu? As for Qin Wentian saying that he had inherited the God-King, to everyone, it was just a joke that deliberately belittled Yu Changquan. Just listen to it. Dong Huangying's face became very ugly. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Qin, I have always respected you and treated you as a friend. I didn't expect you to act like this. It's really disappointing. Qin Wentian looked at Dong Huangying. Before, Dong Huangying had won him over because of his talent. Now, she obviously completely trusts Yu Changquan, just because she sees higher value in Yu Changquan. The word friend is too cheap. If Dong Huangying really treats him as a friend, she will think carefully about his words. It is not difficult to understand some truths. Now, the reason why she always thinks he is wrong is because Yu Changquan is standing on the opposite side of Qin Wentian. Choosing one of the two people, of course, is to choose Yu Changquan, the so-called descendant of the God-King. Since we have different ideals, we cannot work together. Little princess, please do as you please. Qin Wentian didn't want to say anything more and spoke directly. Dong Huangying looked at Qin Wentian, snorted coldly, and then turned and left. Chapter 1789 Going to War. Dong Huangying returned to the Donghuan clan's crowd, looking very unhappy. She thought she had always treated Qin Wentian with courtesy, but she didn't expect Qin Wentian to act like a mean person, slandering Yu Changquan. Thinking back to Qin Wentian's reminder that day that Yu Changquan had a problem with his character, it seemed that he was really jealous of Yu Changquan and robbed him of his glory. Otherwise, why didn't he dare to accept the challenge when Yu Changquan challenged Qin Wentian before? I made a mistake. Dong Huangying said angrily. Little princess, I think what Brother Qin said makes sense. Didn't you realize that Yu Changquan did it on purpose? Otherwise, why did he only injure the woman from the Luotian clan and belittle her? Xiao Yu beside him whispered. Dong Huangying looked at Xiao Yu with a colder expression, saying, Are you jealous that Yu Changquan can still stand there while you were knocked down? Xiao Yu's face turned pale instantly, and he looked at this beautiful woman he had known for many years in disbelief. They thought they had a good relationship, and even if the little princess really liked someone else, their friendship would still be there. Unexpectedly, now, she would directly humiliate him like this. At this moment, Xiao Yu was a little discouraged. Xiao Yu, don't mind. Xiao Ying was just angry for a moment. The old man from the Donghuan clan next to him said, Yu Changquan is extremely talented and has inherited the God-King's legacy. He is proud, but he has been hiding it until he defeated the strong man from the Luotian clan. Then he showed his pride. He is a little frivolous, and there's nothing wrong with that. A genius, how can he not be arrogant? Yet, Xiao Yu nodded lightly without saying much, but he was extremely disappointed in his heart. It seems that the elders of the Donghuan clan also support Yu Changquan, who let others inherit the God-King's legacy. Even the God-King of Time left a message, wait for you in the future. Such a person, even the powerful World Master, will give him some courtesy. What's more, with Yu Changquan's attitude towards Dong Huangying, the Donghuan clan must be very supportive of them being together. As for him, what is he? Now, you can see her attitude, right? I said before that if Wentian and Yu Changquan fought, her answer would be hypocritical. Shili Chunfeng said with a smile, but he was not disappointed. He was always very accurate in judging people. She had seen many people like Dong Huangying, so this did not affect his mood. She is not even at the realm of Realm Master yet. She has not become a Sword Master yet. You don't have to rush to get along with her. After all, she is a well-known figure in Zuanyu. Give yourself some face. Xiao Xianke didn't care about so much and directly angrily criticized a person who spoke for Yu Changquan in the void. Qin Wentian felt a little warm in his heart. Now, Many big figures in the 10,000 Worlds Conference supported Yu Changkong, and Dong Huangying's attitude was also seen. Only these few friends who robbed Longyun Mansion together still stood by his side. Sometimes, laughter and scolding were not true friendship. This kind of thing does not need to be deliberately done. It can be reflected at the critical moment. On the contrary, the words Qin Wentian said before about the inheritance of the Lord of Time were ignored. This sentence, on the contrary, makes people not think too much. It is obviously a word spoken in anger, intentionally belittling Yu Changkong, but who knows, this unintentional word spoken in anger is the truth. The only person who has some doubts is the powerful World Master of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. He has always paid attention to Qin Wentian. When Qin Wentian communicated with the 8th Martial Star, he also went there in person and asked Qin Wentian what attribute it was. Qin Wentian replied that it was the time attribute. He communicated with this attribute Martial Star because he heard the legend of the God of Time. However, the time attribute, and the attribute energy is very strong. Can this kind of Martial Star be communicated at will? Just because he was inspired, he suddenly went to communicate? Qin Wentian did not participate in this battle. Is he intentionally hiding something? Did his unintentional words just now reveal anything? Strength is the best way to prove everything. Otherwise, even if you are right, you still won't have the right to speak. The voice of the old man from the Heavenly Dao Academy reached Qin Wentian's ears, and he said to Qin Wentian, "Why don't you participate in the Star War? I don't think you are afraid of losing the battle. Zhou Yishanting, as the top power in the Zuanyu, is indeed extraordinary. Do you have any concerns?" Qin Wentian was stunned when he heard this, and looked in the direction of the strong man from the Heavenly Dao Academy, and then responded with a voice transmission, "Senior, I am used to freedom and don't like being restrained. If I become a disciple of a big power, I will definitely obey orders." "You mean, you don't want to join the top power in the Zuanyu, so you deliberately avoid contact with Zhou Yishanting?" the strong man said, feeling a little strange in his heart. "This guy is really interesting." "You can say that." Qin Wentian did not hide it. He still had some good feelings for the Heavenly Dao Academy, so he spoke frankly. Moreover, even if this word really spread, it would not be a big deal. It's okay. If you really perform well and attract the attention of Zhuyi Divine Court, you can go to Xiandao Holy Court to practice. The people of Zhuyi Divine Court will not force you. Of course, Xiandao Holy Court will not restrict you in any way. If you want to go, go for a walk. If you don't want to go, forget it. The old man smiled and transmitted the message. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. With the old man's status and position, it was impossible for him to deliberately deceive him. So, he must be sure that Zhuyi Divine Court will not interfere in the affairs of Xiandao Holy Court. The two people's voice transmission was only a matter of a moment. On the other side, Yu Changkong had been watching all this in the seat of the Void Star Master. His face was still that kind of calm and indifferent expression, and he looked extraordinary. Countless world masters in the 10,000 Worlds Conference watched all this happen, thinking that although Qin Wentian was also a peerless figure, he seemed weaker when compared with a person who inherited the Lord of Time. People from various forces naturally knew who to support. I don't want to explain everything that Brother Qin said. Since Brother Qin has insulted and slandered me so much, no matter what the reason is, I have no choice but to ask for a fight again. Yu Changkong said lightly. This casual sentence itself is the most powerful statement. No matter what you say, I will not refute it. One fight will solve it. Strength is above everything. Many people looked at Qin Wentian with interest, as if waiting to see his joke. Will he refuse to fight again? In that case, I am afraid that everything he said before is just humiliating himself, and he simply has no face to stay in the world of time. I will help you. Qin Wentian stepped out and ran straight into the sea of stars in the void. In an instant, the light of the stars enveloped his body, his white clothes fluttered, his long hair flew, and coupled with his handsome face, even those who were unhappy with Qin Wentian had to admit that this boy had extraordinary style. Don't forget that he had once displayed 13 kinds of Xiangtsen consciousness and killed Longyun Haoyu, the pride of Longyun clan, in seconds. But now, the opponent standing in front of him is much stronger than Longyun Haoyu. He is a real top-level Xianjiao realm master, Yu Changkong. Yu Changkong has experienced many battles. His realm heart, the light of the moon, has a super strong imprisonment power that can make the entire space solidify and still. His Xiangtsen consciousness attack is extremely domineering, incredibly fast, and extremely powerful. Brother Qin, please make a move. Otherwise, my realm heart will be released, and Brother Qin will not have a chance to make a move. Yu Changquang said with a smile. This is you. There is no need to hide your arrogance. You have experienced many battles. You have to be humble and generous after each battle. Are you tired? Qin Wentian looked at Yu Changquang and said. Haha, since Brother Qin said so, I have to be arrogant for once. Yu Changquang laughed and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the realm heart and the natal Xiangxin consciousness were released together. In an instant, the desolate light descended on Qin Wentian and the entire space, imprisoning everything. Qin Wentian only felt that his body was still. Did the power of this heavenly heart consciousness incorporate the power of the time source? Perhaps. At this moment, the heavenly heart was released, and the power of the heavenly heart consciousness enveloped a vast void. Qin Wentian's momentum suddenly changed. Even though he was imprisoned, he was still like a god, the master of this world. This was the heavenly heart. His will was like destiny and could not be violated. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt a murderous intent from the other side's heart, Yu Changquang, who wanted to kill him. This made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with an extremely cold light. He and Yu Changquang didn't have a big grudge, right? Because he said that the other party was shameless before, so he wanted to kill him? Then all his previous disguises would be exposed, or there were other reasons that he didn't know? In fact, the real reason was that Yu Changquang suspected that he was the one that the time God-King was waiting for, so if he killed him, this secret would never be known. Attacks faster than lightning seemed to come from nothingness, carrying an extremely terrifying and domineering force, directly penetrating Qin Wentian's body. Seeing that the tyrannical destructive attack was about to directly penetrate Qin Wentian's body, at this time, Qin Wentian's body seemed to move, retreating at the limit, and the domineering attack always stayed in front of him, but could not hit him. He didn't move. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Wentian's body didn't move at all, but the attack seemed to never be able to get close to him, couldn't hit him, as if it was close at hand but far away. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. The next moment, a terrifying light shot out from the void and appeared directly around Yu Changquang's body. It appeared from the void and was about to penetrate his body. It was so fast that it could not be stopped at all. However, the light on Yu Changquang was extremely bright. When the attack was about to fall on his body, he would stop involuntarily and could not move forward at all. It seemed that he was still there. At the moment when the two fought, many realm masters showed sharp eyes. The two strong people had similar means, but they were completely different powers. Their realm hearts and the innate heavenly heart consciousness derived from them were both incredibly powerful. Qin Wentian was imprisoned, and the opponent's attack could not touch him. Yu Changquang stood there, and the terrifying attack that came out of the void stopped when it approached him. So, both of them are extraordinary realm hearts. Who is stronger? P.S. The third update, make up for the last chapter. Wuhan will notify you on watch it when you owe to make up for the update. You can search Jing Wuhan on the official account to follow. Chapter 1790, Destiny Cannot Be Violated. The battle between Qin Wentian and Yu Changquang attracted the attention of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Even the geniuses in the other 3-star host positions were staring at the battle. As for Dong Huangying, Luo Shenlai and others, there was no need to say more. Yu Changquang's world heart can imprison everything, like a still space. Any attack cannot get close to him. Qin Wentian's desire to defeat him is undoubtedly a foolish dream. Dong Huangying said coldly. Even at this moment, she still had complaints in her heart and was particularly unhappy with Qin Wentian. Luo Shenlai glanced at Dong Huangying and looked at him coldly. Although she did not want Qin Wentian to take action, now that the two of them had started fighting, she certainly hoped that Qin Wentian could win. How can you fight me when your body cannot move? Although your Xiangxin consciousness is very strong, it is impossible for you to get close to me, let alone defeat me. At this time, Yu Changquang was heard saying in the air. In the Xingxiu Sea, he and Qin Wentian were very far apart, but the realm of the World Master was so powerful that their attacks could cover the world. In my mind, you really think you can restrain me? You are ignorant. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and his body disappeared directly from the spot and appeared in another direction. Yu Changquang frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. He snorted coldly, and the light descended again, trying to imprison Qin Wentian's body. However, the next moment, Qin Wentian disappeared again, as if it was not the movement of the body, but the crossing that ignored the distance of space. Yu Changquang's expression was extremely cold. He took a step forward, but saw Qin Wentian coldly sweeping at him. When his eyes opened and closed, it seemed that the world was changing. His momentum suddenly changed, like a god. An invisible force descended directly on Yu Changquang. At this moment, Yu Changquang felt that his body was fixed in place and could not move. He frowned. He was good at imprisoning power, but he was imprisoned by Qin Wentian. In my world, I am the sky, above everything. Qin Wentian spoke proudly, like an unattainable god, surrounded by brilliant light, as if invincible. Lightning flashes of light and darkness cut through the space, like the most terrible destructive force in the world passing through, killing Yu Changquang's body, roaring, Yu Changquang's body glowing, stopping the attack. The whole space appeared a sense of killing, as if there was an infinite killing intention walking in the void, penetrating everything, killing Yu Changquang's body, and wanting to tear apart the space he was in. Rays of light shot out, ignoring any defense, and wanted to shine on the opponent's body. At this moment, all kinds of killing techniques appeared in the Xingxiu Sea, and they broke out fiercely in an instant. They were all from Qin Wentian's Xiangxin consciousness attack power, extremely violent, and the attack was endless. In the heart of the Xianming world, he controlled everything. In a moment, the world was filled with the killing power of Xiangxin consciousness. In an instant, the initiative changed, and Yu Changquang became extremely passive, bearing the seemingly endless attack power. Duang Huangying's expression changed slightly. At this time, a full moon rose above Yu Changquang. It was huge and desolate, and it was about to cover the entire void. This full moon released endless moonlight. The vast world seemed to be in a state of stillness. All attacks stopped and were still. They were covered and absorbed by the power of the full moon and could not move. Lunar eclipse. Yu Changquang uttered a voice. In an instant, he released unparalleled moonlight, absorbing all forces. The endless killing power around him was all sucked into the full moon and disappeared. At this moment, Yu Changquang seemed to be the god of the moon, and could not be desecrated. The vast space solidified, and wherever the light passed, the space seemed to stop flowing. So strong, this is Yu Changquang's peak strength? Someone exclaimed. As expected of a genius who has inherited the legacy of the God-King, the Lord of Time will be waiting for him in the future. This 10,000 Worlds Conference will witness the rise of another figure like the Sword Lord. Although I did not participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference when the Sword Lord came, I guess it is no more than this. Many powerful figures praised him. This kind of power, used by a young Xianjia World Lord, is indeed amazing. Hearing many people praising Yu Changquang, Dong Huangying's frowning brows relaxed again, with a faint smile between her brows, and a strange light in her beautiful eyes, with a hint of admiration. The light of a firefly can never compete with a bright moon. Dong Huangying said, more proudly, comparing Qin Wentian to a firefly and Yu Changquang to the bright moon, which she thought was very appropriate. The Sword Lord was 10 times better than him back then. The old ghost said with a faint sarcasm. These people had never seen the Sword Lord back then. Seeing a Xianjiao, they compared him to the Sword Lord. It was ridiculous. Is it really so easy to compare a person who can become a god? In that case, wouldn't there be many gods? Only those who step on all geniuses can have the opportunity to prove the status of gods. Yu Changquang stared at Qin Wentian with a cold gaze, like a proud god, overlooking all living beings, and said coldly, is this your boundary heart? It's just so-so, but you are already good enough to hold on until now. Next, the battle should be over. The light of the moon became more and more brilliant. The light emitted by the full moon illuminated the whole world. Qin Wentian was also shrouded in the light of the full moon. He was so small that all of Qin Wentian's attacks were vulnerable in front of the lunar eclipse and disappeared directly into nothingness. The so-called destiny boundary heart is just a joke. Yu Changquang was so cold that the light descended on Qin Wentian, trying to freeze his body. A desolate killing intent descended, so clear. Kill. When the light fell, Yu Changquang uttered a voice, and the moonlight blade slashed out, cutting through the space, trying to destroy Qin Wentian's body. But at this moment, Qin Wentian's body seemed to have disappeared into nothingness. When the killing power disappeared, he appeared again, still standing in the same place, which made Yu Changquang frown. This Qin Wentian is really tenacious, and the Xiangxin consciousness has many means. But the ending will not change. He is the true destiny God-King of Zuanyu, the future monarch, the God-King of time, and he made a mistake. Do you know what destiny is? The silent Qin Wentian suddenly spoke, which made Yu Changquang raise his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled by Qin Wentian's words. Qin Wentian's boundary heart, named Xianming Boundary Heart, was given to him by the strong men of Xiandao Holy Academy. Qin Wentian asked what this sentence meant. The destiny cannot be violated. Qin Wentian's lips moved slightly, and he uttered a voice again. When this voice came, Yu Xianming only felt a terrible crisis in the surrounding space, as if a superpower was brewing. Qin Wentian's fist lit up with an extremely bright light at this moment, and there was a faint light of the blazing Buddha. The power of the entire space flowed into his palm frantically. At this moment, the power of the entire world seemed to be connected to his fist. The heart of the destiny seemed to be integrated with a magic attack technique. Yu Changquang had the power of the lunar eclipse, which integrated the consciousness of the heart of heaven and the magic power to exert superpower. How could he not have it? Break. Qin Wentian threw a punch. At this moment, this punch seemed to represent the will of destiny, which could not be violated. It directly pierced through the void of heaven and earth, ignoring all forces, and descended on the place where Yu Changquang was. In an instant, the heaven and earth seemed to explode directly, the space was about to decompose, and the void was about to shatter. Yu Changquang's face changed in shock, his body exploded backwards, and the full moon emitted an unparalleled brilliance. Boom! With a loud noise, the full moon exploded and disintegrated, disappearing into thin air. However, the power of the fist still did not dissipate, and was about to shatter Yu Changquang's body into nothingness. In an instant, a terrible storm gathered again. The power of Qin Wentian's mind and consciousness was like a prehistoric beast, madly devouring Yu Changquang, and Qin Wentian's body followed. At this moment, Yu Changquang had an illusion that Qin Wentian was right in front of him. Seeing Qin Wentian's fist raised again, Yu Changquang felt a sense of fear at this moment, as if he felt a crisis. The sky and the earth roared, and Qin Wentian punched out again, penetrating everything. At this moment, Yu Changquang's body lit up with dazzling divine weapon brilliance, like the armor of the moon god, covering his body, but the extremely domineering attack still blasted him directly from the void to the extremely distant ancient mountain. With a loud noise, Yu Changquang's body smashed into the ancient mountain. At this moment, everyone's face changed, which was very exciting. Qin Wentian had no time to care about their thoughts. He crossed the space and wanted to chase, but he saw a figure flashing in front of Qin Wentian, blocking him and saying, "The winner has been decided, why bother to force it?" The man who made the move was a powerful person from a subordinate force of Zhuyi Divine Court. Although Qin Wentian defeated Yu Changquang, he still couldn't bear to see the descendant of the God-King fall here. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party and didn't say much. The reason why he made such a ruthless move was because of Yu Changquang's murderous intention. This person had murderous intentions towards him. However, since he was stopped by someone, he didn't insist and looked at the embarrassed figure who came out of the ancient mountain. "I am just an ordinary realm master of the Xuanai realm. You are not even as good as me. What qualifications do you have to point out the world? I refused to fight you before, just because I was disdainful. But you think you are unparalleled in the Xuanai realm. How ridiculous, ignorant and ignorant." Qin Wentian said sarcastically. Yu Changquang's face was ashen, but he couldn't refute it, just because he was defeated. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at Qin Wentian. They thought that this victory must belong to Yu Changquang. He was a descendant of the God-King, and he was extremely powerful. How could he lose? He should crush Qin Wentian. But the reality was so dramatic. He was the descendant of the God-King, so what? He was still defeated by the Lord of Qingchang realm. What is destiny? Destiny is beyond words. What kind of courage is this? This Xuanai 10,000 Realms Conference, just this one battle, made people feel thrilling. Chapter 1791 Yu Changquang's Shamelessness. The descendant of the God-King will also be defeated by the Lord of Qingchang realm. Before, Yu Changquang invited him to fight, but Qin Wentian refused. Many people thought that he didn't dare to fight. Now it seems ridiculous. Qin Wentian has such a powerful force, so he won't dare to fight? However, they still don't understand why he is so low-key and unwilling to show his edge since he has such a style. It seems that Qin Wentian was the same before. When the Xianxin mirror came, many Xianjiao figures went to show themselves, but Qin Wentian didn't. It was because of the grudge with Longyun Mansion that he finally stood up and bloomed 13 kinds of Xianxin consciousness. During the decisive battle with Longyun Haoiu, letting the 10,000 Worlds Conference know the existence of him, the Lord of King Chang Realm. Now, it seems a bit familiar. He has no intention of participating in the battle. Yu Changkong provoked him twice, and he finally went out and defeated Yu Changkong, the descendant of the God-King. As a result, many people have strange ideas. He is so dazzling, so when the Purple Star Divine Court selects people, how should Qin Wentian and Yu Changkong choose? It's great. This battle can finally shut up those people who were talking just now. They relied on their status in Zuanayu to criticize and think they were right. Now, they are really slapped in the face. Jiutian said loudly. Many people who had previously helped Yu Changkong and insulted Qin Wentian shut up. This battle really slapped them in the face. I want to know what the person who used to call himself a friend is thinking at this moment. Shili Chunfeng said with a hint of sarcasm. Many people looked at Dong Huangying. Dong Huangying's face was very ugly. It was really slapped in the face. She had always said that Qin Wentian was jealous of Yu Changkong, but what about now? Qin Wentian, does he need to be jealous of Yu Changkong, who is not as strong as him? If he was jealous, he could have fought and defeated the opponent long ago. However, if Yu Changkong had not provoked him twice, he might not even have fought. This was simply ignoring and not caring about Yu Changkong. Dong Huangying's expression kept changing, which was very exciting. The strong men of the Dong Huang clan also stared at the dazzling white figure in the void. He was extremely handsome and defeated Yu Changkong, the descendant of the God-King. He was one of the most dazzling young world masters in this 10,000 Worlds Conference. But because of Yu Changkong, Dong Huangying chose to give up his friendship with him and supported Yu Changkong without any hesitation. Is it worth it? Even if it is a temporary victory, what can it do? He is Yu Changkong, who has been recognized by the God-King. The God-King said that he will wait for him in the future. Although this battle failed, he will still be able to make a comeback in the future and wash away the shame. Dong Huangying's heart was extremely complicated. In the end, she found a reason to comfort herself. Her relationship with Qin Wentian had broken down. She didn't want to regret her choice, so she still firmly believed that a defeat didn't mean anything. He was the descendant of the God-King and would definitely be more dazzling than Qin Wentian in the future. This battle was just a temporary victory or defeat, nothing more. Qin Wentian did not go to see Dong Huangying. Since the other party had made his own choice, as the saying goes, people with different paths cannot work together, and from now on they will be strangers. There was no need to ridicule and mock the other party. He had advised Dong Huangying to see Yu Changkong clearly as a friend. If Dong Huangying really wanted to, she should think carefully about what he said to her. Otherwise, she would only regret it in the future. She wanted to wait for a figure like the Sword Monarch to appear in front of her and become her Taoist partner. This was just an unrealistic fantasy. Yu Changkong would never be possible, because he had never received the inheritance of the Time God King. It was just a deception. Brother Qin has extraordinary strength and outstanding talent, which is rare in the Zuanayu. It is not unfair for me, Yu Changkong, to lose to you. Although I said a lot of arrogant words before, it is inevitable in war. With Brother Qin's talent, he should occupy the one-star host position. Yu Changkong stepped forward at this moment, as if the person who was extremely arrogant with Qin Wentian just now was not him. This instantaneous change made Qin Wentian stun for a while, and he did not come back to his senses. Just now, Yu Changkong showed his murderous intention towards him. This sudden change can be said to be flexible and resilient. To put it bluntly, how shameless it is. Brother Qin, a villain like you is worthy of such a title. Qin Wentian said sarcastically. Haha, good, in this case, I will call you the Lord of King Chang Realm. I will remember today's defeat and remind myself that I will fight you again in the future to wash away today's battle. Yu Changkong said lightly. What a great temperament. On the road of martial arts, who can be eternally undefeated? Don't give up after defeat, and come back again when the time comes. A powerful and strong man cheered for Yu Changkong. Precious. The powerful and strong man of the Donghuang clan said. That's right, unlike someone who gets carried away by a victory, others respectfully call him Brother Qin, but he is humiliated as a villain. The difference is obvious. Dong Huangying also said. She stood on Yu Changkong's side and naturally thought that whatever Yu Changkong did was right. Qin Wentian made her feel that a villain was successful. Qin Wentian glanced at Dong Huangying and shook his head secretly. It seemed that she had fallen for it. At first, He thought she was quite wise and good at using her advantages to win people's hearts, but now, she had fallen for Yu Changquang. Of course, Dong Huangying could not be said to be stupid. He was indeed trying to win people's hearts, but the person he was trying his best to win over was Yu Changquang. Of course, she would not admit that she was wrong. How shameless. Xiao Tian cursed in a low voice, showing a look of disgust. They were all well-known people, but it was inevitable that they were so shameless. Just now, he was arrogant and humiliated Qin Wentian. Now he called him Brother Qin. Did Qin Wentian really have to treat him with courtesy? Could he see through Yu Changquang's disguise? If Yu Changquang won, would he still call him Brother Qin? I'm afraid I don't know how he would humiliate Qin Wentian. The Lord of Qingchang Realm occupies the 1-star host position, but there is still a 3-star host position. Although I lost the battle, I am unwilling to give up like this. I still have to fight for it. Yu Changquang spoke slowly, which made Xiao Tian and others stunned again. He really won't give up until he achieves his goal. Yu Changquang, this is all means, no matter how others look at him, he will enter the Purple Star Divine Court. Even if he loses the battle, he doesn't feel ashamed at all. It can only be said that this person's mind is too deep. Shameless. Qin Wentian said coldly, and then said to everyone, I didn't want to fight before, just to avoid competing for the position of Star Master. There are endless geniuses in Xuanyu, and Qin dare not claim to be unparalleled. I still hope that this position of Star Master will be left to a truly dazzling genius. I voluntarily withdraw. Everyone was stunned again when they heard this. Qin Wentian defeated Yu Changquang, but he was unwilling to be on top of the Star Master position and enjoy the glory of being the center of attention. Instead, he wanted to withdraw. This was really speechless. With such strength and talent, he might very well become a disciple of Zhou Yishanting. Could it be that Zhou Yishanting has no attraction to him? It seems that there is indeed a good place to go. A weird voice came out, and it was the people of Qin Mansion. Many people immediately looked at Lucian Lei. This was obviously a hint of everyone's previous speculation that Qin Wentian was going to leave Xuanyu and go to Lucian clan. Qin Wentian glanced over there with a cold look. This Qin Mansion had ulterior motives. If Zhou Yishanting knew, what would it think? Haha. Dong Huangying sneered. How ridiculous. Qin Wentian sneered. At this moment, the powerful man from the direction of Xiandao Holy Academy spoke lightly. You are all well-known figures in Xuanyu after all. Please be careful with your words. Many people's expressions flashed. The powerful man from Xiandao Holy Academy actually spoke for Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy have a connection. He practiced in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy in the lower world. After the 10,000 Worlds Conference, he will go to the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy to practice. Do you have any opinions? The powerful man spoke again, and the space became quiet in an instant. Everyone was silent. The strong man from Qin Mansion turned pale and blue, and was slapped in the face again. Qin Wentian entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy to practice. Did he dare to say that he had any objection? The Heavenly Dao Holy Academy was a transcendent force in the Xuanyu, with disciples all over the world. It was not something that Qin Mansion could afford to offend. If Qin Wentian wanted to go to the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy to practice, it would be normal not to enter the Purple Star Divine Court. The practice environment there was not worse than that of the Purple Star Divine Court. No wonder Qin Wentian did not participate in the battle for the position of the Star Master. It turned out that he had been valued by the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy and would go to the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy to practice. Many people suddenly realized and understood everything. The people of the Donghuang clan were also speechless. Dong Huangying shut up, and no one questioned Qin Wentian anymore. This Star Master seat should be occupied by another World Master of the Xuanyu. Qin Wentian said slowly, and his figure landed on the spot, which made many people sigh. There were countless World Masters in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. For many World Masters, the Star Master seat was still out of reach. However, Qin Wentian gave up easily. The dispute between Qin Wentian and Yu Changquang, the two World Masters of the Xianjiao, came to an end temporarily. Soon someone went to the Star Master seat previously occupied by Yu Changquang to continue to accept the challenge. Yu Changquang also made a comeback as he said, and defeated another World Master of the Star Master seat. Xiao Tian and Shili Chunfeng secretly cursed Yu Changquang for being shameless. He had the nerve to go up after being defeated. If they were Qin Wentian, they would have wanted to go up and knock him down. However, Qin Wentian did not have such leisure and ease, and he would not really expose Yu Changkuang. With Yu Changkuang, the fake person, there would be no attention from Ziwei Divine Court. If Yu Changkuang had not injured Luo Shenlei, he would not have stood up at all. Now, it is best to practice quietly. In the world of time, the years have passed, and many years have passed. But according to the flow rate of the world of time, perhaps there are not many days and years in the outside world. This is naturally very polite for practitioners, and they can have a lot of extra time to practice. It's a pity that they can't enter and leave the world of time freely. On this day, Xixiuxi and the great demon god battle arena finally stopped fighting, and Xianshan Mountain also calmed down. Everything seemed to be gradually coming to an end. Qin Wentian had already returned to the palace with the people around him to practice, waiting for the end of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1792 God's Disciple. Time. In the palace where Qin Wentian was, one day, a brilliant light suddenly burst out, and many people gathered together. At this moment, a figure walked out from the courtyard in front. He had a handsome face and was particularly sunny. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a proud smile. Mengjin, not bad. Qin Wentian praised, and Jun Mengjin smiled and said, "That's right, senior brother, you have been breaking through for so long, so many years, I have not practiced in vain." It turned out that just now, Jun Mengjin broke through, officially comprehended the realm heart, and achieved the position of Realm Master. Another Realm Master appeared beside Qin Wentian. "You have to learn everything from your senior brother." Nanhuangyaoyu smiled and said, "You directly comprehended the realm heart and then deduced the heavenly heart consciousness. This realm heart should also be extraordinary." Although Nanhuangyaoyu was happy, she also felt a little disappointed in her heart. The younger generations surpassed her one by one. When she was in Qingxuan, she was the empress of the Nanhuang family. Jun Mengjin said with a silly smile, "I'm still naming my world heart. How about you help me choose one, senior brother? Then I want to see what world heart it is." Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Okay." Jun Mengjin nodded, and then his world heart was released. In an instant, Qin Wentian and the others felt that they were in a world. This world was Jun Mengjin's world. This world was full of howling winds and clouds, shining thunder, and coexisting fire and ice. As long as Jun Mengjin's mind moved, the whole world scene could change. "Senior brother, look at my attack," Jun Mengjin said, and immediately the infinite power in the whole world began to gather. A terrible storm appeared in the world. The storm roared, and the power of the whole world seemed to gather at one point and attack in the same direction, like the power of the end of the world, very terrible. However, the next moment, everything disappeared and turned into nothingness. Jun Mengjin still stood there with a smile, and the corners of his mouth were raised with a little pride. After so many years, he finally broke through to the level of the World Master. He was naturally very happy and a little proud. "You have the power of the world. This scene is so terrible, it's like the end of the world. The world heart is extraordinary, let's name it the end of the world." Qin Wentian said. Jun Mengjin's eyes flashed, and then he smiled and nodded. "Okay, then call it the end of the world. This name is domineering. It seems that I have to ask Shili Chunfeng to get some wine to celebrate." Qin Wentian said with a smile. Jun Mengjin said, "You want to rob his wine again? This is simply to kill him. That guy must have hidden a lot." Qin Wentian sent a voice message to inform Shili Chunfeng, and soon, several friends came here to join in the fun. Let Jun Mengjin release the world heart again, and they all praised Jun Mengjin. After preparing a banquet, the group drank and had fun in the pavilion of this palace, not asking about external affairs. The central area of the time world, even if it has been turned upside down, seems to have nothing to do with them. This mentality is rare, and it is rare in the time world. The 10,000 Worlds Conference seems to be coming to an end. The battle on the Great Demon God battle stage is extremely fierce. The collision of extraordinary powers is indeed exciting. Jiutian said at the banquet. "Indeed, Wentian, do you still remember the Tachel Realm Master in the inn? I remember that he invited you to my inn and you refused. He was very unhappy at that time." Shili Chunfeng said with a smile. And Qin Wentian nodded. At that time, there were many realm masters in Shilian who visited an extraordinary realm master, that is, Taichou realm master. If Shili Chunfeng hadn't mentioned it, Qin Wentian would have almost forgotten it. This guy really thought he was very powerful and went to the great demon god battle stage to challenge a great master of the Cao family. Guess what happened? As soon as the other person released his Shiangsan consciousness, he blasted him to spit blood. The so-called great powers are also many in vain. However, it can be seen that the gap between realm masters is indeed too big. Even if you may be very powerful, there are more powerful realm masters who can easily crush you. Shili Chunfeng sighed. There are many strong men this time, but the battle between Qin Wentian and Yu Changquang is probably enough to be remembered. Phoenix looked at Qin Wentian and chuckled. This time, you have become famous in Zuanliu. After the 10,000 Worlds Conference, the name of King Chang Realm Master will surely spread. Qin Wentian smiled and said nothing. At this time, there seemed to be a brilliance descending from the sky, like a divine light. Several people stared at each other and looked up at that direction. The old ghost narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The people from the three major forces have arrived. It seems that the 10,000 Worlds Conference is coming to an end. Do you want to go and see?" Phoenix asked with a smile. "There's nothing to see. How can it be as fun as drinking?" Jiutian said proudly. "Great, pity my wine." Shili Chunfeng felt a pain in his flesh. The center of the time realm was the focus of everyone's attention. Strong men were like clouds. The strong men from the three giant forces came, attracting countless eyes and dazzling. Countless realm masters of the entire 10,000 Worlds Conference went there to watch the ceremony. The palaces were all empty, except for the palace where Qin Wentian was, where several people were still drinking, which was a scene in itself. Qin Wentian and his companions did not care about what happened over there. Since Qin Wentian decided to give up the fight for a fame and fortune in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, he could naturally be calm. He thought he had gained a lot in this 10,000 Worlds Conference, and it could even be called an unexpected surprise. Everything else seemed to be less important. In the central area of the time realm, some people were extremely dazzling and unparalleled. Even Yu Changquang, who had once lost to Qin Wentian, finally got what he wanted and was chosen by the Purple Star Divine Court to enter the Purple Star Divine Court. He was the center of attention and seemed to have a divine light on him. Although he had once been defeated, his future was still destined to be brilliant. As for the King Chang Realm Master, no one seemed to care. Although he defeated Yu Changquang and occupied the position of Star Master that day, he gave up on his own initiative and would go to the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy to practice. This matter naturally could not be hidden from the Purple Star Divine Court, so the Purple Star Divine Court did not mention Qin Wentian. In the crowd, Dong Huang stared at the young genius figure who was the center of attention and valued by Zhuyi Divine Court with his beautiful eyes. He was proud. Even if he had been defeated before, he could still bear the humiliation and make a comeback. Now, he finally became a disciple of Zhuyi Divine Court as he wished, and even had the opportunity to meet the gods. His future achievements will be brilliant and he will be a future monarch. It is beyond doubt that he will surpass Qin Wentian. Xianshan Mountain also accepted several extraordinary realm masters. They were all people who had encountered something strange in Xianshan Mountain. They were suitable for practicing in Xianshan Mountain and had extremely high talents. Only the Great Demon God Palace did not accept disciples. The person who won the first place in the Great Demon God Battle Arena, finally sat on the throne, got the Demon God armor, and held the Demon God Spear, was a giant of the Demon Sect, the master of the 10,000 Demon Realm, known as the 10,000 Demon Realm Master, with monstrous power and defeated many powerful people. Of course, there were also some extremely powerful people who did not fight. Finally, the three giant forces announced that this session of the 10,000 Worlds Conference was over. Next, the three giant forces would release some cultivation methods to the time realm for everyone to practice. Anyone who was willing to stay could practice in the time realm for 100 years, starting from the day the time realm was opened. Because the 100 years in the time realm were the fastest time in the time realm, the outside world might only have passed a year or even a shorter time. For some people who needed time to practice, this was a great reward in itself. Who would not be happy to have nearly 100 years more time to practice than the outside world? Perhaps, only those powerful giants felt that it didn't matter. 100 years more or less didn't make any difference to them. Wentian, do you plan to practice in the time realm or leave? Shili Chunfeng asked Qin Wentian. I have only been practicing for more than 500 years. I have nearly 100 years to practice, which is equivalent to 1/5 of my life. Do you think I am willing to leave? Qin Wentian said with a smile. For him, this was more tempting than joining the Purple Star Divine Court. Practicing in the time realm, the outside world passed very slowly, and he was given many years of practice in vain. You're hitting old ghost again. Shili Chunfeng laughed. Old ghost gave Shili Chunfeng a fierce look. This bastard actually used Qin Wentian to mock him. It's been nearly 100 years. He must have stayed. Jun Mengchen also sighed. Okay, then we'll stay here to accompany you. Shili Chunfeng said casually. Anyway, the outside world won't be here for long, so let's practice here. No one has any objections. But I have something to deal with outside. If the time is up, I may go out early. If you want to practice, I can wait for you in the City of Time. Qin Wentian said again. Now the outside world should not have passed many days, but when his uncle arrives in the City of Time, he will definitely go out. I don't care. Shili Chunfeng said casually. Not only them, most people chose to stay, only some top powerful people left. 100 years is not very attractive to them. In the world of time, there are countless world masters, and it is still very lively. Moreover, the three major forces sent many practice codes from the void for the world masters in the world of time to practice and comprehend. Inadvertently, time slowly passed. Qin Wentian practiced in seclusion in the world of time, comprehended the power of time, and tried to integrate it into the heart of the world of destiny, so that the new heart of the world of destiny will be more terrifying. But the realm of the world master, the higher the practice, the higher it is definitely not a matter of overnight. Decades later, most of the world masters in the time realm are still there. It is said that only a few months have passed in the outside world, but this is a small matter. On this day, a shocking news came from the time realm, and the source of the news came from the Donghuang family. Yu Changkong, the descendant of the time God-King and the pride of heaven, went to the Zhuyi divine court after leaving. In a few months, he withstood some tests in the Zhuyi divine court. Now, he was accepted as a disciple by the gods. For a time, he became one of the strongest young people in the Zuanayu background. He was extremely dazzling and envied by many people. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled after hearing the news. I am afraid that the Zhuyi divine court does not want another figure like the sword monarch to appear and not be controlled. Of course, Yu Changquang's talent is indeed very outstanding. Not long after the news came out, Yu Changquang made an exception and came back to the time realm. The disciples of the gods, of course, have privileges. The purpose of his coming this time was to propose marriage to the Donghuang family and marry Donghuang Ying. The Donghuang family agreed on the spot. For a time, Yu Changquang became the focus of countless people. He was the descendant of the God-King, the son of the God-Emperor, the disciple of the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain, and the son-in-law of the Donghuang clan. Now in Zuanayu, there were several young geniuses whose backgrounds could be compared with his. Chapter 1793 Hint. When Yu Changquang returned from the time world with his fame, Qin Wentian was in seclusion, trying to comprehend the heart of the world of destiny and integrate the power of the source of time into it. He has a Taoist bone in his body. Decades of comprehension have made him extremely accomplished in the attribute of time, and his comprehension is very profound. He even integrated it into many of the consciousnesses of the heart of heaven, creating a more terrifying consciousness of heaven, and his attack power has increased by an unknown amount. However, due to the ethereal attribute of time, he has not yet completed the transformation of the heart of the world of destiny, as if there is always something missing. The heart of the world of destiny itself is an extremely powerful heart of the world. If the power of time is added, according to the effect Qin Wentian wants to achieve in his mind, it will be astonishingly terrifying. Perhaps it can transform him from an extraordinary world master to a person who has the opportunity to compete with the level of a powerful world master. Of course, this is only in theory. He has never really fought with a powerful world master, but he has only seen their battles and they are indeed very strong. Even the weakest powerful world master has an overly strong heart of the world. Unable to comprehend it for a long time, Qin Wentian had to temporarily end his seclusion and prepare to relax for a while. As soon as Qin Wentian came out of retreat, he saw a figure coming over here. She was wearing a phoenix dress, elegant, noble and holy. It was the former empress, Nanhuang Yaoyu. At this moment, A very brilliant smile appeared on her beautiful face. As noble as she was, she seemed unable to hide her joy at this moment. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, "I have broken through." Qin Wentian was stunned and looked at Nanhuang. As expected, he saw that the other party's temperament had transformed and become more outstanding. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Finally, I got what I wanted." "Yes." Nanhuang nodded, and her smile was so charming. She stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and smiled. "Wentian, thank you. Yao, don't forget how we have come all the way. You were the empress back then and helped me a lot." Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Well, but you don't know what breaking through the realm means to us Qingxuan people." Nanhuang said with emotion. "In the past, they pursued the realm of the ancient emperor, but now, they are already the masters of a realm. In the past, Qingxuan was a god. If it weren't for Qin Wentian, she might never achieve such an achievement. Sooner or later, there will be a day when all the people of Qingxuan will enter the realm of realm masters." Qin Wentian said with a smile. Not only the female emperor of Nanhuang, a few years ago, a demon cultivator from the 10,000 Demons Island and a strong man from the Fighting Saint clan entered the realm of realm masters. The number of realm masters around him gradually increased. "Kinger, it shouldn't be too far away from breaking through the realm, and she is working hard to reach the level of realm masters. I'm so angry." At this time, a white lightning shot towards Qin Wentian. It was the little bastard. This guy was as unreliable as ever. Qin Wentian caught his body and said, "Who made you angry again? Just now, I asked Chili to take me and Purgatory outside for a walk. I knew that Yu Changquang had returned to the time realm. Now many people outside are talking about you and Yu Changquang. Many of them think that Yu Changquang is just a temporary defeat and will surpass you in the future and become a monarch. What qualifications does the defeated general have?" the little bastard said angrily. Qin Wentian laughed dumbly and shook his head and said, "You little guy, why do you care about these things? You have nothing to do every day and you just know how to be lazy. If you have this free time, you might as well practice hard and become the master of the realm as soon as possible." As for Yu Changquang's affairs, he really didn't take it to heart. Let him be. As for the comments of people outside, can he still control other people's mouths? Yu Changquang worshipped under the god of heaven. Not to mention the people who talked about him, there are probably many people who flatter him now. In fact, just as Qin Wentian thought, the palace where the Donghuang clan was located was full of distinguished guests, and many powerful people came to congratulate them, including many superpowers and giants of the Zuanliu. They all came to congratulate, not only to give face to the Donghuang clan, but also because Yu Changquang was in this palace. The palace of the Donghuang clan prepared a high-quality banquet to entertain everyone. Yu Changquang was like a moon surrounded by stars, with infinite scenery, but he still remained humble and polite. I heard that Yu Changquang has only practiced for more than 800 years, less than 1,000 years, and has achieved such amazing results. He has also become a disciple of the God of Heaven. I seem to have seen the rise of another Sword Lord. This is natural. The Lord of Time is a legendary figure. It is known that in the past and the future, when the Sword Lord came to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, the time inscription appeared, and the Sword Lord came to comprehend it, and then rose. This time, the time inscription appeared again, and Yu Changquang comprehended it. What else do we need to say about all this? It has already been destined. Although I have always believed that the Donghuang clan is the top force in the Zuanliu, I still have to say this time that the Donghuang clan will have a good son-in-law. The atmosphere here is extremely warm. The strong men of the Donghuang clan are all in high spirits. As the ruler of a fairyland, the Donghuang clan is indeed in a very high position. What is the only thing they lack? A powerful god of heaven. This will be their ultimate goal. Now, Yu Changquang appeared. Although he was not a descendant of the Donghuang family, if he married Donghuang as the son-in-law of the Donghuang family, how close would the relationship be? Because when Yu Changquang proposed marriage, the Donghuang family agreed without hesitation. Seniors, please stop praising him, otherwise he will be flattered. Donghuang said with a smile. In the past few days, she has been in great glory, surpassing the glory brought by the little princess of the Donghuang family. All of this was brought by Yu Changquang. Her vision was not wrong. Even now, she is still worried about Qin Wentian's affairs. Time will prove everything and prove that she is right. She chose Yu Changquang's friendship and gave up Qin Wentian. Moreover, She will become Yu Changquang's woman. Haha, the little princess has not yet married, but she has started to speak for her future husband. Everyone said with a smile, which made Dong Huangying blush slightly. The banquet continued, and visitors came in an endless stream. The Donghuang family did not refuse anyone and received them all. Of course, ordinary realm masters also knew that this was not a place they could come. Yu Changquang is such a person of high status now that he can only meet important people. Realm lords with lower status cannot see him, so he cannot accompany him at the banquet all the time. At this moment, he was meeting a group of strong men in the backyard of the palace. They were from Lineage Mansion in the City of Time. In fact, with the status of Lineage Mansion, they were not qualified to meet him, but he still met them. Mr. Yu is unparalleled in elegance. The most dazzling person in this 10,000 Worlds conference must be Mr. Yu. A strong man from Lineage Mansion said with a smile. He did not feel that his status had dropped when he said these flattering words. Senior, you are too polite. I still have many shortcomings. Wasn't I defeated by someone back then? And I was insulted in public when I wanted to show my goodwill. Yu Changquang said with a smile, as if he was not talking about himself. The eyes of the people from Lineage Mansion flashed. What was the intention of Yu Changquang to take the initiative to expose his shortcomings? It's just a temporary success or failure. How can we make a final conclusion? As for the slander against Master Yu, why should we care? He is just a bandit, extremely despicable, and dares to question the character of others. The strong man of Lineage Mansion said coldly. By the way, is Lineage Mansion going to give up on the matter of Shiangxin Tower? Yu Changquang suddenly asked. The strong man of Lineage Mansion looked at Yu Changquang in surprise, and then said, what else can we do if we don't give up? He has climbed up to the Luotian clan and will go to the Xiandao Holy Academy to practice. We, Lineage Mansion, dare not take action. HMPH, when will it be the turn of the forces of the wilderness to intervene in the affairs of Maizuanliu? Yu Changquang snorted coldly. As for the Xiandao Holy Academy, the King Chang Realm Master looted the Shiangxin Tower. This is a personal grudge between Lineage Mansion and him. The Xiandao Holy Academy cannot interfere too much? This. The eyes of the strong man of Lineage Mansion flashed, staring at Yu Changquang, and the other party's hints became more and more obvious. It seems that Yu Changquang is very unhappy with Qin Wentian. Lineage Mansion has developed for countless years, but it still cannot reach the top power. It exists by relying on others. In fact, it still lacks a backer. If there is a chance in the future, I will say a few words in front of Master to see if I can introduce Lineage Mansion to Zhuai Divine Court. Yu Changquang said casually, making a dispensable promise. After talking for a while, the strong man of Lineage Mansion stood up and said goodbye. When he left, he was very uneasy in his heart and secretly said that he was a villain. But this villain has a very high talent, and now he has become a disciple of the God of Heaven. This is a real dangerous person. It is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. If Lineage Mansion does not follow Yu Changquang's suggestion, with Yu Changquang's character, will he settle accounts with Lineage Mansion in the future? This is very likely. Moreover, if you act according to the other party's suggestion, there is still a great opportunity. From then on, Lineage Mansion will join the Purple Star Divine Court. So in this case, what should Lineage Mansion choose? Yu Changquang seemed to have said nothing, but in fact, everything that should be said had been said. After the people from Lineage Mansion left, Dong Huangying came over and asked softly, what did you talk about with him? What can there be to talk about? I chatted a few words and sent them away. Yu Changquang said with a smile. He walked in front of Dong Huangying, stretched out his hand, put it on Dong Huangying's cheek, and gently stroked it. Dong Huangying's face instantly blushed and lowered his head slightly. Yu Changquang smiled and held her in his arms. Dong Huangying's heartbeat accelerated. She had never been close to a man as expected. I have no regrets in my life to have you as my wife. If I stand at the top in the future, you will climb to the top with me, overlooking the world and enjoying the supreme glory. Yu Changquang said gently and domineeringly. Dong Huangying felt her heart surge. Then, Yu Changquang picked her up. Dong Huangying's body trembled slightly, but she did not struggle. A firm meaning flashed in her beautiful eyes. Since she had made a choice, why would she regret it? She firmly believed that her choice was extremely correct, and her man would climb to the top. Chapter 1794 A Fatal Arrow. Qin Wentian was not interested in knowing about Yu Changquang and Dong Huangying's affairs. As for the conversation between Yu Changquang and Jiutian Mansion, he had no way of knowing. Qin Wentian in the palace was still practicing quietly, and at the same time he kept in touch with Luo Shenli. Luo Shenli was also in the world of time before her father arrived, and she was waiting with Qin Wentian. As for Zhen Mengzhen, who had broken through the realm, he was naturally unwilling to be lonely. He and the little bastard often wandered outside to comprehend the cultivation objects sent down by the three giant forces. At this moment, Zhen Mengzhen, the little bastard and Purgatory were standing in front of a stone tablet, comprehending the code in it. Not only them, but also Nanhuang Yaoyu and Nanhuang Yangxi were there. Although the 10,000 Worlds Conference had ended, the world of time was still extremely lively, and there were many opportunities. Naturally, they had to walk around frequently when they had the chance. Mengzhen, can you comprehend it? Nanhuang Yaoyu asked Zhen Mengzhen. It's a bit difficult, I can't see through it, I'm afraid it will take a long time to comprehend it. Zhen Mengzhen frowned and Nanhuang Yaoyu nodded. At this time, several figures came from behind them, and their auras were released. Zhen Mengzhen, Nanhuang Yaoyu and others turned around and saw that the other party's eyes were on them, with a cold look. What do you want? Zhen Mengzhen asked. Space prison. A cold voice came out of the other party's mouth. The next moment, the other party's Shiang's and consciousness burst out directly. Zhen Mengzhen and others were instantly enveloped by the space cage, and they were unable to move. Nanhuang Yaoyu's face changed instantly, and she took action without saying a word. It was obvious that she came prepared. Her boundary heart was released, but she found that in its space cage, her boundary heart was directly suppressed and could not show its power. The other party's space cage could imprison other people's boundary hearts. Boom! A terrifying world scroll appeared, Zhen Mengzhen shouted, and his world heart bloomed violently, breaking through the suppression of the other party's space prison. One world enveloped the heaven and earth, wrapping the other party in it. Zhen Mengzhen's world heart was also born from direct comprehension, rather than deduced from the heavenly heart consciousness. It belongs to the extraordinary world heart, and its power is naturally strong. Who are you? Zhen Mengzhen stared at the person who came. Another strong man walked out from the back, his eyes were terrible, staring at Zhen Mengzhen. He didn't expect that Qin Wentian had an extraordinary world master figure beside him. Fortunately, they came prepared. Even if Zhen Mengzhen's world heart was extraordinary, what could they do? Wentian, someone wants to kill us. The little bastard was very alert. At the moment when the other party and Zhen Mengzhen were in a stalemate, he immediately took out the communication crystal to inform Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was practicing, heard the little bastard's voice in his mind. He opened his eyes instantly, and a cold light burst out, and an extremely cold meaning burst out. What's going on? Why did anyone dare to touch them? A terrifying chill enveloped the palace. Figures flashed one after another, and Qin Wentian soared into the sky and headed straight into the distance. What happened? Mo Qingchang and the others walked out one after another, watching Qin Wentian's figure leave. Bei Mingyu Wang and several other realm masters flashed and chased him directly through the air. Qin Wentian left without leaving a single word. Something must have happened. Qin Wentian's speed in the void was extremely fast, like a white lightning, constantly crossing the void. 1,000 miles of land was only a flash. The speed of the realm master was too terrifying. Not long after, he felt a violent aura in front of him, and the immortal thoughts were released directly. He saw Zhen Mengzhen fighting a strong man. At this time, Zhen Mengzhen released the realm heart. The power of the end world heart was extremely strong. When the infinite world power was gathered at one point to burst the attack, it was even more earth-shattering. The void seemed to be annihilated and shattered. The terrifying airflow flowed wildly, attracting many realm masters to come over there and look at the battle there. Wars rarely break out in the time realm. After all, they are all here to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Under the eyes of the major giants, they should keep a low profile. Even if there are some grievances, they will be temporarily patient and wait until they are out of the time realm to resolve them, unless it is a big grudge that needs to be resolved on the spot. Stop! A thunderous roar came out of Qin Wentian's mouth and exploded directly in the vast space. His figure descended across the space and coldly glanced at the strong men who attacked Zhen Mengzhen and his men. One of them saw Qin Wentian coming and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. They were waiting for Qin Wentian. People from Jiutian Mansion. Qin Wentian appeared directly in front of Zhen Mengzhen and his men. The battle stopped at this moment. The strong men from Jiutian mansion retreated and stared at Qin Wentian coldly. Despicable. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice. The ghosts lingered, and it turned out to be Jiutian mansion again. Qin Wentian, you robbed my Xiangxin building. Do you think you can really stop here? Come with us and give an explanation. A strong man from Jiutian mansion said. It has happened once, and this is the second time. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with terrible murderous intent. The first time, Jiutian Haoyu sent people to the palace where he was to capture Mo Qingchen. This time, he attacked Qin Wentian and others again, challenging his bottom line again and again. I thought that if Jiutian mansion stopped provoking him after killing Jiutian Haoyu, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but now it seems that it is a fight to the death. There were many realm masters around, but they all stood in the distance and watched. It turned out that it was the grudge between Jiutian mansion and the genius realm master. I didn't expect that Qin Wentian showed such talent, defeated Yu Changkong, and was favored by the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Jiutian mansion actually dared to attack him. This is really strong enough. However, could it be that Jiutian mansion would rather offend the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy than deal with Qin Wentian? Bei Mingyu Wang was also rushing over here. She was still in the void, but her immortal thoughts could already see Qin Wentian's side. However, at this moment, her immortal thoughts felt an extremely terrifying force. Her beautiful eyes turned and looked in a certain direction. There was a person who seemed to be hidden in the void, looming. In his hand, he held a bow and arrow. The bow and arrow were made of dragon bones, and the bowstring was woven by dragon tendons, revealing an extremely terrifying force. At this moment, the other party raised the bow and arrow, and a super terrifying force permeated from the bow and arrow, with a faint breath of destruction released, and the target of this bow and arrow was directly pointed at Qin Wentian. Be careful. Bei Mingyu Wang shouted, and when Qin Wentian heard Bei Mingyu Wang's voice, he felt an amazing breath locking onto him at this moment. It turned out that the killing move had been waiting for him in the dark, and the attack on Qin Wentian and the others was just to lure him out. The heavenly fate realm heart was released instantly, covering an area of tens of millions of miles, the vast void, all within his realm heart, releasing the distance covered by the realm heart to an extremely far distance, and it was still spreading towards the distance. Bei Mingyu Wang's body rushed towards the strong man holding the bow and arrow. She faintly felt that the bow and arrow had the power to threaten Qin Wentian's life. Frost appeared between heaven and earth, and the entire void of heaven and earth was about to turn into absolute zero, freezing everything. You Wang, go away. Qin Wentian shouted loudly. Of course, he could also feel the terrible power of the bow and arrow. It was not something Bei Mingyu Wang could resist at all. He flashed and went directly over there. Dang! The bowstring trembled lightly, and the sound of a dragon's roar was still heard, shattering the heaven and earth. The icy power between heaven and earth was directly shaken and shattered, and a terrible shattering force directly shattered it. A light sound, like a flash of lightning in the void, the bowstring trembled, the dragon roared loudly, and an arrow broke through the air, like the most terrible lightning in the world, which could break everything in the world. Reverse. Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and the Xiangxin consciousness in the heart of the Xianming realm burst out, and the power to control everything descended. He wanted to control the arrow that was coming to kill him, but he couldn't control it at all. The bow and arrow held by the opponent was a world-breaking bow, which could break everything and was specially used to kill world masters. It would kill with one strike, and it was hidden in the void. With one arrow, even an ordinary powerful world master would die. The arrow flew across the void, so fast that it was unbelievable. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank, as if he had seen the arrow about to shoot into his body. At this moment, a figure appeared in his pupils, gradually becoming clear, causing Qin Wentian's face to change drastically, with fear on his face. Go away! Qin Wentian roared. The figure that appeared was actually Beiming Yaohuang, but Qin Wentian knew that with Beiming Yaohuang's strength, it was impossible for him to block this arrow. This was a suicide mission. Beiming Yaohuang released all the power of his Xiangxin consciousness, trying to freeze the arrow, but it had no effect at all. The arrow had an extreme speed and penetrated everything. His power didn't even have time to explode. It was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. No! Qin Wentian roared, his face changed in shock. He witnessed the arrow landing on Beiming Yaohuang, and then piercing Beiming Yaohuang's body. The dazzling light was like the cruelest light in the world. Bei Mingyu Wang didn't even feel anything, and she didn't have time to feel anything. She only had one thought now, hoping that she could buy Qin Wentian a moment of time and weaken the power of the arrow. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw the arrow piercing Bei Mingyu Wang's body, and his world seemed to slow down. The whole world seemed to be left with only that scene, and his heart seemed to be pierced by the arrow, which was very painful. He really hoped that he could make it in time, but everything happened too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to react. Unless everything stopped. Stop, everything, can it stop? Qin Wentian's mind suddenly had extremely complicated thoughts, and his world seemed to have really stopped, and everything was so slow. Time and space, stop. A voice came out of Qin Wentian's heart. At this moment, the wind that was blowing seemed to stop, and the violent airflow seemed to be quiet and no longer flowing. The arrow that pierced Bei Mingyu Wang's body at an extreme speed seemed to stop, and the arrow that was supposed to penetrate directly became extremely slow until it stopped. In the distance, the warrior who had shot the arrow wanted to shoot another arrow, but his hand suddenly stopped moving. His hand could not move, his eyes could not move, and everything in his body was still. At this moment, many realm masters who were watching the battle were also enveloped by Qin Wentian's realm heart. The storm blowing on their faces seemed to have disappeared, their flying long hair stopped moving, their beating hearts, their exhaled breaths, at this moment, all stopped. Chapter 1795, Killing in Stillness. Everything in this space seemed to be completely still at this moment. The entire space and time paused. Some people wanted to blink, but found that their eyes could not move. Only their thoughts were still moving. Except for their thoughts, everything fell into absolute stillness. There were turbulent waves in their hearts. What a terrible ability of the boundary heart. This space and time was still. Qin Wentian's body moved. When everyone was still, every tiny movement in the space was infinitely magnified. At this time, Qin Wentian was still able to move. What does this mean? It means that the ability to still time and space was released by Qin Wentian. This will be a super strong Jiutian consciousness that combines the power of time and space. Qin Wentian, has his understanding of time and space reached such a terrible level? The strong men in Jiutian Mansion, like everyone else, were shrouded in Qin Wentian's boundary heart. When everything was still and Qin Wentian took a step forward, they all knew whose ability it was. This was the power of Qin Wentian's Jiutian consciousness in Qin Wentian's boundary heart. This peerless genius, the young genius realm master who once defeated Yu Changkong, once again blossomed with unparalleled talent. In his realm heart, time and space were still. What is destiny? Destiny cannot be called destiny. What he meant was destiny. Qin Wentian came to the side of Beiming Yaohuang and hugged her delicate body. The arrow that destroyed everything pierced her chest. There was a terrible destructive force inside, which wanted to destroy everything. If time and space were not still at this moment, her body might be directly shattered by the terrible force. Who told you to do this? Qin Wentian looked at Beiming Yaohuang. Beiming Yaohuang's eyes seemed to be looking at him, but he could not move. He could only look at him steadily, and could not respond. Qin Wentian hugged the soft body tightly, stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, and pulled out the arrow bit by bit. When pulling out the arrow, his heart was particularly painful, as if the arrow was stuck in his body. A stream of life force continuously poured into the body of Bei Mingyu Wang. Then, his figure flashed again, and he placed Bei Mingyu Wang on the side of the Southern Phoenix Empress, saying, "Wait for me for a moment." When he turned around again, his dark eyes shot out an extremely cold killing intent. He certainly knew that the purpose of all this Long Yuan mansion from dealing with Zhen Mengzhen and the others was to lure him out, and then, not give him any chance, and kill him directly. This was an extremely obvious killing game. A powerful figure in the dark, holding a divine bow and arrow, could ignore the power of Yuanzhen consciousness and kill him. If it weren't for the moment when his boundary heart was transformed and sublimated again, the opponent's arrow would not only kill Bei Mingyu Wang directly, but his life or death would also be unpredictable. A premeditated killing game. From this moment on, Qin Wentian understood that between him and Long Yuan Mansion, it was a fight to the death, either you die or I die. Qin Wentian took a step forward, crossed the void, and landed directly in front of the powerful figure holding the bow and arrow. The figure was also in Qin Wentian's world heart. The still time and space made the world-breaking bow that could break all laws still. Seeing Qin Wentian approaching, his immobile eyes seemed to reveal fear, but at this moment, he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy, because he couldn't speak. Qin Wentian picked up the arrow, then waved his palm, and with a puff, blood just splashed out and then stopped there. The opponent's head was directly cut off and also stopped there. This scene was shocking. This was Qin Wentian's anger. After taking away the opponent's bow and arrow directly, Qin Wentian took another step and came to the other strong men of Jiutian Mansion. If those strong men could move their bodies, they would definitely tremble with fear. Even if they were world masters, they would still be afraid. In the face of death, who can not feel fear? However, what's the use of fear? Everything was destined when they came here. If Qin Wentian didn't die, they would die. And now, there is no doubt that they will die. In Qin Wentian's destiny world, he is the sky. Time and space can be still. Qin Wentian is the god on the heart of this world, dominating everything. He raised the world-breaking bow and shot it at the heads of the strong men of Jiutian Mansion. The whistling arrows were extremely harsh in the still space. Then, the destruction and fall of the world masters followed. Those powerful world masters couldn't even scream. The still space could not stop Qin Wentian's attack, just because this was his world and he dominated everything. When all the strong men of Jiutian Mansion fell and died, the wind suddenly brushed across their cheeks. The sound of puffing seemed to be the recovery of heartbeats. Everyone's eyes moved, and the bodies of the surrounding world masters trembled slightly, of course not because of fear, but because of strong shock. Jiutian Mansion set up a death trap to kill the young world master Qin Wentian. However, in the end, all the strong men in Jiutian Mansion fell. The peerless and elegant man released a world heart and heaven heart consciousness comparable to that of a powerful person. In his world heart, time and space stopped. The world masters of Jiutian Mansion stood there motionless, allowing him to kill one by one and release his anger. Who? Someone let out a long breath, and the shock in his heart could not be calmed down. It was too powerful. Such a talent was unparalleled. However, he was unwilling to show his edge and became a disciple of Zhuyi divine court. Now, Yu Changkong, who was rumored to have worshipped under the gods, was said to be so amazing that countless people admired him and countless powerful people went to congratulate him. However, those who witnessed Qin Wentian's battle here today all felt that this peerless world master who defeated Yu Changkong was indeed better than Yu Changkong. Even in terms of time attainments, he was probably not inferior to Yu Changkong at all. If Yu Changkong is destined to become a figure like the Sword Lord, then what about this King Chen Realm Lord? Could it be that he can do it? Perhaps, this session of the 10,000 Realms Conference will see two peerless figures. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian had no time to care about what everyone was thinking. At this moment, he was beside beaming Yao Huang, hugging her body and asked, "Yao Huang, why are you so stupid? I didn't think so much at the time. I just saw someone trying to use a bow and arrow against you, so I wanted to stop him." Beaming Yao Huang said casually, as if it was just a trivial matter. Qin Wentian was speechless. He looked at beaming Yao Huang's haggard face and said, "Your injury. It's okay. Although the destructive power of that blow is still good, you saved it in time. It will be fine after a period of recovery." Beaming Yao Huang's voice still seemed to be indifferent, cold, even though he almost died just now. Nan Huang Yaoyu, Zheng Mengchen and others all gathered around, their eyes flashing with hatred. Jiutian Mansion actually killed Qin Wentian directly. What a cruel method. If Qin Wentian did not suddenly realize the ability to stop time, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the distance, a strong pressure descended, causing everyone's eyes to flash. They looked over there and then saw the arrival of the strong men of Jiutian Mansion. The leader was the Lord of Jiutian Mansion. He came in person and his face was livid at the moment. The person in charge of carrying out this must-kill mission was his younger brother. However, his younger brother carried the world-breaking bow, which should have been foolproof, but in the end, the plan failed. Qin Wentian was still alive, while his younger brother and the people of Jiutian Mansion died here. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, his eyes were red, revealing an extremely cold killing intent. This assassination was a complete break, and there was no need to pretend. The wind was howling, and several more strong men appeared, coming from the void and appearing directly beside Qin Wentian. It was Shili Chunfang and his men who had arrived. Jiutian Mansion. Xiao Tian's eyes were extremely cold, staring at Jiutian Mansion, his eyes revealing a strong murderous intent. Jiutian Mansion actually directly killed people and wanted to take Qin Wentian's life, and they had their reasons for this. Although the conflict between Qin Wentian and Jiutian Mansion was caused by a maid, they persuaded Qin Wentian to rob Shiangsan Tower together, which could be regarded as intensifying the conflict. They once said that with Jiutian's background, the matter could be suppressed, and Jiutian Mansion did not dare to really take action, but in fact, Jiutian Mansion was determined to kill Qin Wentian. What a big move! The old ghost also narrowed his eyes and stared at the Jiutian Mansion. He saw the Lord of Jiutian Mansion releasing a terrifying pressure and taking steps forward, which made the people in this space feel a chill. The Lord of Jiutian Mansion was willing to kill Qin Wentian himself? Could it be because of Jiutian Haoi's death? Although Jiutian Haoi was the genius realm master of the Jiutian clan, he couldn't alarm such a lineup. The strong men of the whole mansion came out just to hunt down the Qingchang realm master. This was more like an irreconcilable feud. Unless Jiutian Mansion felt that Qin Wentian threatened their life and death, but in fact, everyone seemed to have not heard of what Qin Wentian had done to Jiutian Mansion on his own initiative. The old ghost and Jiutian flashed and directly blocked Qin Wentian. The Lord of Jiutian Mansion, a powerful realm master, was there. His terrifyingness was absolutely beyond doubt. Boom! A figure seemed to fall from the sky, like a god, and an extremely strong pressure enveloped the vast void. The person who appeared was an old man. After him, the figure of Luo Xinlei appeared. She looked very cold and stared at the Lord of Jiutian Mansion and said, "It seems that Jiutian Mansion does not take my Luotian clan seriously. I warned Jiutian Mansion at the beginning, but you still dared to do it. Why did the Luotian clan of the wilderness intervene in the feud between my Jiutian Mansion and Qin Wentian? Don't forget, this is the Zuanyu, the 10,000 Worlds Conference." The Lord of Jiutian Mansion looked very ugly. This time, if he succeeded in killing Qin Wentian, everything would be fine, but now he failed. Yu Changquang's hint could not be fulfilled. Luotian clan and Jiutian were obviously offended, and they also lost several realm lords. Now, the strong men from all sides have gathered together, and it is almost impossible for them to kill Qin Wentian again. I will remember what you said, and you should not forget it either. Luo Xinlei stared at the Lord of Jiutian Mansion and said, which made the Lord of Jiutian Mansion feel a little regretful, but things had come to this point, and he had no choice. Chapter 1796 Uncle arrives. Jiutian Mansion took this gamble because of Yu Changquang's words, and killed Qin Wentian with one blow, eliminating him directly. Although they will face strong pressure later, Yu Changquang once hinted that he would use the power of Zhuai Shanting to merge them into the affiliated forces of Zhuai Shanting. In this way, neither Xiandao Shingian nor Luotian clan would attack Jiutian Mansion because of Qin Wentian's death. But now, they have failed, and the pressure remains. The woman of Luotian clan has spoken, and Qin Wentian must hate them very much. The hatred is completely intensified. It is unknown whether Yu Changquang will come out again. They did not expect the outcome of this battle. Even this way, Qin Wentian could not be killed. The Lord of Jiutian Mansion looked at the many strong men in front of him, knowing that it was impossible to do anything, and waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After that, the strong men of Jiutian Mansion collectively evacuated, and this assassination attempt ended in failure. Qin Wentian stared at the departure of the strong men of Jiutian Mansion with cold eyes. It was impossible for this matter to end like this. This account must be settled. Luo Xinlei flashed and came to Qin Wentian. She didn't want to show too much familiarity, so she asked calmly, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. My friend was stabbed by an arrow and almost died. This arrow is equivalent to stabbing me," Qin Wentian said coldly. From the moment the arrow was shot, it was destined that only one of him in Jiutian Mansion could exist in this world. There was no other possibility. Jiutian Mansion is in the City of Time. They can't run away. Jiutian said coldly. Jiutian Mansion is a big family and a superpower in the City of Time. They have settled in the City of Time for generations. Just as he said, they can't run away. I'll go back first. I'll record this account for now. Qin Wentian said. The queen was injured, and he wanted her to rest and recover from her injuries. I'll go over there too. Luo Xinlei said softly. Qin Wentian nodded. He knew that Luo Xinlei was worried that Jiutian Mansion was still murderous and would attack Qin Wentian again. We'll go too. Shili Chunfeng and the others also expressed their intention to be with Qin Wentian in the future and guard against Jiutian Mansion. What happened just now must not happen again. They did not expect that Jiutian Mansion would be so determined to kill Qin Wentian. They did not expect it. Is there any hidden story behind this? Qin Wentian and the others left, but the powerful people around them were in an uproar and began to discuss the previous battle. Many of them were in Qin Wentian's heart just now and were absolutely still. If they were Qin Wentian's enemies, the consequences would be extremely terrible. I think what Jiutian did today was a bit unwise. It was too impulsive and might offend a future superpower. A realm master said softly. Yes, the Lord of Qingchang realm is so young. He has practiced for less than 1,000 years, but he is already an extraordinary lord. Moreover, he has even exceeded the extraordinary category. In his realm, time and space are still. Even an extraordinary lord will die. In this way, Jiutian will do whatever it takes to kill the Lord of Qingchang realm. Otherwise, when the other party grows up, it will be the end of Jiutian. How can it be so easy? There is also the Luotian clan. Don't forget that his friend Jiutian is from the Cao family. Many people talked about it. For a time, the news of this battle spread quickly and spread to the entire time world. Many people knew about the situation of this battle. In addition to the topic they discussed about Yu Changquang being accepted as a disciple by the gods and becoming the son-in-law of the Donghuang clan, there was another lord of Qingchang realm. Because the two peerless figures had fought a battle before, more and more people compared them. In the past, although Qin Wentian defeated Yu Changquang, with the news that Yu Changquang was accepted as a disciple by the gods, everyone thought that Yu Changquang's future must be brighter than Qin Wentian. Don't forget that he also got the inheritance of the God-King. But now, many people dare not be as sure as before. Time and space are still. Yu Changquang can't do it now, even if he is favored by the God-King. It is said that Qin Wentian communicated with the 8th star soul of time attribute in the time world. Otherwise, it is likely that he, not Yu Changquang, would be favored by the God-King of time. He was just one step late. His talent is more outstanding than Yu Changquang. In the time world today, the hottest topic is to compare the two of them. The supporters of the two are evenly matched. Some people still firmly believe that Yu Changquang, the disciple of the Purple Star God Court, will be more outstanding and a future monarch. Some people believe that the leader of the Qingchang realm will move forward and will not be worse than Yu Changquang in the future. Of course, the news of this battle also spread to the palace where the Donghuang family was. After learning of the failure, Yu Changquang felt a little unhappy and secretly cursed Jiutian for being a waste. He couldn't do this well. The more outstanding Qin Wentian performed, the greater the threat to him. Now he can be sure that the words of the God King were said to Qin Wentian. The reason why no one doubted it was because he passed the Purple Star God Court. Who can doubt the vision of the God? But only he himself understood how thrilling it was to pass that level. If Qin Wentian didn't die, he would be in danger of being exposed. As long as Qin Wentian was killed, he would be the only one who knew the secret. From then on, he would be the true descendant of the God King. However, Jiutian failed, and Qin Wentian also showed his talent in time. Time and space were still. Qin Wentian must have received huge benefits from the God King of time, right? Thinking of this, he was extremely angry. Of course, he still acted calm and composed on weekdays. At this time, he was hugging the beautiful woman in his arms, quietly enjoying the quiet time. He had completely conquered Donghuang and Donghuang clan. From now on, Donghuang clan would also become his backing force. With the support of Donghuang clan, his position in Zhuyi Divine Court would be more stable. I heard that he killed a powerful man in Jiutian who is close to being powerful. Time and space were still in the heart of the world, and the strong man in Jiutian had no ability to resist. At this time, Donghuang in his arms turned her head and looked at Yu Changquang with her beautiful eyes. In her heart, there was a little worry. This person can defeat me, so he must have something extraordinary. Even if there is such a battle, it is not surprising. Yu Changquang said with a smile, seeming calm and unconcerned, "What's more, we are together, why should we talk about others? Now, I don't want to practice, don't care about worldly affairs, just want the company of a beautiful woman, and I will not be inferior to others in practice in the future." Hearing Yu Changquang's words, Donghuang worries disappeared, and a charming smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. What she likes is Yu Changquang's excellence. He is always like this, unparalleled in elegance, with strong self-confidence, and now, he loves her so much? You say it nicely, but I don't know if you can always treat me like this in the future. Donghuang asked with a smile. Of course. Yu Changquang nodded. What's more, when have I only said it nicely? Isn't it? Donghuang showed a playful look. In this case, I have to perform well. Yu Changquang smiled mischievously, and Dong Huangying blushed instantly. Then the two of them were lingering, like a fairy day. But who knows, while Yu Changquang is enjoying the beauty, where's his mind? After that battle, the world of time seemed calm, but everyone understood that this incident would be a symbolic starting point. Now, I am afraid that a storm is brewing, but I don't know when it will break out. Qin Wentian has been in the palace these days and has not gone out. Watching Bei Mingyu Wang recover from his injuries, while feeling the power of his own enlightenment, the world of destiny has become stronger. He means destiny, which can make the world of time and space still. In addition, other heavenly consciousnesses have gradually transformed, integrated into the attributes of time, and sublimated to become stronger. More than 10 years have passed in the world of time. In these 10 years, Qin Wentian has not troubled Longyun Mansion. Longyun Mansion is not an ordinary force, and he is not the only one here, but also Mo Qingcheng, Kinger and other family and friends are all here. Once the war starts, what will be the consequences, he cannot predict. Therefore, he has been practicing silently for more than 10 years, until this day, Luo Shenlai told him that her father had arrived in the city of time. Qin Wentian immediately decided to leave the time realm. Everyone around him would leave with him. On this day, Qin Wentian and his friends walked out of the exit of the time realm and walked down the time ladder step by step. Looking back at the ladder, Qin Wentian felt as if he was in another world. There, he recognized his sister, and there, he got the voice of the former master of the time realm, the God-King, who left a message, "I will wait for you in the future." Now, he is leaving after all. The experiences of these years are very important to him. This 10,000 Worlds Conference must be an unforgettable experience for him. "Brother, my father lives in the inn of Shili Chunfen," Luo Shenlai said to Qin Wentian through voice transmission. Obviously, she knew where Qin Wentian lived. After telling her father also decided to live in the Shili Inn. Well, Qin Wentian responded through voice transmission, and Shili Chunfang happened to ask, "Where are we going?" "Go back to the inn and continue to eat and live for free. Do you have any objection?" Qin Wentian asked with a smile. "You can stay here for free as long as you want. After you've bankrupted me, you can go to Longyun Mansion," Shili Chunfeng said with a smile. When Qin Wentian mentioned Longyun Mansion, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Let's go," Qin Wentian said, and immediately the group of people flashed and headed straight for the direction of Shili Inn. Because of the convening of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, many of the guests of the owner of Shili Inn went to the time realm. Now that the 100 years have not arrived, the inn is very quiet. However, now there is a group of more mysterious guests in Shili Inn. Some of them seem to be very strong and give people an unfathomable feeling, but they are particularly quiet. They have been staying in the inn and have not gone out. However, over the years, the maids of Shili Inn have seen all kinds of guests. Knowing that these are big shots, they naturally will not disturb them, and they have no curiosity. At this time, a group of strong men descended from the void. Many people in the inn smiled when they saw Shili Chunfen. The boss is back from the time realm. Chapter 1797 The Chosen Son. After Qin Wentian returned to the inn, he first went back to his own courtyard and settled the people around him. Then, he quietly left alone and came to another courtyard. Luo Shenlai was waiting for him outside the door. After Qin Wentian came in, he sealed this place. Her father brought people from the Luoshan clan to the wilderness, so he had to be low-key and didn't want others to know. What's more, Qin Wentian's identity was sensitive, so he couldn't let others know about their meeting. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives knew about it and spread it to the heavenly realm, the people of that force would easily guess it. "Brother." After the ban, Luo Shenlai called out, and Qin Wentian nodded. He was a little nervous. He had been practicing for hundreds of years, and this was the first time he would meet his closest relatives, his uncle, his mother's brother. He was looking forward to what kind of person his uncle would be. He was from the Luoshan clan, and what kind of peerless elegance he had. Would he be a peak powerful world master? Or even more powerful? He didn't know, but soon, he knew. "Father is waiting for you in the yard, let's go in," Luo Shenlai said softly. Qin Wentian nodded. He did not release the immortal thoughts, followed Luo Shenlai through the corridor, came to the center of the courtyard. In front, there was a group of people standing there casually, but they all gave Qin Wentian a sense of extraordinary, unfathomable, and their strength was absolutely super terrifying. "Brother." Luo Shenlai walked in front, turned around and called, Qin Wentian stepped forward, followed Luo Shenlei, and stepped into the yard. The environment in this yard was very elegant, with pavilions, buildings, small bridges and flowing water. In the pavilion in front, there was a figure sitting quietly on a chair. His eyes were looking over here, looking at Qin Wentian who walked in. When he saw this figure, Qin Wentian was stunned, feeling a little unbelievable. He almost thought he saw it wrong. He was a very frail middle-aged man with wrinkles on his face. His pale hair made him look even more lifeless. He looked middle-aged, but he looked like an old man in his twilight years. He was not very lively. This was different from the old ghost. Although the old ghost looked very old, his eyes were bright and he had a lot of energy. However, the figure in front of him looked extremely mediocre. It could even be said that he looked like an ordinary person who could not practice and was entering old age. He was the only one in the yard. His cloudy eyes had a strange light, staring at Qin Wentian. Obviously, this was his uncle, and there would be no one else. Qin Wentian thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that his uncle would be like this. Luo Shenlei was so outstanding, so beautiful, and so talented. How could her father be like this? Why, are you disappointed? The figure in front of him looked at Qin Wentian's changing face with a faint smile. Qin Wentian was stunned. Was he disappointed? It's not that he wanted to see his uncle because they were blood relatives, and the other party recognized him, which was related to his strength. It's just that he was too surprised, and it was completely different from what he imagined. Brother, this is my father. Luo Shenlei said softly. Qin Wentian stared at the figure in front of him, adjusted his state of mind, took a deep breath, and shouted, Uncle. Okay. The other party nodded vigorously. His eyes were slightly red. He stood up and walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. His steps were very slow and not so steady. When he came to Qin Wentian, he stretched out his hand and touched Qin Wentian's cheek with his fingertips, as if he wanted to see Qin Wentian clearly. His fingers trembled slightly. Really like. His eyes became redder, as if he remembered the past, thought of the old friend, his sister, who grew up with him and whom he loved very much. Qin Wentian felt a little weird and wanted to avoid it, but when he thought that the other party was his uncle and saw the slightly red eyes, his heart softened and he let the other party go. You look so much like your mother. Luo Shenlai's fingers trembled slightly. Even though he hadn't seen her for many years, he still remembered that stunning face. That was his sister, who had long been imprinted in his mind and would not fade away with the passage of time. Therefore, when he saw Qin Wentian, he could naturally see her shadow. Uncle, don't you know where my mother is? Qin Wentian asked softly. This was what he wanted to know the most. Your mother was so cruel that she abandoned everything and disappeared completely. Luo Shenlai's voice trembled slightly. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, I heard from Lyre that your parents named you Wentian, right? Yes, that's the name they gave you. Qin Wentian nodded. Did they leave any clues for you? Luo Shenlai asked. After he learned about Qin Wentian's existence, he was extremely shocked. This meant that Qin Yuanfang was not dead, so although his sister had been missing for many years, she might have been with Qin Yuanfang. No, Hey Bo, who has taken care of me since I was a child, might know something, but he never told me, and now, they have disappeared. Qin Wentian said, Uncle, what happened back then, and what happened to your cultivation? Of course he understood that the direct descendant of the Luotian clan, the father of Luo Shenlai, and his mother's brother, could not have been born a disabled person. He was obviously middle-aged, but had white hair and wrinkles on his face. He looked extremely old and his breath was weak. This was the result of suffering severe injuries and irreversible injuries. What happened back then was actually very simple. Your mother and your father got together, but they were opposed. The Qin clan and the Luotian clan had a history of grievances, and how could the proud daughter of the Luotian clan marry into the Qin clan? Moreover, your father was in great trouble at that time, and your grandfather was even more opposed. The two of them eloped and left, abandoning everything, even destroying the immortal thoughts in the communication crystal. However, they left easily, but the Qin clan did not give up. In order to find them, they even came to our Luotian clan, and even fought and killed our Luotian clan's people, just to force them to reveal the whereabouts of your parents. The Luotian oracle recounted this past event. Although Qin Wentian knew some of it, he did not know the specific details. Now, he listened to it all very carefully. Your grandfather was even more furious, and the conflict with the Qin clan intensified to a very serious point. Later, your parents were found by the Qin clan. The Qin clan wanted to deal with your father. For the safety of your mother, your grandfather took her back. Your father knew what happened between the Qin clan and the Liuetian clan, and also knew that the Qin clan would do anything to find him. In a rage, he attacked the Qin clan and died in battle. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, and there were more twists and turns in the details. He said, "My father left me many memories. The Qin clan has indeed been tracking down his whereabouts. Even one of his brothers came to fight with my father. The grudge between that man and my father started when he was a child." "Who is he?" "Haha, good question." Oracle Luo suddenly laughed. "This man is now the helmsman of the Qin clan. His name is Qin Zheng. He was trained as a successor by the Qin clan when he was young. He is the pride of the Qin clan. Your father has always been under his light. I also know that the girl your father had a crush on when he was young is in love with Qin Zheng. She is the pride of another branch of the Qin clan. Now she is Qin Zheng's wife and they jointly rule the Qin clan. They also have a son named Qin Wentian, whose intention is to pacify the world. This man is known as the Son of Heaven in the heavenly realm. The Son of Heaven." Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp and his expression was extremely cold. He said, "Back then, Qin Zheng's strength was not as good as my father's. My father once defeated him. There is only one Qin Wentian in the world. Qin Zheng is undoubtedly powerful. The chosen son inherited the talents of both his parents. He is better than his parents." "What is the chosen son?" "He was chosen by heaven. He showed amazing talent since childhood. I wonder, he was named Qin Wentian, which means to pacify the world, and your parents named you Wentian. What is the meaning? You both have the word Yuan in your name. Are you deliberately competing with each other?" Luo Xianayu said. "When my parents named me, they said, 'Ask the sky and the earth, who'll decide the fate?' So I named you Wentian." Qin Wentian said. Luo Xianayu's eyes froze, and then he laughed again. "It's Qin Wentian, what a bold man. One wants to pacify the world, and the other wants to ask the heaven and earth who will decide the fate. You two, it seems that you are born to be enemies, destined. Destined, born to be enemies." Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. The despicable villain who dealt with his father back then, his descendants, turned out to be so powerful. "Brother, didn't you ask me why my father was like this?" At this time, Luo Shenlai next to him suddenly interrupted. Qin Wentian looked at her, but saw that Luo Shenlai's eyes were red, as if she didn't expect that she would be so sad. Did Qin Wentian know that the decadent and useless person standing in front of him was once the world-famous god of heaven, and he was the future ruler of the Liuetian family? However, after that battle, everything turned into nothingness. Her father had to endure countless cold stares. She didn't expect this, and she was heartbroken. Why? Qin Wentian saw Luo Shenlai's reaction. Could there be a hidden story? Once, he went to the Qin clan for the god of heaven of the Liuetian clan to seek justice for your parents and challenge Qin Zheng. It happened that the chosen son Qin Wentian, who your father just mentioned, entered the realm of the gods. He fought on behalf of his father. The first battle was to challenge the god of heaven. He defeated him and abolished his cultivation. He became famous throughout the world. The chosen son of heaven was famous in the 8 regions. People said he was unparalleled in the world and the future God-King. Liuetian clenched her fists and tears fell. Qin Wentian fought on behalf of his father and abolished his father's cultivation and became famous throughout the world. But what about her? What can she do? The other party can easily crush her to death with just one finger. The chosen son of heaven, trampling on her father's body, became famous throughout the world. Chapter 1798 Mission. Catcha. Qin Wentian clenched his fists suddenly and made a crisp sound after hearing Luo Shenlai's words. A terrible coldness burst out from him, and his eyes as deep as the stars were extremely cold. His uncle's cultivation was abolished and he became what he is now, just to seek justice for his parents. The one who abolished his uncle was the son of the despicable villain of the Qin clan. In his memory, his father treated him like a brother and never had the heart to compete with him. He even stayed away from the Qin clan. He found his father and his father treated him with courtesy. However, Qin Zheng challenged his father. After being repelled, he still refused to give up and wanted to kill his father. His father's first life body was all taken away by him. Now, the other party has become the king of the Qin clan and is in charge of the celestial god clan. His descendants are now also celestial gods, abolishing his uncle's cultivation. This hatred is really irreconcilable. Uncle, my parents have implicated you. Qin Wentian felt a little guilty. It was hard to imagine how painful it was for a generation of gods to be abolished. The middle-aged man in front of him, with wrinkles all over his face and white hair, used to be so charming, the god of heavenly mandate, the successor of the Liuxian clan. He couldn't imagine the gap between them, and the contempt of others. No wonder Liuxian was crying, she probably understood her father's pain best. Many years have passed, I'm used to it. Luo Xianyu smiled and said, I'm very happy to get your news and even see you in person. Wentian, it must have been difficult to grow up from an orphan to today. Now, you have to face such a great hatred. It's hard for you. He understood that the young man in front of him was the son of Qin Wentian and his sister. One was the most outstanding and peerless figure of the Qin clan at that time, who had defeated Qin Zheng, the helmsman of the Qin clan, and the other was the proud daughter of his Liuxian clan. How could the descendants born from the union of the two of them be weaker than the descendants of Qin Zheng and the proud daughter of the Qin clan? So what if they are the so-called chosen sons? Haven't you heard of Qin Wentian's name? Ask the heavens and the earth, who will be the master of the ups and downs. Because of this, Qin Wentian must bear all this hatred on his shoulders. This will be his responsibility and his mission. That's why he said that Qin Wentian and Qin Dangshan were destined to be enemies. Compared to what my father endured, this is nothing. In the future, I will definitely kill the Qin clan and pay blood debts with blood. Everything they owe will be paid back. Qin Wentian's expression was cold. He would go and ask for the Qin clan to pay back what he owed his father. Qin Dangshan fought on behalf of his father, so he would ask for the debt on his behalf. Okay, but you are still growing up now, so it is not appropriate to expose yourself. They don't know your existence. If the Qin clan knew that Qin Wentian had a son, Qin Zheng would kill you at all costs. With the current strength of the Qin clan in the world, it would be difficult for anyone to protect you. Liar told me the news about you. I came quietly. Except for Liar and me, no third person knew about your existence. Even your grandfather, I didn't tell him. Luo Xianyu said, he knew the seriousness of the matter. Qin Wentian is the son of Qin Wentian and his sister. Now he has grown so outstanding and is famous in the city of time. Liar said that he has shown his peerless elegance in the world of time. If the Qin clan knew about this, they would definitely cross the realm to kill him. Whoever protects him will be killed. Don't show your blood easily, or people will know it. As for your surname, it doesn't matter. There are so many people with the surname Qin in the world. Luo Shenai reminded. Uncle, I once encountered a fatal disaster and my body was broken. Fortunately, I had a chance encounter and survived. Now, I don't have the power of blood. Qin Wentian said. Luo Shenai was stunned, feeling relieved, but also a little disappointed. That was the blood of Qin Wentian and Luo Shenshi. Although it's a pity, it's good this way. Even if your powerful talent is noticed by the people of the Qin clan, as long as you don't have the power of blood, no one will doubt you. Luo Xianyu nodded. Uncle, don't worry. If I want the blood, I can return it to my body at any time. Qin Wentian said again, which made Luo Xianyu's eyes condense. Looking at Qin Wentian's clear eyes, he smiled and nodded, if so, it is naturally perfect. As for the specific reason, he didn't ask. Qin Wentian's words were enough. Uncle, what would be my grandpa's attitude if he knew of my existence? Qin Wentian asked. His grandpa, his mother's father, was also a close relative. He really wanted to know how he would view his existence? Although grandpa opposed your parents being together back then, it was because he loved your mother deeply and there was also pressure from the family. Now, things have passed. Although your grandpa doesn't say it, he still misses your mother. I once saw him staring at your mother's portrait alone. Who doesn't love his daughter? Luo Xianyu spoke slowly. If your grandpa knew that your mother was pregnant with you, he would definitely want to see you as much as I do. It's just that the Liuxian family has experienced a lot in recent years, and your grandpa's voice in the family has been weakened a lot. The Liuxian family today is not united. Therefore, I didn't tell your grandpa because I didn't want the Liuxian family to know about your existence. When the time is right, I will take you to the Liuxian family and let your grandpa see you. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. It seemed that the Liuxian family was greatly influenced by his parents' affairs. His uncle was once the heir of the Liuxian family, so his grandpa must have had extremely high-ranking disciples in the family. Back then, his mother's status must have been transcendent. No wonder the Liuxian family disagreed. Father, someone in the world of time wants to kill my brother. If it weren't for my brother's sudden realization that made time and space stand still, I'm afraid he would have been killed. At this time, Luo Shenlai suddenly spoke. When Luo Shenlai heard this, his brows furrowed. A blade-like light flashed in his turbid eyes. His decadent body actually revealed a trace of majesty. Even though his cultivation was abolished, he was once a god, and his majesty was natural and engraved in his bones. Who? Luo Shenlai asked. I warned them about Longyun Mansion in the City of Time, but they still secretly arranged an attack, wanting to kill with one blow. Luo Shenlai's voice was cold. I will leave today. After I leave, I will let Wu Ming stay and follow you. The next thing will be left to you and Wentian. Luo Shenlai said. Although he came secretly, he was the Xianai god of Luotian after all. Even if his cultivation was abolished now, if someone with ulterior motives saw him, they would guess the purpose of his coming to Xuanliu. Therefore, he needs to leave as soon as possible, especially in the situation where he still wants to leave Wu Ming behind. He can't stay here. If Grandpa Wu Ming is here, of course there is no problem. Luo Shenlai nodded. She is the daughter of Luo Shenlai. How could she not know what kind of existence Wu Ming is? It is more than enough to deal with Longyun Mansion. Is uncle leaving? Qin Wentian's eyes were fixed, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. He crossed the endless territory from the Luotian clan in the wilderness to the land of Xuanliu. He only saw him once and left? Child, I am very happy to see you. In the future, I just hope that you can be well. Although I, a useless person, can't help you too much, if you encounter any problems, you must remember to find me. I will do my best. Luo Shenlai took out his communication crystal. Qin Wentian naturally knew what the other party meant. He left his immortal thoughts and took out his communication crystal at the same time, so that the two could communicate across the air in the future. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm looking forward to the day when you come to the Luotian clan. Of course, I'm even more looking forward to the day when you can step into the Qin clan of the heavenly domain and dare to change the sun and the moon into new sky. Luo Shenlai has too many expectations for Qin Wentian, for no other reason, just because Qin Wentian is the son of Qin Yuanfang and his sister. I will definitely do it. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, and Luo Shenlai laughed. Then he notified the visitor, and under the escort of the strong, he actually quietly left the Shili Inn. He only stayed here for a very short time, and then left in a hurry, as if he had never been there. Qin Wentian stood in a daze in the yard. His mood was particularly heavy. He knew his uncle's expectations. Seeing him in his turbid eyes was like seeing hope, the hope of seeking justice for his parents. This was something he didn't do when he was the god of heaven, and it was difficult for his grandfather to do it. Everything could only rely on him, because he was their son. Responsibility, mission. The chosen son, destined to be an enemy. Qin Zheng, the king of the Qin clan. All of this is waiting for him. Miss. At this time, an old man appeared here for some reason and stood beside Luo Shenlai. Grandpa Wu Ming. Luo Shenlai called the old man very politely, showing great respect, which shows that the old man is extraordinary. He is indeed extraordinary. He has been guarding Xianai Xiantian since he was young. It has been unknown how many years. After Xianai Xiantian was abolished, some old people left, but Wu Ming said nothing. He was still loyal and guarded his father, even if he was guarding a useless person who would no longer do anything and had no future. Wu Ming and her father, although in name they are master and servant, are actually like father and son. He regards his father as a relative, and he is one of the people his father trusts the most. The master said that the young lady needs me to do something. The old man said, Grandpa Wu Ming, you should rest first. If you need anything, I will find you. Luo Shenlai said. Okay. The old man nodded, and then disappeared. After he left, Luo Shenlai said to Qin Wentian, Brother, how to deal with the matter of Longyun Mansion? Grandpa Wu Ming's cultivation is enough to destroy Longyun Mansion alone. This matter was brought up by her father on her own initiative. Even if Qin Wentian didn't say it, she would not let Longyun Mansion go. She once said that she would remember what happened that day and let Longyun Mansion not forget it. She hoped that Longyun Mansion would still remember what she said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1799 Qin Wentian's Revenge. Longyuan Mansion, located in the City of Time, is vast and endless, comparable to Qingxuan City, and has a large population. In the ancient fairyland, there are powerful families that have been multiplying for countless years, many of which even have a population of hundreds of millions, like a family empire. Longyuan Mansion is extremely prosperous, with many branches in the mansion, and strong men guarding outside the mansion gate. At this time, Longyuan Mansion is as lively and prosperous as before. In a martial arts field, many disciples are listening to the preaching of the elders at the realm of Realm Masters. These Realm Masters are worshippers of Longyuan Mansion and people from the Longyuan family in Longyuan Mansion, but their status is not very high. Now, the real core people of Longyuan Mansion are still in the world of time and have not returned. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sun was shining in the mansion. At this moment, a powerful immortal thought descended on Longyuan Mansion and continued to spread, covering more and more powerful people. At this moment, many people's faces changed. The guards' eyes suddenly shone with sharpness, and they asked, "I wonder which senior is here?" The powerful master of the realm, who was preaching to the disciples in Longyuan Mansion, shot out cold light in his eyes and said, "Which Taoist friend's immortal thought descended on my Longyuan Mansion?" Suddenly, a suffocating pressure spread in the sky, locking onto Longyuan Mansion. Then, the people in Longyuan Mansion saw a figure appear there, a figure in white clothes, with unparalleled elegance. He stood proudly in the void, holding a bow and arrow, and there was a faint shocking power coming from the sky. The faces of many powerful people in Longyuan Mansion changed in shock, and when they saw the bow and arrow, their faces were as pale as paper. Boundary-breaking bow, how is this possible? How could it be in the hands of an outsider? A boundary master's face turned pale. This was a treasure of their Longyuan Mansion, extremely powerful, and it had always been controlled by the most core people of Longyuan Mansion. Now, it appeared in the hands of the white-clothed young man in the void, and the boundary-breaking bow was facing their Longyuan Mansion. "He is the King Chang Boundary Master," someone exclaimed, recognizing Qin Wentian. Longyuan Mansion and Qin Wentian had a feud in the past, so it was not surprising that someone knew Qin Wentian. Panic, riot. The extremely strong pressure descended and enveloped the land of Longyuan Mansion. No one knew where the arrow would be shot, but no matter where it was shot, it would be a disaster for Longyuan Mansion. Buzz! The white-clothed figure in the void did not say a word, and the boundary-breaking bow in his hand shot directly. A dazzling and extremely bright arrow light passed through the void and shot towards the place where the boundary master was preaching. The boundary masters there were as pale as paper, and each of them released their boundary heart and heaven heart consciousness power. However, the boundary-breaking bow penetrated everything, ignoring the power of the heavenly heart consciousness, and descended directly, piercing through the body of a realm master. The terrifying destructive power raged like a world-destroying storm, and many people who were listening to the sermon around were destroyed. In an instant, screams were heard one after another, and Longyuan Mansion was in a panic. Someone was holding their Longyuan Mansion's magic weapon, the boundary-breaking bow, to deal with Longyuan Mansion. "Your Excellency, we can discuss this." A realm master's body flew into the air and spoke to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian condensed the arrow with the power of the heavenly heart consciousness and put it on the bowstring. A beam of light passed through, and the realm master who was speaking turned directly into white light and disappeared. His voice was still echoing in the void, but he had disappeared forever. "When Longyuan Mansion shot me with this bow and arrow, it didn't speak well to me." The cold voice fell from the sky. On a sunny day, the people of Longyuan Mansion felt cold. Longyuan Mansion had used this bow and arrow to shoot him, but it obviously didn't kill him. Moreover, this bow and arrow fell into the hands of the other party. Now, the other party came to take revenge. As soon as Qin Wentian finished speaking, another arrow shot out, piercing through the void. A realm master wanted to escape, but there was no way to escape. The arrow locked him and killed him directly. There was no escape. Below, many people were caught in the crossfire and destroyed together. "No!" Someone roared in shock and anger. Qin Wentian's arrows shot continuously, and each arrow shot a realm master, trying to exterminate the realm master of Longyuan Mansion. At the same time, many strong men of Longyuan Mansion were buried with him. If it was just because of the previous festival of Xiangxin Tower, Qin Wentian would never do this, but Longyuan Mansion did not follow the rules. In order to hunt him in the time realm, they first attacked Nanhuang Yaoai Jun Mengchen and others. After he appeared, They directly shot him with an arrow. At that time, did Jiutian Mansion have any mercy? That arrow nearly saved Bei Mingyu Wang from death. If it weren't for his sudden realization at the critical moment, there would be no Bei Mingyu Wang now. Qin Wentian is still afraid when he thinks about it. That arrow could not only kill Yu Wang, but also him. Next, it would be Zhen Mengzhen, Nan Wang Yaoyu and others. When Jiutian Mansion shot that arrow, it was destined that only one of them could exist between him and Jiutian Mansion. The destructive light transformed by the arrow raged in Jiutian Mansion. Strong men kept falling and the palace collapsed. Jiutian Mansion was completely in a panic. Many people showed despair and had a strong resentment towards the people of Jiutian Mansion in the Time Realm. How could they put Jiutian Mansion in such a dangerous situation? Many people took out the communication crystals to notify the strong men of Jiutian Mansion in the Time Realm. Some people were even able to directly notify the Lord of Jiutian Mansion. In the Time Realm, Jiutian Mansion had received the news. Qin Wentian and his group quietly left the Time Realm without knowing it. Although the Lord of Jiutian Mansion hoped that their people would stay for a while, he was still ready to set off. He was a little worried that Qin Wentian would attack Jiutian Mansion after he left. All the strong men of Jiutian Mansion were in the Time Realm. There were no strong people guarding the mansion now. However, because it was Jiutian Mansion, no one dared to move. If someone really dared to move Jiutian Mansion, even if they were there, it would be useless. But these were all in the past. Qin Wentian was an exception. Although he had not made any movement for many years, who knew if he would go crazy? Lord of the mansion, someone has entered the mansion. Grandpa, the Lord of Qingchang Realm is holding a world-breaking bow and is slaughtering people in the mansion. Great-grandpa, save me. One after another panicked voices kept coming into the mind of the Lord of Jiutian Mansion. At this moment, he was like being struck by thunder and his body was shaking violently. Qin Wentian, holding a world-breaking bow, directly entered Jiutian Mansion. Not only him, but many world masters who followed him to the Time Realm also received the message from the younger generation. At this moment, the palace where Jiutian Mansion was located, one after another, soared into the sky. Someone roared in fear, leaving everything behind and heading towards the exit of the Time Realm, not even bothering to consider whether the house master had given an order. My child is still in the house. A world master roared. All people in Jiutian Mansion returned to the house immediately and kill the thief. The Lord of Jiutian Mansion felt cold all over. He roared, his body soared into the sky, and rushed towards the exit of the Time Realm. Not long after he received the news, Qin Wentian actually launched a revenge killing. This means that Qin Wentian had just left the Time Realm and attacked his Jiutian Mansion. Evil beast! The Lord of Jiutian Mansion roared with pressure, and the world was rolling with his anger. Many strong men in the Time Realm were shocked when they felt this scene. It seemed that something big had happened. The Lord of Jiutian Palace took out the communication crystal and said to one of them, "Tell him to stop immediately, otherwise I will definitely destroy the Qingchang realm after I get out." Qin Wentian is the master of a realm. Since he was given the title of the Lord of Qingchang realm, his territory is naturally Qingchang realm. Outside, in Jiutian Mansion, someone shouted, "Lord of Qingchang realm, if you don't stop, I, the Lord of Jiutian Mansion, will massacre Qingchang realm." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with an extremely cold light, and he shot another arrow directly at the person who spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace where he lived was destroyed and all the people around him died. Seeing this scene, no one dared to threaten Qin Wentian again, that was courting death. They could only pray that the Lord of Mansion would return soon. The Lord of Jiutian Mansion soon learned about the situation here, and he roared again, "Qin Wentian, I will not be a human being unless I destroy your entire clan." Hearing this voice, many people's hearts trembled wildly. It seems that the peerless young man who comprehended the ability to stop time, after he went out, began to retaliate against Jiutian Mansion, and may have entered Jiutian Mansion. Now in Jiutian Mansion, no one can stop him from killing. Should we go out and watch the battle? Many people thought to themselves that this storm would definitely cause a major earthquake. Such a major event had not happened in the City of Time for a long time. Many people hesitated for a moment, then set off, their figures flashing, and decided to leave the Time Realm to take a look. No one sympathized with the Lord of Jiutian Mansion. This was just reaping what one sowed. In the beginning, Jiutian Mansion did not abide by the rules and directly lured Qin Wentian to death. It dealt with other people's relatives first, shot through beaming Yao Huang with an arrow, and did not allow others to retaliate? How is it possible? If they were Qin Wentian, they would also retaliate crazily and fight to the death. Now, it depends on who is stronger. The Lord of Longyun Mansion did not put away the communication crystal. At the same time, he asked for help from other forces in the time realm outside, asking the strong to stop Qin Wentian. In addition, he found Yu Changquang's immortal thoughts and said, Mr. Yu, Qin Wentian is taking revenge on my Longyun Mansion and killing people in Longyun Mansion. When the Lord of Longyun Mansion said this, he had hatred in his heart. In fact, the fuse of all this was Yu Changquang. If it weren't for Yu Changquang's hint, he might still deal with Qin Wentian, but he would not take such a radical approach, which completely angered Qin Wentian, and this led to today's bitter fruit. Even if he cut Qin Wentian into pieces, who would compensate for the loss of Longyun Mansion? He had to tell Yu Changquang about this matter no matter what, so that Yu Changquang knew what price his Longyun Mansion paid for his words. After hearing the words of the Lord of Longyun Mansion, Yu Changquang just smiled coldly. Are you going to break up? This is better. Let's fight like crazy. In the palace where the Donghuang family is, everyone moved. They received orders and prepared to leave the time. The strong men from all sides of the time world surged and rushed to the exit, ready to witness a storm. Chapter 1800 Strong Tears. Longyun Mansion fell into endless panic, and the killing did not stop. Qin Wentian only hunted strong people. Under the boundary-breaking bow, one arrow killed one person, and the boundary master must die. Extraordinary people were also killed. Those above the realm of Immortal Emperor were killed without mercy. Obviously, what the Lord of Longyun Mansion did in the time world stimulated him. Beaming Yao Huang almost died, Jun Mengchen, Little Bastard, Purgatory, Nan Huang Yao and others were also almost killed. This hatred cannot be resolved, and one side must perish. Although many people in Longyun Mansion did not participate in the plan to kill themselves, the Lord of Longyun Mansion represented the attitude of Longyun Mansion. With the order of the Lord of Longyun Mansion, who here would pity Qin Wentian? He did not forget Long Yuan Haoiu, nor did he forget the indifference of the Realm Master when he shot the arrow with the realm-breaking bow. If he was the weaker party, the Lord of Long Yuan Mansion ordered to kill him, and no one in Long Yuan Mansion would be merciful. But even so, he still left a ray of hope, only hunting strong people above the Emperor realm. The existence of these people would threaten the King Chang realm, and all of them would die. Stop. At this moment, a thunderous shout came from the void. The killing here had already attracted the attention of the City of Time. Now, the news spread rapidly, and the City of Time was shaken. Strong men from all sides rushed here. Someone actually attacked Long Yuan Mansion. The powerful Long Yuan Mansion in the City of Time was facing a catastrophe. As for the person who spoke, he was a force that was friendly with Long Yuan Mansion. The two sides had a marriage relationship. It was also a powerful force in the time realm. There happened to be a very powerful person guarding the clan, so he rushed here and scolded Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stopped what he was doing, stared at the newcomer with cold eyes, and asked, "This is a grudge between me and Longyun Mansion. You are so cruel and bloodthirsty." The strong man shouted angrily, with a hint of coldness emanating from his body. Qin Wentian stared at the other party and said indifferently, "It's ridiculous. When Longyun Mansion ordered to capture me and my relatives and friends with a treasure, where were you? When Longyun Haoiu ordered people to capture my wife, where were you? When the Lord of Longyun Mansion ordered to kill me and use my relatives as bait to deal with them, and when the breaking world bow shot an arrow through my relatives' bodies, where were you?" Qin Wentian asked loudly, still indifferent. "In your eyes, can a strong man like Longyun Mansion ignore my life and the lives of my relatives? Everyone thinks that it is natural. Who dares to provoke Longyun Mansion? However, my revenge is crazy. Should I wash my neck and wait for Longyun Mansion to cut it off?" Everyone was moved when they heard Qin Wentian's words. There is no reason in this world. It is indeed as Qin Wentian said. When Longyun Mansion wants to kill him, who will speak for him? Can revenge not be allowed? Since the two sides have already formed a deadly feud, it means that they will never stop until they die. They are enemies of life and death. You, Longyun Mansion, want to kill me, so what kind of morality can we talk about? Get lost. Whoever dares to interfere in the affairs between me and Longyun Mansion is an enemy of my King Chang Realm Master and will be killed without mercy. Qin Wentian raised his world-breaking bow, and murderous thoughts rolled through his body. There were countless people in Jiutian mansion below, and they hated it in their hearts. Since the mansion master had offended such a person, why didn't he cut the grass and root it out, and let the other party come to the mansion for revenge, so that the casualties were so tragic? You are from the Mu mansion, right? You'd better not get involved in this matter. You can't afford it. A cold voice came, and the strong man of the Mu mansion flashed his eyes and looked towards the person who spoke. He saw Shili Chunfang and Xiao Dian standing there. He knew these people and his expression froze. Either you stand up and start a fight, or get out. My brother has shown mercy. Otherwise, this Jiutian mansion would be littered with corpses. Xiao Dian said coldly. In his opinion, Qin Wentian's arrows were only shot at the strong men above the Emperor realm, which was definitely a mercy. If he saw the woman next to him being pierced by an arrow, he would definitely kill all the people in Jiutian mansion. This kind of life and death hatred would of course end with the destruction of one side. The strong men of the Mu mansion were speechless. What did the Lord of Jiutian mansion do to completely force the Lord of Qingchang realm into panic? This guy actually left a tail behind when he did something, so that he encountered this disaster. Now, how can he intervene? If he was involved, Shili Chunfang and Xiao Dian were also there. If he couldn't kill these people, what would happen if there was such a storm in the Mu mansion in the future? But if he didn't stop it, I'm afraid that Jiutian mansion would break with the Mu mansion. Qin Wentian continued to kill and destroy all the strong men above the Emperor realm. There were constant screams, and the vast Jiutian mansion was in chaos. Nearly half of the buildings in the mansion were destroyed. The once prosperous Jiutian mansion had never encountered such a disaster. And today's disaster was caused by the decision of the Lord of Jiutian mansion, or in other words, it was caused by Jiutian Haoiu's pride back then. He did not handle the matter of Qin Wentian and Xiangxin building properly, otherwise, everything that followed might not have happened. The reason why he did not handle it properly was naturally that Jiutian Haoi relied on his status and looked down on Qin Wentian. When the Lord of Jiutian mansion and his men arrived, Jiutian mansion was almost in ruins. In the vast mansion, the strong men above the Emperor realm did not exist at all. The world masters were completely killed and destroyed, and all fell. Jiutian mansion was completely broken, with only some younger generations and the highest level figures of Jiutian mansion like them. And all of this was caused by the young man in white who was still above Jiutian mansion. He actually dared to stay here. The Lord of Jiutian Palace let out a terrible roar. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Qin Wentian. A violent killing intent was born between heaven and earth, penetrating the void of heaven and earth. No matter where he was, he could not escape his killing pressure. He was angry, completely furious. Qin Wentian, I will kill your whole family, wipe out your entire clan, and destroy your Qingchang realm. The Lord of Jiutian Palace roared, and his anger almost made him forget everything and even a little uncalm. When you ordered to deal with my relatives and friends and kill me with a realm-breaking bow, didn't you consider the consequences? Qin Wentian said coldly. Die? The Lord of Jiutian Palace said loudly, and his realm heart was released. However, at the moment when his power was released, another power was born in the void. The power of this power enveloped the vast and endless void, wrapping everyone in it, of course, including the Lord of Jiutian Palace. But when this pressure came, the face of the Lord of Jiutian mansion was extremely ugly. He said to Qin Wentian, who is the person standing behind you that made you do such a crazy thing? In the void, a line of figures seemed to appear out of thin air. Luotian Lei was there. Behind her, there were two old men to protect her. Luotian. The Lord of Jiutian mansion looked pale. Did Luotian intervene in this matter? After you ordered people to shoot that arrow, I told you to remember what you did and never forget it. Now, do you still remember? Luotian Lei said. The people of Jiutian mansion saw hope when they saw the Lord of the mansion coming. However, at this moment, they noticed that the Lord of the mansion was leaking out, as if he didn't have the rage and rage just now, and he didn't have that kind of confidence. Just because of the appearance of this woman, then, who is this stunning beauty in the void? Luotian clan, why do you want to interfere in the affairs of my Zuanayu? My Jiutian mansion is also a big force in the Zuanayu time city. Luotian clan is so bullying, are they bullying my Zuanayu? The Lord of Jiutian mansion spoke coldly, raising the matter between Zuanayu and Luotian clan, putting pressure on Luotian clan. I warned you that this man has a relationship with me, and asked you Jiutian mansion not to touch him. However, you seem to have ignored my words. How can the dignity of my Luotian clan be trampled by your Jiutian mansion? You don't have to bring up Xuanliu. This is a matter between you and me, and has nothing to do with Xuanliu wilderness. You Longyuan Mansion, and Ant Force, also want to represent Xuanliu. Luotianlei spoke coldly. Such an arrogant tone, coming from the mouth of a young and beautiful woman, did not make people feel inappropriate. It was only because, from their conversation, the crowd knew that she was from Luotian clan, and the storm was actually participated by Luotian clan. The Lord of Longyuan Mansion ignored Luotian's words and wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Luotian felt that his dignity was trampled upon and wanted revenge, so he ordered the Lord of Qingchang realm to kill him. The strong man of the Mu Mansion only felt a fierce tremor in his heart. Fortunately, he was not involved in it. He was almost harmed by the Lord of Longyuan Mansion. He did not mention the Luotian clan. If they were involved, the consequences would be disastrous. Who are you to the Luotian clan? The Lord of Longyuan Mansion looked very ugly. He stared at Luotianlei and asked. This woman's identity may be extraordinary in the Luotian clan. The two old men beside her were both extraordinary, especially the old man who released the pressure with his eyes closed. He was definitely a super scary person. Luotianlei of the Luotian clan came to Xuanliu to find something. The Lord of Qingchang realm helped to find it. Luotianlei spoke lightly. Everyone remembered the name, but they did not know the specific identity of Luotianlei. After all, her reputation could not be spread to Xuanliu. Luotianlei's words seemed as if she was the person behind today's event. It was just because the pressure of the Luotian clan could not be desecrated. What do you want to do? Asked the Lord of Longyuan Mansion. The people of Longyuan Mansion felt desperate when they heard this. Their lord had arrived and rushed back, but let alone revenge, it seemed that they could not protect themselves and did not dare to move easily. They asked the other party what they wanted, which was obviously not confident. Lord, why did he provoke such a powerful person and bring disaster upon himself? Since you people in the world of time ignore my words, then you all commit suicide. I allow Longyuan Mansion to continue to exist. This matter ends here. Luotianlei said indifferently. The voice was so domineering that it made these top figures in Longyuan Mansion, including the Lord of Longyuan Mansion, commit suicide. What a big tone. When did the wilderness become so powerful in my Xuanliu land? A sneer came, and other forces in the world of time arrived. Donghuang clan and Yu Changquang came first, and this voice came from Yu Changquang's mouth. P.S. Since Westjet said that there will be more updates, it will naturally be added. The third update is here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.